final Helpy 2.0, which replaced the 1.0, which is the online training which is available to everybody in the community. Anybody can register, enroll at no cost and complete the training. And it just takes 100 minutes to complete the training. So this is kind of a overview. I'm kind of history I'm giving how we have come far in the last 7 odd years, I could say. And now in the last 1 year, we have made this platform so robust to include not just gatekeeper training, but something to look forward beyond gatekeeper training. Not just identify someone who is at risk for suicide, but once you identify, what do you do next? People are quite handicapped, they don't have tools in hand. And especially this is, a technological era where a lot of things happen online and people are online always. So if we can have some tools online which can help people, a handy reference guide sort of a thing, that's when we decided to kind of add other tools, which I will be showcasing to you what all is there for you in the Helpy platform, on the Helpy platter, what all you have, what all you can access. So to start with, what is Helpy? Who is Helpy Suicide Gatekeeper? To kind of give you a broad, overview of this concept of Helpy Suicide Gatekeeper, in the routine healthcare context, there are mental health professionals who treat and care for individuals in severe distress, right? Who are at high risk of suicide in their practice. It could be psychologists, psychiatrists, other mental health professionals. Definitely, their timely intervention and support, it's life-saving, no doubts about it. But to enable this, the individuals who are in distress, they have to proactively reach out and seek assistance willingly. But because of the nature of distress, a lot of times they may not be able to reach out to seek support of their own. They are quite in a very distressed condition. So they need help. They need help of somebody who can help them reach out to the mental health professionals. So that's where Helpys, who are suicide prevention frontline warriors, as I could kind of label them, who come in to kind of bridge this gap. And that is the essence of this Helpy Suicide Gatekeeper training. So what you can look forward in this Helpy Suicide Gatekeeper training, that we will kind of understand. So once you are equipped to be a Helpy Suicide Gatekeeper training, you also need to understand you should go one step beyond, not just identify the warning signs and refer out to them to a mental health professional. It is not so easy as I say it, like as I communicated to you on this platform. It's quite a challenge. If it was so easy, there would have been a lot of people who would have just been doing this, and we would have saved a lot of lives by now. But unfortunately, it doesn't happen so easily. So that's where you have to learn. You have to not react to a situation, rather respond to a situation when someone is in a crisis. So that is where we also kind of have brought in this concept of Helpy crisis responder. So a suicide gatekeeper who then becomes equipped along with the tools which they can access to become a Helpy crisis responder. So Helpy responders are individuals who can assist individuals who are suicidal by providing them with emotional support during their most distressing moments, by using the Helpy toolkit and until appropriate help is received to calm these people who are in distress, to calm them down, or until the crisis is resolved by itself. So how can someone be equipped to train as a crisis responder? That is something, again, I'm going to touch upon today. So next, I'm going to show you a small video, which is a very 2-minute video, which kind of shows you what all you can look forward to in the Helpy Suicide Gatekeeper training. Is the music audible in the background?
Yes, ma'am. The music is absolutely audible.
Okay. Okay, so you did kind of get a brief glance of what is included in the 100-minute gatekeeper training. So what exactly goes into this training? So once someone registers on this platform for the training, they get to do a pre and a post training self-evaluation rating on how confident they are to recognize someone, respect and refer someone before and after the training. So then you have a 10 brief self-directed learning segments in an audio-visual format, which you can take it at your own pace. There is a downloadable 100-point Helpy in a nutshell summary. And then there is a Helpy concept book. So I will just give you a flavor of what is included in the Helpy concept book. Then you have 7 case vignettes, like, help me as a Helpy, how you could identify someone who is in distress in the community, and how, so you kind of brainstorm the case scenario and try to kind of answer the questions to see how do you understand the gatekeeper training. And then there is a brief application based evaluation towards the end of the program, so which kind of will have some questions for you to answer, which is an MCQ based format. So once you kind of are done, at least for a person to be eligible to get the training completion certificate, they have to kind of get 80% of the answers right in that brief MCQ format questionnaire. So this is what goes into the 100-minute training. So if you see, Helpy Suicide Gatekeeper is someone who is trained to recognize, respect, refer. So what is recognize? Recognize is they try to understand what are the risk factors, they get to understand, they reflect on the risk factors, what all promotive factors, protective factors which go on to kind of help someone who is suicidal, then what are the warning signs someone has to watch for, and they get to learn to review the risk. Again, I will tell you, we have tried to break it down into a very, very simple format as any lay person, how in a community could assess the risk. Because a lot of times, when you get trained as a psychologist, as a counselor, or other mental health professionals, you get to do quite complex assessments at in a clinical setting. But someone who is at a home who wants to do a very basic assessment, how can they do? So we have tried to break it down in very, very simple ways and put it across for someone in the lay community to understand. Then understand the uniqueness of the person, the individual, and the crisis situation, and support them through the struggle, and ultimately refer them to a qualified mental health professional. How to go about all this is what you get to learn in a Helpy Suicide Gatekeeper training. So why risk and protective factors we have included? Because lot of times these risk and protective factors are very delicate and dynamic, they keep changing, and they can have a major impact on the vulnerability component of the individuals. So being sensitive to the fact that even small changes can have a big impact will go a long way as a community suicide gatekeeper. So we have discussed risk and protective factors at individual level, relationship level, community level, societal level, what all could be there. That is discussed in the gatekeeper training. Then to kind of give you a flavor of what goes into the Helpy concept book, because see, this training, we have to keep it as brief as possible. We cannot, bombard a lot of things, technical stuff into this. But a lot of times when we did the initial gatekeeper training, we realized that there are even counselors, there are even some mental health professionals who access this training. They want something more, not just a simple assessment. So that's why we decided to kind of include it in the concept book, which also gives some little bit advanced level of techniques, like, using here, for example, like, the American Association of Suicidology acronym is presented in the Helpy concept book, which is ISPATWORM. So this is just to kind of give you a flavor what goes into this. Then this was a simple risk assessment which I was talking about, which someone gets to see, learn in a Helpy Suicide Gatekeeper training. So there are basically 4 elements which goes into identifying an imminent threat of suicide, which is presented in the gatekeeper training. So one is, typically you will see the person in distress can have an intention to kill self. Intention. Then there is a plan which is available. Then there is an access to means. which is to implement this plan, and finally a time frame, to fulfill this plan. So all this is presented in the Helpy Gatekeeper training in very simple ways for someone in the family or a friend or any other community gatekeeper to look to. These are some things which they have to be very careful of when they are assessing if this person is suicidal or not. So on learning to assess the risk, they kind of proceed to build a bridge to connect the distressed care seeker to the professional caregiver. So they build a bridge, distressed care seeker to the professional caregiver. And for gatekeeper, the referral is the last step in the process which completes the loop. Okay, so that is what goes into this training. But again, we realized a lot of them, they just don't want to be just gatekeepers. Okay, now I have recognized the warning signs, I have understood this person and the situation, so let me go ahead and refer. They want something more than that. And that is when we kind of also came up with this Helpy crisis responder concept. So for Helpy crisis responder, there is another set of tools which helps them to respond in a crisis and not react in a crisis. So what goes in, as a Helpy responder? So they learn to approach, apply, and access. What does that mean? So all this will happen using the Helpy toolkit. So they learn to establish a positive contact, facilitate a constructive solution. They ensure safety is priority. They extend support to sail through for the person in distress. They understand the individual strengths. They assess for possible alternatives. They help the individuals assess for possible alternatives in the crisis situation. And they kind of subsequently connect them to appropriate resources. These are the things which Helpy crisis responder learns. All this, when I tell you, can sound very simple, but please remember, simple does not mean it is easy. So that is where a comprehensive platform, the tools, the toolkit will help you how to make this whole thing, which sounds simple, also easy. So that's where we came up with this Helpy toolkit. So what goes into, this Helpy toolkit? Just to highlight the kind of versatile, tools you have as a Helpy to access. So first is suicide gatekeeper. So as a suicide gatekeeper, you are trained to access a very basic toolkit, which is kind of, apply as a basic first aid, we could say. You recognize risk factors, protective factors, warning signs, you do a basic risk assessment, and then you connect to a further professional help. And all this you learn to do through non-judgmental, empathic listening, care, and support. So that is where, this kind of slide shows that warning signs, you have eyes you have to watch out for, ears to listen, then empathic listening, non-judgmental listening, then you kind of open up to the person. A lot of times when people are in crisis, we are kind of absolutely dumbstruck. We don't know how to kind of respond. So in the process, what happens, we panic and we react to the situation, and it can in fact make things worse. So that is where you learn how you can have an empathic listening, you can care, and you can support this person, to sail through that storm, is what I could say. Then next, as a Helpy responder, you also get to access other tools, which is Helpy ring, Helpy brick, Helpy cat, and Helpy conversation starters. You must be wondering what are all these acronyms which I'm using. So I will kind of take you through this, you will understand. So Helpy ring is basically Helpy ring is basically a safety plan, which I will be discussing a little more in detail. Then you have Helpy brick. Helpy brick stands for basically basic resources for individuals in crisis. Then you have Helpy cat. Helpy cat is basically, they are crisis aid tips, which kind of helps you how to kind of aid someone in a crisis to ensure they seek help. Then you have Helpy conversation starters. So sometimes we just don't know how to initiate a conversation. So that's when these conversation starters will help someone to kind of how just to build that rapport and kind of take it forward. So let me kind of I'll give you a small scenario which kind of connects all these dots before I go into the tool, so that you will understand what am I talking about. So here is a person, you have a friend, let's say she's a friend of yours who's going through a very rough patch. So So as a trained helpy suicide gatekeeper, you understand that she is in distress, you respect her feelings and the critical nature of referring her to a mental health professional. So you would like to initiate a conversation with her for this purpose. So you could refer to the helpy conversation starters to gain that much needed momentum, in the beginning. Then she responds to your communication because you have established a rapport, and but she is unsure. However, she is not wanting to meet a mental health professional. She, there is with so much of stigma and everything around, she's still very reluctant. So typically what we would do in these times, if we are not trained to kind of respond in these situations, we kind of panic and we, okay, you kind of sort of take care and get back to me, if you need any help. That's what we kind of stop it there. But as a helpy responder, what you would do, rather than leaving her to decide by herself on her own, you assist her in identifying specific concern. So for which you use the tool called helpy bricks, which is basic resources for individuals in crisis. What happens when you use helpy bricks to help her? She understands, she kind of gains insight into her underlying issues, and then it kind of convinces her that she requires professional assistance, and she is in the midst of a crisis and she feels hopeless, she is unable to think clearly. So as a suicide gatekeeper, you also recognize the fact that she might be in the risk of self-harm or injury. So you suggest her to then complete the helpy ring, which is a 7-step safety plan, which I will take you through, which is all technology enabled, which is there online. So that she is safe until the crisis resolves. So once all this is done, the person feels safe, and you also are not leaving that person, just in the lurch. And using all these tools, you kind of help this person sail through the crisis and till they reach the shore where help is waiting for them. So that is kind of to connect all the dots of these tools. So this is what it is. So let me just take you through individually some of these important tools. So what was the rationale for us to come up with these tools, which are at the disposal of a helpy responder? The ring, the brick, the conversation starters, and the helpy crisis aid tips. So if you see on the slide, helpy ring, be safe first. Helpy conversation starters, the task of suicide prevention starts with the art of learning to ask. So a lot of times that's just that, to gain that momentum, the very first step, we need to we need help, support. And then you have helpy brick, basic resources for individual in crisis, which helps to accept, identify and reach out. And then helpy crisis aid tips. So what is helpy brick? So if you take helpy brick, it's basically for someone not to react in a crisis, but to respond in a crisis. We had come out with this helpy brick. So everyone experiences crisis at some point in their lives. Many times, many people are even unaware what they are actually going through. It's an emotional storm. They don't have clarity, and which is also triggered by racing thoughts. It is in turn, it creates different emotional responses, which colors one's perspective and behavior at the moment. So the mighty problem before one seems unsolvable and make them feel, really hopeless, helpless and worthless. So feeling distressed in a crisis is absolutely normal. Being in a crisis is like, you're standing under, all the gray clouds. All the person sees is darkness. But when they step out of this gray cover and reach out for help, they can access the light to reduce the darkness and the much needed ray of hope. So getting this help will change them, their thoughts, so that they can have more control on how they feel and ultimately how they act. So using these helpy bricks, so if you see this helpy bricks, we have kind of identified the 24 most common faced challenges of a crisis. We have tried to identify and address in this helpy bricks. So the person gets to recognize the problem, rely on the support and resolve the crisis. So again, let me go a little bit deeper into what goes into this. So what happens? As air is needed to survive in a life, so is what you require in a crisis. So what do this air stands for? accept, identify, and reach out. So through this 24 curated content, so a person kind of understands they need to surround themselves with familiar places and people. They need to avoid having access to life threatening objects, that is, avoid having access to memes, then find comfort in a trusted support and engage in health promoting lifestyle behaviors, lifestyle choices. So building safety brick by brick. So I have just broken down one of the healthy brick for you to understand what it is. So I have taken the example of anger. So typically, someone who in a distress will kind of have this as one of the major components. So first, through the first part of the healthy brick, they understand that it's okay to think, feel, and react in specific ways when they are in a crisis. It's absolutely normal. It's okay. Then they identify how the crisis is affecting them, why they are feeling a certain way. When this happens, it gives them that much needed momentum to think with clarity. And then they have control over how they feel and subsequently how they react to the situation. And the last part of every healthy brick touches upon reaching out, how they can reach out to someone in a crisis. It could be a family member, it could be a mental health professional, it could be a friend, colleague, anybody. It could be a gatekeeper also. And sometimes some people just need more than basic help. So not reaching out at the right time to seek help can be devastating. It can have devastating consequences on them and others around. So focusing, communicating about the crisis to someone safe rather than just staring blankly at the crisis at that point is the reason why we came up with this. That's the rationale for this healthy bricks, so that they can establish a communication channel with family, friends, healthcare providers, and they can take informed help seeking from these people. So that is where these healthy bricks come into place. So then we also have a tool called Healthy Ring, which helps these healthy responders. So what is this Healthy Ring? It's a safety response tool, which is there to support and guide individuals who are going through thoughts of suicide specifically, to help them avoid a state of intense suicidal crisis. You all know very well that a safety plan which is implemented at any time before the crisis, especially, is one of the best strategies to mitigate potential suicidal behavior. This is what evidence-based research till date kind of highlights. So staying safe, be safe first. That is the basis for developing this Healthy Ring safety plan. So let me kind of quickly take you through what goes into this safety plan. So at the peak of crisis, the 7-step safety plan becomes valuable and handy for drawing on one's existing strengths and support. So, which already they don't have to go search for something new. It's all already there. You just kind of make them think loudly about it. So this is the first step in making a safety plan, recognizing the early warning signs. So they kind of self-reflect on themselves. What are the situation, thoughts, feelings, sensations, actions, which kind of triggers them to, feeling very distressed. So that is what the triggers are generally, which kind of put someone into a crisis. So these warning signs can take physical, mental, or emotional form, and it can make people react in certain ways. And it is very, very contextual, and it is very, very personalized. Different people can have different warning signs. My warning signs can be quite different from another person who is going through the same distress at the same time in a different context. So this is very important that we reflect on it and we put it down. So the person who is going through distress can be at very high risk of thinking of suicide, and especially when these triggers can occur. So these signs should warn to set the safety plan into action and get them to take the next step of keeping themselves safe. So that is the rationale behind the person to reflect on the warning signs and put it down. Then what happens is, from there, they move on to removing hazardous items from the environment. So what does this mean? So what does hazardous items mean? So they are basically dangerous items which is available in the environment, which kind of can what to say, it can just the trigger has already happened. So the person is already on the edge. So this could be this, when they see the access to means, it could be the final push on the edge. So what all are the hazardous items they have in their environment, especially when someone has thoughts of suicide or difficulty controlling their impulses. So to kind of proactively keep their environment safe, they, like, from means like guns, ropes, pills, poisonous substances, sharp objects which are there around them. So they can kind of jot it down, and they can remove these items from the environment and put it away till they tide over the crisis, thus making it difficult for them to access. So they reflect on it and put it, so that they know they are triggered now, they are in the crisis, they are going to keep themselves safe by putting all these away. Then reflect on the purpose of life. So this is the third step in curating the safety plan, that is reflecting on the purpose of life. This means reflecting on what gives them joy. What is the single most crucial thing that is worth living for? What could be the reasons for living? So why is it very important? Why is reflecting on purpose of life so important, especially when someone is in a crisis? And in fact, it can be quite challenging also to do that when someone is in a crisis. So what happens is, one's purpose of living keeps them motivated to survive. So when one is having thoughts of suicide, they can refer to these reasons for living to remind themselves of the positive aspects of their life, which can, keep them going. That is the main rationale on reflecting on the purpose of life. Then kind of reminder for them to use healthy coping strategies. So what is this? So typically these healthy coping strategies are the ones which they would engage at all times. It can include physical activities like brisk walk, jog, or which kind of boost them some energy, or kind of focus on some relaxation techniques like deep breathing, or comforting tasks that making a meal, or even watching a movie, something light, not something quite intense or quite heavy on their minds, like a light comedy. Why is this important? Why is kind of having a self reminder for a set of healthy coping strategies important? Because these activities one undertakes can keep their mind off. It distracts them actually, and especially of that discomforting and scary suicidal thoughts. Because you all know, a lot of times these individuals are quite ambivalent, it's not that they desperately want to die or they desperately want to live. They are in a dilemma, they are ambivalent. So at this moment, to kind of distract them with with the strategies they would typically enjoy, typically make them feel good, otherwise they reflect on it, so that they get some energy back to handle the crisis in a more logical way, with more clarity. So that is the rationale behind having list these healthy coping strategies. Then we come to the fifth one, which is reconnecting with those we trust or support. So reconnecting, why can it be so important? The support can be immediate, or it can be our social support system. So what happens is, they can be a good buffer against suicidal thoughts. So when someone has very intense suicidal thoughts, they get to believe that they cannot cope on their own. They find it very difficult. So they can then think of the people like a trusted family member or a friend whom they can reach out to for support. So distracting themselves by even going to public places like a park or a place of worship where they feel more grounded and more relaxed. Those are the things which they kind of list down here when whom they want to reconnect in times of crisis. So by moving to a more neutral or a positive mental health space, it can again distract them, and they can help that mind wander away from thoughts of suicide. So this is the rationale behind including this in the 7-step safety plan. Then the sixth one is reaching out to seek professional help. So we are almost about to complete the safety plan. So it is worth noting that reaching out to seek professional help is very crucial, which you would all appreciate. So noting down the contact details, who are the available professionals, with whom they have probably worked with before, who can help them in a crisis, or any other available professionals. They can reach out for help, to manage their suicidal thoughts. They kind of write all this and keep beforehand. and report to a nearest mental health emergency, because a lot of times, you all know, in a crisis we might want to reach out to people, we know whom we want to reach out to, but those people are not available, and that is when we again become quite helpless, and it also adds to that helplessness and hopelessness which a person in a crisis is already feeling. So the nearest emergency, or a helpline or a hotline, they can put down and keep, where they can reach out to in a crisis. So it can so happen that even after writing all these steps, all these things down, still not feel safe. So if they have intense suicidal crisis, they should immediately call the nearest emergency which they have put down here, so that they can keep themselves safe till they get further help. So I'll just run through this quick short video, how someone navigates on the Helpy ring. This is kind of brings an immersive learning experience for you to know. So please do note that not many people have access to technology. So you as a Helpy responder can still guide them to make their safety plan using even a pen and paper. But for that, you need to be first capable, comfortable, and confident in using the Helpy ring yourself. So you could first go and try this tool for yourself. And once you kind of complete this tool and you submit it, you get an automated response on the email ID you have provided with all the answers which you have chosen. So it kind of goes into your repository, so you can keep it. So tomorrow when you're guiding someone else to make a safety plan, they can always go to the link, access and do the Helpy ring, or you can also guide them to do it on a pen and paper. All the fields which are marked with an asterisk are mandatory before you proceed, but your personal identifiers, you need not always disclose. You have an option, but the other things which are very important for the safety plan makes it mandatory that you have to put it before you can proceed. So as and when your data changes, you can always resubmit a helpy ring to kind of keep your data updated. So you always have a copy of your safety ring in your mailbox whenever you want to access. You might be wondering, someone who is in the distress, they have so much of time and energy to kind of go complete a safety ring and keep the data for themselves. That is why we advise that someone doesn't have to wait for themselves to go into a distress to have a safety plan. You can always make the safety plan and keep one for yourself much before the crisis strikes. It's like, you're prepared, when you go out, when you know it's going to be rainy, it's a rainy season, you prepare yourself having an umbrella with you always. So safety plan is something like that. You kind of are prepared well in advance for the storm to kind of strike, so that you can keep yourself safe till you sail through the storm. And then they kind of complete this form, submit, press the submit button, and they will be then receiving a copy of their personalized safety plan on the inbox, on the email ID which was provided. So this is kind of, to give you an overview of this helpy ring. So whether you are a gatekeeper or you are a responder, to stay out of trouble, to kind of have your to keep yourself on the ground and your head above the water, you have to stick to 3 binding rules whatsoever. No compromise on these binding rules. One is be mindful of the approach, because they are delicate minds. People who are in crisis are delicate minds, so approach them with consideration, compassion and caution. So they are very fragile, so you have to handle with care someone who is in a crisis. So you have to be extremely mindful in your approach. Next, watch for your boundaries, because you are kind of shielding very tender minds, so the boundaries are very thin. So you should definitely respect the boundaries. So you have to have healthy distancing, like how we have social distancing, you have to maintain healthy distancing. And most importantly, what does this mean? Break glass in case of a fire. So you have to make every effort to keep things confidential. There is no compromise. However, in case of an emergency, please remember safety comes first. So these are some 3 things which you have to remember as a healthy gatekeeper and as a healthy responder. So to kind of, as I summarize this whole thing, what I took you through today, this healthy platform, to nail it deep, I have kind of come up with a metaphor to sum up the transition from a gatekeeper to a responder, and how you can help people in the society. So let's presume, imagine a building which is being guarded and secured by the security staff. So you put yourself in the shoes of a security who is guarding a building, okay? The building has a possible fire breakout. So what happens? There is a fire breakout. So now see the guard as a gatekeeper. The guard is the gatekeeper here. Being equipped to monitor for fire hazards, the duty guard instinctively smells and sees something suspicious. So weighing the potential hazards associated with the building's old structure, he immediately reaches out to the fire department. He reports to the fire brigade a possibility of a fire hazard without any further delay. Without panic, conditioned to be calm in times of crisis. He does his most to mitigate harm to life and property by raising an alarm. He cannot save every single individual life, but he can definitely save a lot of lives. So that is what you also learn as a gatekeeper. Now, see the guard as a crisis responder. So you're not just identifying the warning signs. You are not being calm and respecting the person in crisis, the situation, and referring, like the security guard who called up the fire department. You are just not referring this person to a mental health professional. You are going one step beyond, and you are also helping the person respond to the crisis in the time the person has before he can reach out to a mental health professional. So in addition to detecting and responding without any further delay, he is equipped, the guard is equipped to make a basic intervention before the fire brigade is there. Here, the fire brigade are the mental health professionals to deal with the crisis independently. So being trained to respond and not react in a crisis, he gets the fire extinguishers to work. He lets the public know where the closest emergency exit is, and he ensures that nothing obstructs the exits or corridors. Because he is trained to look for all this, he does it with caution, and maybe he saves more lives. So the guard definitely cannot replace a professionally trained firefighter, but being conditioned to intervene early, he could save few more lives, which he would have otherwise have not saved if he was not trained to look for and respond and not react in the situation. He can, in fact, save more lives. So that is what this whole kind of metaphor sums up to. So please remember, as a healthy gatekeeper and as a responder, you recognize, respect, refer the distressed to seek help. You provide mental health first aid. You connect to other appropriate crisis resources. But the only thing you are not equipped to do is medically manage the crisis. That is something a qualified healthcare professional would be doing. They say it takes a village to raise a child. What we would say is it takes a community to prevent a suicide. Probably it takes a healthy community to prevent a suicide. That's when we are working towards building this healthy tribe. Like, we have helpies all over who can recognize, respect, and refer those in distress and help them sail through the crisis. So that is the whole kind of, I would summarize this healthy concept as. So to kind of end the whole thing, so please remember, individuals' cry for help is the desperate need to bring change that will help them avoid death and make their life livable, make the life livable for the individual. So help those who reach out to you in distress, while also getting your dose of help from all healthy resources collectively put together. So that is where we have come up with all these tools so that you kind of feel you are equipped to help someone handle a crisis. So, as you see on the screen, there are some things which are, very small, which we kind of undermine their power a lot of times. Even a simple act of listening that can actually save lives. But that listening, you have to do it correctly. Otherwise, it can do, in fact, more harm than good. So that's what I want to end this whole thing today before I can take up questions. Where Help Me is a cry for help, Helpy is there to help. You can go to the Helpy platform, you can explore the training, you can explore the tools, and it is being made available to the public. All of this are being made available to the public at no cost. So feel free to go explore and spread a word about this training program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that incredibly valuable session. I'm sure people take away a lot from that. And I think Helpy is gonna have such an impact on the community as well, because I think someone we desperately need an intervention that is effective. Not like you said, you don't have to wait for a crisis to happen to actually create a healthy ring for yourself. I think it's going to mean a lot to many people. who are even going through the simplest of mental health difficulties and think they need a support system. Thank you so much, ma'am. If anyone has any questions, they can raise their hands or unmute themselves and ask, or even ask questions in the chat box.
Right. Thank you, Sharmita ma'am. It would be lovely if you can just if we can just have like 5-10 minutes invested, like that everyone can have a pen and paper and they can form a healthy ring together, like in the sense like what are the 3 things that they can do, or the 4 steps that they can do in terms of crisis, the whole therapeutic safeguard plan. So it will be helpful if all of them can switch on their cameras, or maybe if not switch on their cameras, can have pen and paper and together, like have an interactive session maybe and form it together. I think that will give a seed for empowerment for them, if it's okay with you.
Yeah, that's a wonderful idea, Jigyasa. Since this is a technology-assisted tool, I mean, if since people are already on the Zoom platform, I'm sure they're already having access to internet and network. So what they can do is they can just take their smartphone, they can go to the Helpy website, helpy.co.in. They can
Ma'am, I'll
access.
just put the link.
Can I share the link here?
Yes, ma'am. If you can share.
I'll just share the link here.
Meanwhile, all of you can, if you can switch on your cameras and, access the site and follow the instructions that are given by ma'am, it will be helpful and empowering for all of us actually to make something which is valuable and important.
So, Jigyasa, I mean, yes, I can definitely kind of take them through this.
Yes.
It's also very much self-explanatory. So, people.
Can we show the site? Can we share the screen of the site?
Yeah, I have shared the link on the chat box to everyone. So, you want me to share the screen of the site also?
Ma'am, I'll share the screen too.
Yeah. So this is the gatekeeper training. So you have gone to helpy.co.in. I have shared a link on directly for the Helpy ring. So can you just scroll down, Jigyasa? So you can see, yeah, the first one.
Should I just go on the Helpy ring?
So I can just kind of, what I would do is, since you're already on the website, I will just kind of take everybody through all the.
Yes, ma'am.
Simply. So what you can do is you click on that Helpy training, which is there. Yeah. So if you see, there are 3 options which comes up: online training, then live training, and testimonials. So online training is where you register and access the online modules. Then if someone is interested for a live training, they can fill the form and submit it to us. We will then consider coming to your place and doing a live Helpy training, which is much more interactive and experiential. And all the participants who have completed our training till date, what testimonials they have submitted about it, you can go and see on the testimonials part. Then coming to the Helpy ring, which is there next. Yeah. So that is where you kind of scroll down. That kind of gives you a brief overview of what this safety plan, this Helpy ring is all about. And then as you scroll down, you go towards the end of the page. So this is all, it contains everything what I explained today. The 7 steps. So that you know what you are kind of, going to fill in that form. So then you can, okay, I'm ready to get started. You click on that. Yeah. Yeah. So this is kind of terms and conditions to because we would use the data which is being collected through this, removing all personal identifiers to for broader purposes of research and making this tool more robust and usable for the public. So please give the correct email ID so that you kind of get it on your email. And also we would suggest, in case you haven't got it in your inbox, please check your spam. Sometimes some of these mails can go into the spam. So see here, it says Gmail, comma, dot, instead of .com, it says comma com. So again, some things like this, you might not be receiving the, safety plan in your inbox. So we already have kind of pre-listed some things which kind of can help people. But if you have anything else also, you can add when you click on next. If there is nothing in this list, you can move on next. Otherwise, you can choose what do you want. So you click the next thing, it will kind of ask you to write. So you can just write down some things like, it could be sharp objects, it could be, having access to some medicines, having access to firearms. Sometimes people can have harmful chemicals, pesticides. It could be anything. You can, ensure you put down what is specific to your context. So we have given options for people to add not just one contact, but multiple contacts, up to 3 contacts, 2 to 3 contacts, so that you have alternatives. So it's not that if one person you're not able to reach out to, you have other people. So this kind of shows you below how much more content is left for you to complete. You have to enter some number. Please enter a contact number. Just write a few digits. Yeah. Because otherwise you will not be able to proceed further.
What would we have to write here?
Mention the crisis lines, which you kind of are aware in your area, or otherwise which are functional. Again, this is very important because a lot of times we put some helpline numbers which are not currently functioning. So it's always, and especially when you are in that moment of crisis, you reach out to a helpline, it might not work. So it's good to kind of check a couple of helplines beforehand and see what is working, what is functioning, what works for you, and you kind of put it down and keep, so that when you are in a crisis, you know, this is the crisis line I want to reach out to. This is the place I can talk to someone. So you put it down and keep. Once you complete this, I hope you click that submit button. So you can go and check in your, you have, please check your email. So you would have got a copy of this plan, whatever safety plan you have completed, you would have got a copy of it in your inbox. You can download it and keep. If you are comfortable, you can always even, to keep yourself safe, you can even share it with your near and dear ones and keep, because they know, in times of crisis, they know whom they can reach out to help you. So again, it's completely up to your comfort level. So you kind of download, you have this attachment, so you can just download it and keep a copy of it yourself, hard or soft copy, depending on your comfort. Yeah. Can you just go back to that website again? I will just kind of also, if we have a couple of more minutes, I'll show you what else is there. Tools like, on the website for someone to access. Yeah. So we finished the Helpy ring. Yeah. So we are done with the Helpy ring. Then you have Helpy brick. Can you just click on that? Yeah. Yeah. As you scroll down, so we have kind of identified 24 kind of situations which typically someone faces in times of crisis. So can you just click on anything which is, which you feel relevant or which you think you want to kind of, anything, you just click on it. Yeah. So how to help someone manage hopelessness. So you don't have to call up a counselor or a psychologist or someone, a mental health professional, because a lot of times we have seen in our own scenario, when we have families who are in a crisis, they call up and ask, like, before I bring this person to you, how can I handle this? So that is when we decided to put all this and keep, so that they know how to handle it firsthand before they reach out to a mental health professional. So this is hopelessness. So this someone can see it directly for themselves, or you can see it on somebody else's behalf and kind of help them with that. So you click on any of these 24, this one, you will get to know. So this is Helpy Bricks, basic resources for individuals in crisis. So if you see, it kind of normalizes the whole thing for the person. It's absolutely normal to feel that way. It kind of gives them some handy tips and also pushes them to seek help. Makes them kind of have an insight into their problem and helps them reflect on why they need to seek help. So this is Helpy Bricks. Then you have Helpy conversation starters. We have put it in the video format also. You can download the Helpy conversation starters also. So this is the video format. If you go down, you can download the PDF version of it. It kind of gives you around 30 tips to start off a conversation. So it could be like someone is having a substance issue problem, or someone is kind of going through a crisis in a relationship. A lot of times we are so handicapped, we just don't know where to start, how to start. So these are some things which will help you to build that rapport, and it also kind of ensures that you are kind of talking in a very sensitive way in the situation, without being overwhelmed about the crisis, or without too much normalizing the crisis, or without kind of telling it's all fine, it's all okay, this will be fine, instead of that. So this is the conversation starters. And then the last one is crisis 8 tips. So we believe when you aid someone, you are being an angel in disguise, AID. So for you to kind of help someone, aid someone in a disguise, I mean, to be an angel in disguise, to aid someone in a crisis, kind of put across, we have kind of broken it down into 30 digestible bits to kind of what you could, in a very, very sensitive way, handle the situation, so that the person really feels, gets back that hope when they are feeling completely hopeless about the situation, and you kind of make them sail through that storm till they reach the shore. So these are some things you can, and if you click the topmost corner, up register for the register and access, just up, yeah, here, the top, yeah. So that will take you to the online gatekeeper training, where you can register and access and complete the training at your own pace, so that you are equipped to handle someone in a distress. This is what this whole Helpy platform is about. So anyone has any questions, you can ask me here, you can mail me, it's up to you.
I think that was quite an informative and like a visual representation. I think helped a lot of people, and I think I have also put in the like in the chat box your Augmenta's link, Google link. Like, since I could not find the exact sharing thing, so I've put the Google link for Augmenta in the chat box. So Helpy link, Helpy website is also there. Yes, Augmenta, Augmenta. Ma'am has mentioned the website as well. So it would be, if you see, the point that I want to make to the audience is that this is first made in India. Second, it is catering to Indian community in a very important methodology, and it is covering almost everything, if you could see. And it is very important that we understand that society is a crisis that needs attention at the highest level. So the point is that let us support. I'm not denying the Western influence, but I'm just asking that please support something which is Indian, something which is made in India, and let us not just go on ruminating the fact that India cannot do something, India is useless, or India is something like that, because there is a possibility again, and there is positivity, and there are things happening. It's just that we don't look within us or within the country, within the community, to see what positives we have. So this is like one of the steps that you can, you can vouch out for, and you can reach out to ma'am. I will, we have already shared all the contact details and all the contact possibilities for ma'am. And, I think we should just come together and support Indian. If anybody wants to add anything, Ajay Shankar, you wanted to add something? I think.
No, that's it.
Okay. Anybody who wants to add or ask anything?
So we have kind of now have the Helpy 2.0. We have around 150 odd people who have completed the online training. So we are slowly accumulating all the data. So once we have good amount of data, we kind of plan to publish the effectiveness of this gatekeeper training so that it also becomes scientific and evidence based. And it's not something, which is just there among umpteen other trainings. It is there online. So but it all takes time. When the QPR and other trainings came in the beginning, it almost took 25 to 30 years for them to kind of now become an evidence based intervention. Unfortunately, we don't have one such thing in India. So what we are looking at is making this as an Indianized evidence-based intervention, which is kind of customized to the Indian context. Yes, we also, like other people, lack. We have shortage of resources. We are a very small team who work on all this. In fact, we are actually a team of 3 who work on all this. If I have to say, it's myself, a public health practitioner, a psychiatrist, and a psychologist. But we have a lot of others who kind of contribute, keep on, giving us inputs, what could be made better. And without the role of audience, the gatekeepers who have constantly been there over the last many years, giving us active feedback on what could be better, this would have not been possible. So I think their efforts are commendable. And once we kind of have all this in place, what we also plan to do is, over a period of time, we kind of plan to have this platform in other languages also, to kind of customize it to the Indian context, the local languages. But it all takes time, space, efforts, resources. So that's where we are kind of pulling in everything. Yeah.
I think that enough said is actually a good thing that we as as Indian society are doing. And I think people are processing it, and they're taking time. And I hope you will get the response that we are trying to approach, and some kind of positive impact will come through. Yeah, thank you. We have already the second panel, Professor Sanjeev Sahani from who is the Dean Principal of OP Jindal College, Delhi. Sorry, I would not say Delhi. It was Delhi NCR. In the room. So I think So thank you, Sharmita ma'am. You have been like very supportive, and the presentation was like really awesome. And I think people are just taking some time to process it, because I think this is all very new for them, especially whether it is the the young psychologist, or the the lay people, or non-psychology or related fields. I think it is something which is very, very new for them. And I think they will be taking some time to process it, but I'm sure that they will be coming out and reaching out. And that is a good thing, that that anonymity is something that we also have as psychologists and mental health professionals have to like really I think pay attention to. I'm sorry, my video is not working. I don't know, my camera is not working. So
and team, it was a wonderful session for me as well. Lot of learning insights. Kohi and Manya, thank you so much. I look forward to being part of other sessions also, to learn a lot from you all guys as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now we have a very, very interesting session on criminology, which is not much explored again in India. But we have someone who is an expert, and who is also providing again courses in criminology through his institute, behavioral sciences, and he's among us right now. So let's all welcome them. And should we like Kohi, will you take the platform?
Yes, ma'am, please. So after that amazing session by ma'am, let's move on to our next session with Dr. Sanjeev Sahani. He's the Principal Director of Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences, as Jigyasa ma'am has said earlier. He also serves as a professor in the university, and as the Director of Center for Victimology and Psychological Studies, Center for Leadership and Change, and Center for Community Mental Health. Dr. Sanjeev P. Zahani is the advisor to the Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University and a member of the governing body of the university as well. He fosters collaboration across the university and manages changes in policies and practices that affect the academic and administrative life of the same. He is a distinguished scholar in the field of psychology, and his research interests span in the areas of criminal psychology, cognitive and neuropsychology, competency mapping, and organizational development. He holds a PhD degree in organizational behavior. He possesses an extensive and rich experience of 32 years in academia, industry, and the government sector. His industrial expertise and extensive research allow for a more pragmatic approach in teaching, thus narrowing the industry academia gap. He's one of the few Indian psychologists to have dispensed his immense knowledge towards the development of society and nation with his remarkable vision. We welcome you, sir. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Over to you.
Thank you, Manya, and thank you, Kohi. Is it okay because it's 11:25, but the timing is 11:30? Do you want me to start, or you have certain timings for people to join at a particular time?
It's completely all right, sir. We have all the participants here already. We've already sent a notice for more to join. If you'd like to wait for a couple of minutes, it would be good. But
I'm fine. But only thing is, um, we have faced number of issues earlier when we organize these kind of webinars. People say, you have invited me at 11:30. How can you start? So I'm okay. I'm ready.
Okay, sir. So I think we can just give 2-3 minutes so that people can, the participants can actually get some water and some,
Sure.
they can, use the
I
washroom.
request the participants to stretch themselves, get a glass of water, coffee, tea, and it's not going to be a theoretical session, but a very pragmatic in nature. So I request all of you to stretch yourself, and I'm going to spend only half an hour, 40 minutes, and I'm going to take questions from you. So we'll see you in 3 to 4 minutes.
thank you, sir.
हाँ 2 मिनट गीता Meanwhile, participants in any one participant can, show some support, can just put in the group that sir is here and, they can join sir session and, interact in the group as, peer for information.
Very good morning. Can I start?
Yes, sir, surely. I hope all the participants are refreshed.
Wonderful. Okay. Good morning to all of you. And I'm basically a psychologist, but as Kohi introduced me, I worked with the government, I worked with the private sector corporations, and now established this OP Jindal Global University. We have a Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences, and we are doing a lot of work. And in fact, why this particular topic, I got so much attracted towards it is because we did a lot of survey, a research that why in paramilitary forces, why the suicide is high. But the problem is that most of us, when we organize these webinars, seminars, workshops, conferences, what my experience from last good 34 years is, we always talk about problems, problems, and problems. And in fact, that could be, I'm making a big statement that could be a study for a sociologist or other social sciences field, criminology. But for us, we should always talk about the root cause, why this is happening. I can give you a lot of statistics I prepared, and I'm going to talk and give you some information, although many people must have told you on it. But my job would be today how we can prevent suicide. It might take 10 years, but I guarantee you that today we are becoming a capital of suicide in the world, will definitely reduce the suicide rate in India. Human mind is very complex. There are 7.5 billion people. There are 7.5 billion personalities. There are 7.5 billion people having a different attitudes. It's not the same. No two individuals in this world are born or raised with the same kind of environment. This is the first thing which we need to understand. Nobody, that is why psychology emerged, because individual differences are there. We need to understand. Two, there is no universal system which can guide us what is the best way of parenting. One is the genetic reason, which we should not forget that also has a disposition with the effect of the environment. Assume that Kohi Sharma migrates to any Uganda or Rwanda. After 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, her descendants will also look like, their physique, their thought process will become more or less like Africans. So it's what happens is that many people say nature or nurture. These are not two different things. In fact, the environment has a big role in shaping the genetics. Although in mental health, we are very well aware, because I've worked with the Anderson Hospital in Texas Medical Center for a pretty long time. And there we worked that which are the chromosomes are directly linked with the mental health or human behavior. And that is still existing. What at that point of a time, I was assisting a great researchers that, chromosome 1, 9, 16, 22, X and Y are related to a human behavior. So what we see in those chromosomes, that whether the shape or the form is same or not. So we have the normal individuals, shapes and forms of a chromosome. And if there is any kind of addition, deletion, or a translocation, then we can say the individual may suffer. Muted. Please don't mute me if you have invited me. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. So that is a science. But we cannot forget that how these chromosomes have an effect from the environment as well. Just to give you a small example, we all know 22 chromosomes, pair of chromosomes, plus X is equal to female. There's another one that 22 chromosomes, 1X plus 1Y is a male, because the Y has come, so male. There is also 22 chromosomes, 1X, 1Y. If you get an additional Y, it becomes an antisocial. There are probably, they said 1.5 people among 1,000 people are. So just to give you a small perspective about a human behavior, because human behavior drives for a suicide. Now, what drives suicide in a human behavior? Human behavior is a mixture of only two things. One, which we know, we means the rest of the world. I am Dr. Sahani. What people generally knows me only 10%. What Kohi Sharma talked about, my qualification, my experience, my research work, my publication, and so on. That is 10%. How many of you are aware whether I'm a corrupt, whether I'm a violent person, I am a criminal, my value system is terrible, my morality? How many of you know that I am I'm having a criminal record? How many of you are aware about my beliefs, my opinions, my judgments? Nobody. Forget about you. I've been married for good 28 years. My wife doesn't know anything about this. We need to accept it. Many times we say, that man, that woman cannot commit a suicide. But nobody knows this 90%. 10% in a human being is only skill, knowledge, appearance, qualification, how I present, how I speak, what I eat, what is my designation. This is known to the whole world. But the 90%, and that also sometimes even myself is not aware that whether I'm suffering from depression or not. You must know that 17% people are suffering from depression all over the world. Unfortunately, in India, we don't have a right kind of a statistics, and depression and suicide has a very high correlation. Now the question comes, many times I will come to know about my behavior when a situation will come. I'm building up from the grassroots level. Even I don't know whether I have suicidal tendencies, whether I am suffering from acute or a chronic stress, or it is just an anxiety. I'm sorry to say, most of the students today, if I say, what is the difference between anxiety and a stress, they are not able to tell me. They are confused. So psychology is becoming a subject of everyone, but psychology is, I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is a pure science. It's not that everybody can speak on it. It is more related to the mind and body relationship. It is more related. It is, whenever I start my talk, I always say, it is the mind which governs the body. It is not the body governs the mind. It's the other way around. My heart is under my control. Our lungs are under my control. Is the kidney functioning is under my control? Are the muscles are under my control? The skin temperature is under my control? Or we have in psychology, the electrodermal values are under my control. And most of the people, if I ask this question to Kohi Sharma, is heart is under your control? Most probably 99% people say no. That means the mind is not governing the body. It is the body which governs her mind. That plays a very important role. The people who move into or having a suicidal ideations, when people think that nothing is in my hand. Try to understand. I want to repeat, it's very important. And we have established a brain behavior laboratory. And I invite all of you, if you want, we can send you a vehicle. You come and visit us. We can, in 9 minutes, we can tell you what is the synergy between the mind and body. We can tell you that how much control you have on your physiological processes. Today, when 400 years back, somebody said that, we can measure temperature, people said it's not possible. When 170 years back, somebody said we can measure blood pressure, people said it's not possible. 20 years back, when people said that there's a glucometer and you prick it and we can check it at home, the blood sugar level, people said it's not possible. When I am telling you that human behavior is scientifically, objectively, is possible to assess. Come to us, I invite you. And we can then have a lot of, through analysis, we can talk about your future of behavior as well. That kind of science is psychology. So one is what I talked about, an attitude of a human being, which is a 90% of a human behavior. A very important saying is that you can get a job because of your qualification or knowledge or skill, which is 10%, but your success or a failure is totally dependent on your attitude, which is 90%. And most of us, maybe I am aware of few of my things like morality, values, my beliefs, and my judgments, but many things even I am not aware. Then, it is like a MRI or a PET, which can let me know about my past behavior, present behavior, and the future behavior. This is the one part. The second part is, especially the people who commit or people who have a suicide ideation, what are their major issues? Why they indulge into this? The first one is my needs, my wants, my desires, my impulses, my urges, my motives, my demands drives me to my behavior. My entire behavior is depending upon it. I want to buy, let's say, a mobile phone or a best smartphone, i13. Let's say, I'm just giving an example. I don't have a money, but my want or my urge is so much that I want. Probably I may indulge into criminality. I may indulge borrowing things. I may indulge in stealing. I may indulge taking loans through illegal means because my urge, my impulse to take that much was so much. Many people talked about in psychology, like Freud talked about id, ego, and superego, that where id talked about that how much I need to satisfy my desire, wants, and urges, irrespective of I don't care about ethics or morality or legality. And ego is a smart thing, and then superego is I'm not going to do it. And similarly, he also talked about a conscious, subconscious, and unconscious, which I just want to tell you today, it is possible for us to measure these things. Even whether you are a psychologist, sociologist, you are an engineer, you are into the management, you are doing medical doctor, you name anything. Even everybody studies one particular theory, which has been discarded. Now people don't understand. Still, all over India, or rather all over the world, people are still teaching that particular theory. What is that? Is Maslow's theory of need of hierarchy. And I want to tell you, the needs are fine. The physiological needs, safety, belongingness, or self-esteem and self-actualization. But it is not hierarchy. I want to tell you that people, because of the attitude, they still maybe into the self-actualization, they are still have not satisfied their physiological need. You need to understand, this is what the psychology is. Here we can talk about the root cause. The third thing which I want to talk to you about, the parenting. And that has a major role where children pushes towards the suicide. And I want to, every person who commits a suicide, I want that person is a victim for me, but the criminal are his or her parents. Again, I'm making a big statement. Why? I will explain. We all know there is a 3 types of parenting: authoritative, authoritarian, and laissez-faire. Authoritative, like Kohi Sharma is my daughter, 20 years of age, and I say, hey Kohi, I want you to be back. She's going for a party. I want you to be back by 10 o'clock. And she says, why, Dad? I will tell her, no, there are no lights from the last 1 month. There are certain criminal acts I could see. There is some problem. I'm having certain issues. So please, try to come back. Authoritative. Authoritarian. Kohi, you need to come back by 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. And she said, why? How dare you can ask this question? When I said, you have to listen. Authoritative, authoritarian. And authoritarian, I want you to talk. I have provided you the best of the facilities in this house. I have provided you laptop, air condition, cycle, or scooter, or car, or whatever. Look at that person. The next door doesn't have. And that person is getting more marks than you. Now I'm coming to especially onto the student side and the children's side, that what kind of the pressures they go through. Authoritarian parents. And India has quite a lot of authoritarian. The reason being, one big thing I'm going to tell you, the reason being, I want my children to be successful where I was a failure. If I could not become a medical doctor, if I could not become an engineer or lawyer or anything, I want to see a success in my children, which I could not achieve it. Think about it. And then they become authoritarian. And the children, there is a lot of studies, the children of authoritarian parents, they indulge more into the suicidal tendencies rather than the authoritative. So talk about, none of us have ever taught how to raise our children. I don't know if any one of you, 50 people are sitting here, that if your parents have ever went and got a training. So it's a very simple thing that, oh, we are having a kid and, we will take tips from, the lady would say, from my mother and from my mother-in-law, because father doesn't have any role to play. Again, please don't take it to yourself because you come from a different class. There must be some role of parents for fathers, but I'm talking about in general, the majority. What is the role of a father in raising the children is a very minimal in India. That also, because this is not healthy parenting, that also can lead into the suicidal tendency or ideation. Absent fathers, domestic abuse or violence at home, all these things can cause a traumatic stress in children, which can lead to a suicide tendencies. Many people are going to talk about, oh, this happens, this is bad, this is. But from where it is being originated, can't we, because you can say, how we can give you this kind of a training. I want to tell you, I worked in a veteran administration hospital in University of Illinois, Chicago, because I was in a hospital, so I was having a rotation duties everywhere. Think about a wonderful program which they used to have. I don't know whether it's still existing or they have, the whole America is doing it. I'm not sure about it right now, but what it was. The very first day when a woman used to visit, a pregnant woman, the first day, they will say that we want to meet you with your partner. They will not force you. It's not that they will not check, but they'll say it is desirable and preferable you come the first visit with your partner. They'll give you, at that point of time, it was a 14-page booklet, how to raise your children. And on the subsequent visits, the people needs to take a quiz. If this thing happens, how you're going to deal, if this thing. So it's more onto the situational related, and tell us how you are going to deal. And if they have read those 14 pages only, they would be able to answer that. If they are correct, then the government will give a lot of concession onto the medical bills, and insurance company will benefit them, and blah, 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 blah. So they encourage, they incentivize that you are going to raise your kid, and what is the best way, how you can be, you learn a best parenting. Unfortunately, we don't have. My parents never been to, or even the pediatricians or psychologists. I really wonder how many people is virtually visiting psychologists, child psychologists. Child psychologist people visit when the children are not performing well. When children are bullying or having an aggressive behavior, then they might visit psychologists. That also people are not aware what is the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist. I'm sorry to say. And if by mistake, I'm saying, if by mistake you will visit to a psychiatrist, I'm nothing against, I have a wonderful friends as a psychiatrist. If you will ever by mistake, then you may be onto a chemical substances, and God can only save you. So, but the quality of a psychologist also needs to be improved in my country. I'll ask a simple question. I know most of you, because you are belonging to a mental health organization, I'll ask if any fresh masters in psychology, can they handle any kind of neurotic or psychotic patient? My answer is no. I'm not talking about who's coming from the clinical background, maybe 30, 40, 50, 100 students are coming from some elite organization, and they may be, but thinking about a state, central, private universities, those who are giving masters in psychology. Think about BLLB, great lawyer. Think about a MBBS, a doctor. Think about masters in psychology, doesn't know anything about psychology. Why we don't change our curriculum? If I ask, assume that Kohi Sharma, I'm sorry, Kohi, I'm just taking your name because I could see your name, in front of my screen. I ask Kohi Sharma, she's a master's in psychology. If a person comes to her with the suicidal tendencies or suicidal ideation, I want to learn from her today how she is going to deal. I don't want her to just give a questionnaire of personality or certain questionnaire to measure. We all lie on those questionnaires. Do you have any system to assess scientifically and objectively about suicidal ideations? I have a big doubt. I'm sorry, I'm just taking your name. So don't think I have a doubt on your competency. But yes, any person, I'm not taking names of the universities, but I'm just telling you, masters in applied psychology, I give you one particular patient with one particular mental disorder. First, you diagnose, and then you treat that person. I'll be the happiest person in India. I'm not saying we don't have, but do we have enough? Already the number of psychologists, what is required, and the number of psychologists we have today, there is a drastic difference. Right now, we have a 0.6 psychologists against 1 million. 10 लाख के ऊपर 0.6, वो भी एक नहीं। अब वो दो एक है, वो उसके बारे में मेरे को उसकी competency के बारे में I don't want to comment. So it's nice of Mental Health Foundation to organize these organizations, but don't organize webinars and conferences and workshops. Organize how to deal a particular psychological issue, train people while calling eminent people. If we have few good people, ask them. They should do. India needs the training program, not just the conferences. I must have attended over 2,000 conferences, but every time I speak, people like it, but they don't act. So these are the three things which I talked about. One, it is the attitude which drives you to suicide. Two, it is my past parental experiences, which I have got it from my parents, drives me to this. And three, which is very important, when I set high demands for myself, one simple line. When the perceived challenge, when perceived challenge is greater than the perceived ability, then these will start coming. I will never able to pass. I will never able to get this job. I will never be successful in relationship. I have certain problems in me. Why it happens? When my parents said, this is what I want, and you try and you are not able to succeed, then it comes into my mind and I get problems. That is the reason. So my point is that please spend more time, energy, resources onto the prevention of suicide, because the major issue is in our country, which in 2016, World Health Organization, the last data of the World Health Organization comes in 2016, where they said that 16.5, close to 17 suicides per 100,000. But my question is, which if you really want to go into the statistics, is why roughly 75% of female suicides take place before the age 30. Why? Think about it. And then we need to plug these things. Why more than 20,000 married Indian women die by suicide each year? And this number, I'm sure, is underreported numbers, but I need to trust it because I don't have any other number. So this is given by the government agencies. 20,000 married Indian women die by suicide each year. Matter of a concern. If I talk about within the caste groups, the highest rate of suicide is amongst scheduled tribes communities. Think about it. They're depressed. The needs are depressed. They don't get an opportunity. Just like almost 11 people per 100,000, and Dalits also almost 10 per 100,000. This report, I must encourage you, if you really want to know more about suicide, please, if you are more interested in the statistics, is a National Crime Report Bureau, NCRB. They give this much a big book every year. So I think 2020 is ready right now. 2019 is ready by now. You can know more about it. I'm glad there are quite a lot of people who are studying, and they have reported that arranged and early marriage and young motherhood, also that low social status and domestic violence, were the main factors contributing to the nation's high suicide rates. And in the COVID-19, you have no imagination, and virtually we don't have any data right now to tell you that how the COVID-19 pandemic increases in suicides have been reported among frontline workers and farmers, because nobody is talking about farmers. They have lost because they could not go to their fields and they couldn't do much. And even if they produced, they could not sell it. Like 2019, saw the most student suicides in 25 years of India. In 2019 itself, at least one student, suniye, dhyan se suniye, at least one student died by suicide every hour in India. The total number was somewhere around 10,500 or 11,000 people. The year recorded, this year, 2019, recorded highest number of students suicide, somewhere around 10 to 11,000. Now, this is an Indian government report, is available everywhere. So why students committed a suicide? You know, when I give this kind of statistics, same thing, oh, wow, that much. But people don't understand why. People will go to the grassroots level. Why? This is all because of exam related pressure. The students, why in the month of February itself, people commit suicides? Because it's a board exam in March. And people think that they will not be able to. And then when they get results sometime in June, you can check the record of last 15. In fact, you know, you need not to study books because everything is available, but just make sure you see an authentic website, not that, you know, people are creating certain websites. The major issue, which I've talked so about, how much time I've taken? Oh, it's already 12 o'clock. Okay. Can I take 10 more minutes? Okay. So suicide has become the #1 cause of death in young Indians, more than any other infectious diseases, more than any cardiac conditions. Suicide is #1 cause of death. Can you imagine? And these deaths is maximum deaths happens in the age group of 15 to 35. Around, I'm just giving you the all over the world figure, around 8 lakh people die by suicide in the world. And suicide prevention features, which is very well described in the SDG 3. The SDG is Sustainable Development Goal given by the United Nations, and it's a very, very well clearly mentioned over there that how suicide prevention, what I've talked about, and I work very hard, and I represent country onto the crime and criminal justice prevention in United Nations, and that also talked about that the sustainable development goals very clearly says that how we need to prevent it, because 800,000. Now this 800,000 again may be underreported, but anyway, we have to take that. One important characteristic which we need to recognize, the pattern of suicides in India is that certain states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu have highest suicide rates, and these states are socially more developed. So even the more developed states, you could see, because the aspirations is more, where the desires or urges and motives are much more. So this also, what I talked about initially, also talks the same thing on this. And the second thing which these people, mental health form people, asked me to speak on, how it affects the victims. Although I'm very happy that government has decriminalized, but I would say they are victims, and there is a huge stigma attached to it. Half of all the suicides in India are not attributable to mental illness, but rather the factors of such as loss, loneliness, discrimination, relationship issues, financial problems, chronic pain and illness, violence, abuse, and a conflict or other humanitarian emergencies. So many of these experiences, what we have seen as a student of psychology, has exacerbated by the inequalities. Now, this is important where society and a nation comes, and biases deeply embedded in social, political, economic institutions. And this arises out of a dominant ideas around gender, ethnicity, caste, religion, sexuality, and so on, that lead to systematic oppression of certain communities based on their identities, thereby denying them opportunities for growth, security, and justice. So, how do we, another thing was how do we contemporary understanding of suicide? Well, this has been recognized by the contribution of both social and individual factors to understanding suicide risk. Now, the risk could be population risk factors, which is evidence of very low suicide rates among homogeneous societies with high social cohesion. वहाँ नहीं होता है, with the people who have a common values and moral objections to suicide. But economic crisis resulting in unemployment and decreased personal income, which we have seen in COVID-19, have been correlated with increase in suicide. Particularly in males, although a direct causal relationship has not been established. This is a new study which I studied a few weeks back. But the second one is individual risk factors for suicide. One is the population one. Second, if I talk about the individual risk factors. Now, individual risk factors could be psychosocial, demographic, biological factors, act distally, increasing the vulnerability to suicide. Another well-characterized risk factor is exposed, which is, we call it ELA, means that early life adversities, which I have already talked about, that if single parent, domestic abuse, whatever the traumatic experiences we have in early childhood, it's called early life adversities. ELA is a famous term in psychology, generally defined as parental neglect, childhood physical, sexual, and emotional abuse. The third factor is social factor also, which contributes little less, but still, if you are living alone, if you is a high introversion rate, confining myself to one particular place, traumatic events in childhood, loss, bereavement, extreme hopelessness can cause. But I must tell you that India socially and the family wise is very well knitted, and this kind of issues are little lesser than the first two which I talked about. Now, addressing through the collective participation of professionals and public. There is a need. Thank you very much, Mental Health Forum, that you are organizing it. I understand there is a need for the recognition that suicide is preventable deaths, preventable. We need more interdisciplinary, international collaborations to develop policies. How to prevent. Policy is not that about the more onto the legal side, but more onto the prevent side, which I talked about SDG 3. I believe school, workplace, and community-based interventions, and even multi-component primary care interventions can reduce the incidence of suicide. So I'm only talking about prevention and interventions, which can prevent our suicidal behavior, as can the organization and access to care and reduced access to lethal means of suicide. Media can do a big role. The media-based interventions and community-based intervention. I've never seen any media-based intervention is happening in India in a large scale. Recommendation, for basically students and faculty to prepare, to take an active role in emphasizing the public health. Let me tell you, when you are a student in a university, it's not that you are only there to learn, but whatever you learn, how you disseminate that is also very important. So maybe that community development can help. So for students also, that active role, if they can provide in emphasizing the public health approach to suicide prevention and use approaches such as group problem solving and to identify symptoms, issues, and implementation effective positiveness. I can talk, this is more theoretical things. We need to educate the college community and we need to train mental health professionals. I really wonder, as I started, that I really wonder how many we have, the mental health professional who are connecting to the realities of mental health in my country. And last, whatever we do is very important for the psychologist. Whatever we do should be pragmatic, should be humanistic, should be person-centered, and community-facing. So these are the things we need to remember when we are working for prevention or intervention. Great, thank you very much. I have finished exactly in 45 minutes. And if you have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer those questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an incredible session. I feel like everyone is kind of absorbing everything that we have discussed today and things that you have highlighted, things that we may not consider on a normal day basis, and really appreciative of that fact.
Waris
If anyone
Khan
has
has mentioned, one second, Waris Khan has mentioned, sir, this is one thing that's never mentioned anywhere. How can we educate the parents in the country like ours, where we know the best for our child is being echoed everywhere? We may agree that some of these claims are genuine, but others, they might not be so, isn't it, sir? Yes, you're very right, Mr. Waris Khan, because it's not an easy task. Because in our country, we are all staying in the communities where we have, you travel 100 kilometers, it's a different language, it's a different culture, it's a different customs, it's a different taboos, it's a different society. And there cannot be a uniform system which we create one system is applicable. But any social change which we do, it has to have a social participation. It has to, any social change will never come through the government. It will never come through the lawmakers. It should come through people. That is important. So, but we need to put a stress and we need to educate people on a right kind of a parenting. Just to give you a small example, you can say how I can do it. Like parent-teacher meetings is a classic example. Whether it is parents or the students, they go to the school only for one reason: mere marks kam kyun aaye, zyada kyun aaye. But if somebody tries to say, hey, your son or daughter is into a different kind of a behavior, indulging into bullying, indulging into mischievous behavior, we are not ready to accept. And teachers are also not spending time onto these things. So what we do is we are becoming so much transactional that schools are meant only for education to get marks. But now my question is, the marks are only 10% when I started my talk. Who is going to do 90%? It is the job of a parents and the student and the teachers together. That's why I conduct teachers training programs. We have trained over 110,000 teachers from 7,000 schools in India and abroad. But I really wonder whether it is, I don't know that whether when I talk, whether it is really helping them or not. So that is another thing which we need to talk. Then we have opened the platform for questions. Okay. Yes.
Yes, sir. So thank you so much. We have Pranav who would like to ask a question directly. So Pranav, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Great insight, sir. Thank you so much for all the information you've given. One question that I wanted to ask you was about criminology itself. That what do you think criminology as a subject or as a profession in India is doing? Like your honest opinion. कितने
My
हद तक
honest opinion is that criminologists are just collecting data. Criminologists are just compiling things. The criminologists are the one who can virtually should be a think tank for the government to provide them a right kind of advices based on to the community issues. But unfortunately, I'm sorry to say that one second, I've done something. So I don't know. One second, view full screen. No, I'm not getting it. I'll get the every one of you on my screen. So that I can't see everyone, you mean to say? Okay, gallery. Yes, it's so good. Now I can see go. Okay, so I'm not very happy what criminologists are doing. Criminology is something which comes from sociology, psychology, and from legal studies. And they should be onto the prevention of crimes. The criminologists have a major role after consulting these three people. But what criminologists, I'm sorry, and if you want to quote, I don't care because I'm a very vocal person on this, but what criminologists, to my understand, what they are doing at the right now is collating a data and telling us how many murders, how many rapes, how many serial killers, how many suicides. Thank you very much. But hey, criminologists, please advise me how I can prevent. You need to go to the communities. You need to do a lot of surveys. You need to, but surveys are not that you give me the statistics. Help me. What people, where we are wrong, what kind of laws we need to prepare. It is not the duty of the lawmakers of MLAs and MPs. It is not the duty of the lawyers. It is the duty of criminologists to educate the government. I'm sorry, I'm sometimes I become very harsh, but that's my feeling. I could be wrong, but that's my feeling.
No, sir, I agree with you like totally, because I am also trying to, like, I work with Tihar jail inmates, I've worked with juvenile delinquents, I've seen so many unethical practices working, and then when I try to make a point, they connect, because I took sociology, I have a little background in sociology. So the point is that when we talk, the point is that we have to bring the mental health team together, not one one subject cannot be an advocate of everything. So the point is the connection, the whole idea that we need to belong, to connect is very, very important. That's what
I totally agree with you. I don't know who is talking about because I couldn't see your face, but
I am Jigyasa Tandon. I'm the founder of Sci-Fi for a Healthy Mind.
oh, thank you very much, Jigyasa. Akriti Sharma is talking about what we study in masters and bachelors is not enough. How we can adopt an approach which will help us. Akriti Sharma, bachelors and masters are enough. If you have spent 3 years for bachelors and 2 years for masters, 5 years में यदि डॉक्टर बन सकता है, लॉयर बन सकता है, फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट बन सकता है, साइकोलॉजिस्ट क्यों नहीं बन सकता? The only thing is we need to change the curriculum, we need to change the pedagogy, we need to have a hands-on experience, which unfortunately in the field of psychology is missing. So I debate, I generally push people that we need to change. I'm to be blamed. I'm a senior person by gray hair. So I need to be blamed because why? I go everywhere and say these things are not there, but whatever now. Okay. Now, if you say that how you can help us, I invite you, come and stay for a week, for a month, for a year, free of cost, free food, free stay, learn in our laboratories. No problem. The second is Ankit Verma, sir. Now how we can deal with parents when they trust and believe in others more than us? No, see, you can't change mindset of parents or anyone overnight. Mr. Ankit Verma, this is a process which may take 10 years, but we need to do it right now. And gradually we can do it, because many times, why, a newly born child needs to start his or her life on a traffic light while begging, and they see what all are going on. Why can't the social security and the social system we can do that? Now we need to set our priorities. I'm not blaming anyone, but we need to set our priorities, what we want to do. We want to have a healthy, now just to answer your question, Ankit Verma, only 1 to 2%, so it's basically 1.4%, I believe, of the total health budget goes into the mental health. Now, what the developed countries have done, they give more budget to the mental health, because they know that if they will take care of the mental health of the people, they will have less expenditure on their medical health or medical illness. Now, this is a thought process. And we are spending only 1%, and wo bhi ro ke abhi hua hai. Earlier it was only 0.2, 0.3%. How do you expect that, and then if I'm glad that there is a Rehabilitation Council of India, but this Rehabilitation Council of India is giving, certifications only for the people who have studied in National Institute of Mental Health or in Ranchi or the few one. Why they are not asking? I cannot start a master's in psychology unless I get an approval from Rehabilitation Council of India that they should satisfy the demands. It's the same thing. If I start a medical college, I need to get a permission from the Medical Council of India. But if I want to start a master's in psychology, I don't require any permission. अंकित वर्मा जी, हाल ऊपर से नीचे बुरा है, पर हमको बोलना नहीं है बुरा, हमको करना है, हमको ड्राइव करना है. I don't want to become a rest of the population where everybody is criticizing. No, I am a government. Who's the government? We all are a government. Good and true is fine. Any other question?
So I have a question.
Yeah, who's this?
Kohi, sir.
Yes, Kohi.
So the term gaslighting is used often among adolescents and young adults these days, especially in relation to their parents and the treatment towards them. How do you perceive that, and how do you think that should be addressed?
आपको एक ही इसका बहुत ही बढ़िया मैंने 5 मिनट का एक वीडियो डाला. I have roughly 120 videos by now. Go to the Jibs Infotainment. Gaslighter का बहुत बढ़िया information है, and I would request, please, it's not that I'm trying to get people. I have enough people. In 1 year I've got 4-5 crores people on it, but Jibs, Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences, Jibs, 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 infotainment में डालिए, आपको सब information मिलेगी. Any other question?
Yes, sir, thank you.
I have to rush. So well, thank you very much. Thank you for Jigyasa inviting me. But I would request you that kindly, involve yourself, involve your organization. We need these kind of organizations in a big way, but be in the market, be in the society, help this nation to grow better. That is what I would request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words and your words of wisdom. And our purpose and mission is to work in that direction that is set forth by you, and support by professionals like you is always helping us in this mission. So thank you so much.
And our team, Manya Bajaj, Kohi Sharma, Preena Tandon, Jigyasa Tandon, Sagar S. Pandey, we are all working towards, this kind of impact. We are trying to build up this through our organization. Thank you for recognizing our efforts.
Visit our place. And
Yes.
we would love to host all of you. Stay with us, and we would like to learn from you as well.
Thank you, sir. We will be, doing so, and we will be coming to you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the invite, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, that was quite an enlightening session. Sir has left. I would quickly take some, we were creating polls, but if you could just, answer. Yeah, so the first poll is, if you could just answer and give us the statistics, it will be really, really helpful. Okay, so the person who I learned this idea from is also within with us right now within the Zoom meeting, Dr. Udit Panda. Dr. Udit Panda is actually part of NIMHANS organized addiction management. Right? I'm sorry, Udit, if you could introduce quickly about it. I am so just nervous because of this. This came. First time our organization is being recognized by such a person. So I'm a little nervous, but by the time, if you could just explain about an addiction management course which you are leading.
First, let me tell how amazing it is to see young professionals coming together and organizing such an event. I'm really overwhelmed. I was here for the last 1 hour. I was listening to sir. Very informative session. I think it would bring some practice change into all of us so that we become better professionals in dealing with the clinical situations that we do. Okay, Jigyasa, so I'll introduce myself, then I'll go ahead. Or do we need a 5 minutes break?
You can just give an intro about VK and
okay.
And then we'll take a break, and then you can start your session.
I think it's a good idea. So we'll start out with a fresh mind.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm Dr. Udit Panda. I'm a psychiatrist by profession. I have been working with people who have substance use disorder for the last 5 years. I was a senior resident at AIIMS New Delhi from 2017 to 2020. After that, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in addiction psychiatry from NIMHANS, Bangalore. And after that, I'm working as a consultant psychiatrist with a virtual knowledge network, VKN, ECO NIMHANS. So what we do is we follow the ECO model of teaching and training, and we conduct a few diploma and specialty courses focusing on addiction psychiatry and mental health. And we train doctors, we train psychologists, we train therapists, we train psychiatric social workers, we train nurses. Everybody who is working with mental health is on board. As of now, we are running 5 or 6 programs, and we have close to 500 students with us. So this is a continuing program. And we think that we do some decent work, and the training and feedback is good. Jigyasa is part of one of the course, and we're very excited that she has invited me, and I'm very happy to be here. I would love to speak with you all. So that would be okay, Jigyasa, or anything else you want me to say?
Yes. So yeah, we can just have a 5-minute break.
I think it would be a good idea. Let's have a 5 minutes break, have some water, then come. I won't bore you with a lengthy lecture. I think I'll take about half an hour, and we can discuss for the next half an hour about substance use and suicide. So that's the topic that I'm going to discuss.
Yes.
Sir, to just inform you, I am really excited and looking forward to this session, because I have always heard greatly about you from my sister, Ms. Jigyasa Tandon, and that is why I was very excited to have you on board.
Same here, ma'am. Same here. Thank you.
Right. So please have water. Please have something to eat. Please use the washroom for that break. And yes, we are here only. You can be in the meeting itself. And we have 34 participants yet, who can answer, the polls in the meantime as well. Okay, I think we can have the session starting now. I think everybody has got a good break, and yes, you can start that. So, Kohi, are you here, bache?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, bache, start. Bache.
So welcome back, everyone. I'd like to start the next session by introducing our guest, Mr. Dr. Udit Panda. He's a consultant psychiatrist at Virtual Knowledge Network Echo at Nihans, Bangalore. He has obtained an MD and DNB in psychiatry and has a postdoc fellowship in additional medicine. he His current areas of interest include digital teaching and telementoring of psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, nursing professionals, psychiatry social workers, and other professionals working in the area of mental health. He has a deep interest in research fields such as stigma in mental health, substance use disorders, and community psychiatry. It's a pleasure to have you with us, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Kohi. So I'll take the help of a PPT to talk about substance use and suicide. Just give me a moment. My screen is visible to everyone. Just give me a thumbs up.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I would love to know if you guys can switch on your video so that I can see and talk. This would be an informal presentation. This is not going to be a classical lecture that you are expecting. So rest assured on that. Okay. Before we begin, I want to know, what do you think about substance use disorders? Do you think it's a moral flaw that people have? Do you think it's a chronic medical illness? Do you think it's a malady born out of social structure? What is your idea? If you can use the chat box and let me know. It's something.
Sir,
Yeah,
can we unmute?
whatever comes to your mind, you can type. It's not an issue. It's something that people bring upon themselves. It's something that society facilitates. Whatever you think.
Udit, can you just repeat the question? I think people are still processing it.
Yeah. So what do you think about substance use disorder? So what do you think about addiction? Just in a single word or in a phrase, whatever comes to your mind, just type it out.
The idea is to understand that whether do you think that substance use and abuse is moral weakness or moral disobedience, or something which is a problem which we need to understand from a psychological or a psychiatric perspective, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. Something, a social problem, whatever.
Yeah.
Kohi has written something very long. I'll read it out. So it can manifest in many ways as a coping mechanism to deal with loss, loneliness, or emotional mental difficulty, as a way to deal with stress of workplace or school or college. Then there is Pranav, who has written, it's an amalgamation of everything you just said, how it is portrayed in media, availability of somewhat correlated with unemployment. People want to avoid unbearable stimulus. It's not wrong with person. There's nothing wrong with the person with addiction. Okay, so I got what I wanted to know. People are quite aware. So initially, when people were using substances, they were using it time and again, and there is a lot of consequences of substance use. Initially, people thought that it is kind of a moral deficit with the people who are using it, and they need to be morally corrected to be able to come out of addiction. That's why you see so many babas and so many faith healers roaming around and claiming to treat addiction. But with time, we found out that it's it's more of a biopsychosocial problem. So there is some problems with biology of people that makes them vulnerable to addiction. There is some problems with the psychology of people. For example, someone has mentioned that people take substances to combat loneliness. So that is kind of a psychological coping, defective coping nevertheless, but it's kind of a psychological coping. Then Pranav mentioned about society facilitating it. So that's true. When alcohol is available very freely near your home and everybody in your family drinks, it kind of becomes a norm in the society that people drink. And some people who cannot handle the drink, they'll become addicted. So the current understanding is that addiction is a chronic, relapsing, psychosocial problem. So there are biological components involved, the psychological components involved, and there are social components involved. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the last lecture was talking about suicide in the same lens only, suicide being a psychosocial problem. That is why it is but natural that both these conditions should be correlated, and we see it quite often. So with that intro, we'll come to the topic that we're going to discuss today. Suicide and mental illnesses. So as you know, suicide has quite a strong correlation with mental illnesses, be it psychotic disorders, be it mood disorders, be it anxiety disorders, be it personality disorders, be it substance use disorders. Which one do you think is the most severely or most frequently correlated with suicide? You can unmute and go ahead. I told you, this is more of a give and take lecture rather than me only talking. Yeah, my name, ma'am. Go ahead.
It's personality disorders or psychotic disorders.
Okay.
That's what I feel.
Okay. Anyone else who has a different opinion on this?
So I think there is no hierarchy to this probably, because almost every single disorder that I can read over here is having some or the other correlation and causation to suicide. So एक particular disorder शायद नहीं होगा, which is going to be always going to be more prevalent than something else. I can be wrong, but if you think there is one thing that you have seen according to the statistics, please share.
Yeah. So that's actually right. The correlation between mental illness and suicide, it is reported between 30 to 90%. Less in India, because people in India commit suicide because of situational issues, more because of situational issues, less because of mental illness. In Western world, it is close to 70 to 90%. So people who commit suicide, there is about 70 to 90% chance that they had a mental illness prior. If you want me the hierarchy, there is a recent meta-analysis that was done in 2019, which says that psychotic disorders are most frequently associated with suicide, the odds ratio being 13. That is, people, 1 in every 13 individual who has psychosis is going to commit suicide. And in decreasing order, it would be mood disorders, for example, depression or bipolar disorder. Then there is equal chance between substance use disorders and personality disorders, finally anxiety disorders. So that's the hierarchy. But yeah, all of these conditions are associated. Now, quite interestingly, people who have substance use disorder, people who have problems in controlling their substance use, or people who have addiction, they're also more likely to develop or have all the other disorders. So there are people who have personality disorders, they can go on to develop substance use disorders. There are people who use alcohol, they're likely to develop depression. There are people who use cannabis or stimulants like cocaine, they're likely to develop psychotic disorders. And of course, anxiety disorders that can come with all the substances. My focus today is to talk about substance use disorder in particular. Now, this is the definition of suicide by the organization SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration of USA. They say that suicide is something when a death is caused by self-inflicted injuries with the intention of dying from such actions. Now, if you be a little philosophical and think about it, substance use kind of reflects similar connotation. People consume substances, they inflict pain, problems, injuries upon self. Ultimately, if it is not controlled, it results in dying. So in that sense, they are kind of the two sides of the same sword. Okay. Now what's the aim of my talk today? I want to look into two things. One is I want to look into the factors that are relating to substance use and suicide. And I have done this by looking at the psychological autopsy reports. Psychological autopsy is something when people die, and rather than dissecting their body, you try to dissect their mind. So when people die, you try to analyze what was the emotional state the person was in, whether there is any active psychological distress that was there, whether there is any past psychological distress that was there, and you derive your inference. A lot of psychological autopsy reviews are available, and I have kind of gathered my data on that. And there will be some factors that have repeated time and again in the slides, so that it becomes imprinted in your mind. And whenever you see a person with substance use disorder and these factors, there is a ring that goes on into your mind that I have to ask about suicide. So that's one objective or one aim of this presentation. The second aim is I want to outline whether there is anything that you can do to either prevent or help people who have these two conditions. There is a suicide risk and a substance use disorder. So that's the aim of my presentation. By the end of another 15 to 16 slides, if we achieve that, then our purpose is solved. Okay. Now, before starting the lecture, let's look at some data. This would be again repeating time and again in this forum, because I think people, all of us are talking about suicide only, but it's a good idea to repeat itself. This is the data from WHO 2019 report, World Health Report. They say that every year about 7 lakh people commit suicide. That is 1 in every 40 seconds. So we're losing a person every 40 seconds in the world due to suicide. In India, if you ask me, 1 in every 4 minutes we're losing a person due to suicide. And most of the suicides, they happen in low and middle income countries. Contrary to the belief that rich people commit suicide more, that's not true. About 77%, a whopping 77%, that happens in low and middle income countries. Suicide amounts to 1.3% of the deaths worldwide, and it is the 10th leading cause of death for people who are above 10. And every suicide attempt or every successful suicide, there are 25 suicide attempts. So if you consider the number of suicide attempts that people do, it is much more. The number increases by 25 times into 7 lakhs. So you can understand the quantum of the problem that you're dealing with. Now, there is another interesting data that I have come across. Everyone, or let's say among 100 people who die by suicide, you will have about 22 to 30% of people. So among 100, about 30 people would have alcohol intoxication while they attempted suicide. And about 20 to 25 people from 100 would have either opioid or injection drug use or any painkiller use. That itself indicates the role that substance use has in suicidal attempts as well as successful suicides that people do. That is why it is so important to talk about it. Now, is there any risk factor that we can delineate for people who attempt or complete suicide? The first and most important, most indicative risk factor is a previous suicide attempt. That you should always keep in mind. Someone who has attempted suicide in past, no matter whatever method they have used, there is always a risk that they're going to attempt suicide again, and that attempt might be fatal. So if you know that someone has attempted suicide, you should always be vigilant in helping them out. The second risk factor is an active psychiatric illness. So that psychiatric illness can be a psychotic disorder, can be a mood disorder like depression or bipolar, can be anxiety disorder like generalized anxiety or panic disorder or phobia. But if it is active, it is showing symptoms, then the person's risk of committing suicide increases. The third most common risk factor that is associated is partner relationship distortion or problems in interpersonal relationship with people. The next one is history of a sexual abuse, and the risk increases if that sexual abuse has happened below 16 years. Then there is, of course, unemployment and poor social support, something that is very commonly correlated. For example, if you think of farmer suicide, You'll always start correlating between the last two, unemployment and poor social support. Finally, active substance use. So someone who is drinking, or someone who is using heroin, or someone who is addicted to cocaine, they are having more risk to commit suicide. So these are the risk factors. Now, if someone comes to you and you are evaluating a person, or you're talking to someone, is there any factor that can act as a predictor that the person is going to commit suicide in the next few days? The literature has also looked into it. Some of the factors are common, some are different. We'll talk about that also. So let's say I have come to you and I'm seeking help in managing my negative emotions. I am having some negative thoughts. I have come to you. If I tell you that I have a current suicidal plan, if things continue like this, I'm going to go, and let's say I have poison in my room, I have rat poison in my, I'll take it and I'll end my life. Or I have a sharp blade in my room, below my bed, below my pillow, I'll cut my slit my wrist and I'll die. That itself is a very important predictor of a oncoming suicide attempt. Then of course past suicide attempt. And one important thing about past suicide attempt is the lethality. Someone who has employed a lethal method to commit suicide in the past, he is more likely to die of suicide. And what are the lethal methods? Lethal is something that is very severe, that is going to kill you. For example, someone actually had shot a gun to himself, or someone used poison, or someone tried to hang himself. They are lethal attempts. As comparison to someone who has taken a little bit of let's say 5 tablets of alprazolam, or someone who has superficial cuts in his wrist, that makes it a non-lethal attempt. So there is lethality of the attempt that makes it a good predictor. Ongoing mental illness, as we talked about, ongoing stressors in the life, and active substance use, as we discussed. Now there is a question that should come to your mind. Doctor, you were saying people who are consuming actively substance, they are likely to commit suicide. We see a lot of people who are using substance. We see a lot of people who drink. We see a lot of people who consume pan, who consume alcohol, who consume a lot of sleeping tablets. We do not see them attempting suicide time and again. The data says otherwise. So as compared to general population, if you take into account people who have attempted suicide, people who have alcohol use disorder, be it mild or moderate or severe intensity, they have a 10 times more risk. People who have intravenous drug use, or IVDU, they have 14 times more risk. And as you can imagine, the number of people who use alcohol is much more, as compared to people who inject themselves with illicit drugs. So the absolute number of people who pose or who basically are at risk to commit suicide due to the contribution of substance use is much more due to alcohol than any other drug. Then the list describes people who have substance use disorder, no matter what severity they are in. People who have substance use disorder, what are the factors that makes them more vulnerable? So let's say some of you must be dealing with people who have substance use disorder. If someone has these characteristics, you should think about suicide prevention plans. For example, someone who has a mental disorder comorbid with substance use disorder. You have a client who has cannabis use and he has started hearing voices. You have a client who has alcohol use and he has a delusion of infidelity, or he is suspecting his wife that his wife is having some illicit relationship. These are the people who are at more risk. If there is a history of non-suicidal but self-injurious behavior, someone who has cut themselves, or they have beaten themselves up by involving in high-risk situations, they are at more risk. If there is a past suicide attempt, there are chronic medical conditions. For example, someone was drinking alcohol and his liver is now damaged. Now that guy would be at more risk to commit suicide, or to have suicidal ideas at least. People who are in justice and welfare settings. So there are people who are in juvenile homes and have substance use disorder, people who are in prison, they are more likely to commit suicide. People from LGBT community, if they have substance use, the risk of suicide increases. People who are veterans or are actively working in armed forces, people, men who are in midlife, older men, and people who are bereaved by suicide, they are at more risk. If I'm talking about gender, if you consider all the substance use disorder, females are at more risk to commit suicide or to have suicidal ideations at least as compared to males. But for alcohol, it is the reverse. For alcohol, it is the males who commit suicide more as compared to females. That's the data. So as you know, we have talked about a lot of factors. What are the common factors that come to your mind right now? I have repeated quite a few factors. If you can see, if someone has an active mental illness, that is going to be a big risk factor. If you can screen that, then you're probably going to help that person. Someone who has had past suicidal attempts, that makes them vulnerable. Then someone who had a lethal attempt in the past, that makes them vulnerable. Someone who has a very poor psychosocial support system, that probably has arisen due to substance use. Someone who has taken so much alcohol that his family has abandoned him. They have no one to talk to. They keep drinking and staying at home. So these are the people who are at more risk. Okay. Now what we'll do is we'll look at each individual substance closely and see how they are related to suicide. Before that, I want to talk about the diathesis stress model. I'll come to that. Now, this is how the suicidal path is there for almost all people. They have a suicidal thought. That thought can be then in their mind for some time, or maybe instantaneously they have a thought and they started planning. Let's say I'm very impulsive. Now my spouse one day started abusing me that you are good for nothing. You are drinking every day and you are coming home and creating ruckus. I should leave you and no, go out of this place. I had a sudden suicidal idea because I'm impulsive. I started planning also. So I went out to the market, bought some pest control medicine and took an attempt. Someone who has depression and is consuming alcohol, they might have this suicidal thought for quite some time in their mind, months together. Then one fine day, they make a plan. Ki this pain, this psychological pain that I'm having is unbearable and I have to end this suffering. And what is the easiest way to end this suffering? Is to let go of everything and leave the world. That's how they plan and they make an attempt. So that hierarchy or that path is different for every individual, but somehow the steps of the path are same. For example, the thought will come, then they will plan, then they'll attempt, then they'll finally commit. The importance of keeping this slide in my presentation is that it gives you a window to intervene. You can intervene at each step. You can intervene at the suicidal thought point. You can intervene at the planning point. You can intervene at the attempt point. Finally, before the person commits suicide, because that's the end point. No. Okay. Now this is a model that is much talked about in mental health. This is something like a diathesis stress model or stress diathesis model. Simply put, diathesis means something that is predisposing you to certain condition, and stress is something that is precipitating that condition. For example, let's say we'll take the example of Kohi now. Let's say Kohi has a sprained leg. Okay. Now that is the diathesis for a leg fracture, because that is predisposing her for a leg fracture. Now what happened? One day there are few very convincing friends that Kohi has, and she decided to go for a cycling marathon with that sprained leg. She put on a bandage and started cycling. In midway, she had to suddenly brake because one of the child came into the road and she fell down. Now, because of that predisposing factor and that sudden brake or that accident, whatever happened, Kohi, I do not want you to face an accident. This is just an example. Okay. So she ultimately broke her leg. Okay. Now, if someone is, if she goes to the doctor, the first thing that comes to the doctor's mind is that she broke her leg because of the accident. But the doctor also has to know about the thing that predisposed it, the sprained leg. Because if she has a sprain in the other leg also, that other leg is also liable to get fractured in the future. So the doctor has to treat both the current fracture as well as the sprain in the other leg. You're getting my point? That is why when we are dealing with a problem, with a psychological problem, be it suicide or substance use, you have to treat both the diathesis or the predisposing factor as well as the stress or the precipitating factor. Now, what are the diatheses in substance use disorder? What makes people vulnerable to develop substance use disorder, and ultimately if we are correlating suicide with it. These are the traits that, or the personality traits or the temperamental traits that people have, which makes substance use a common thing, common occurrence in their life. If I can divide it into two domains, one is the externalizing domain where people do things that is visible externally, and one is an internalizing domain when people suffer things that is happening inside them. Okay, for example, if you come to the externalizing traits, the first one is impulsivity. Now you must have seen a lot of people who are impulsive, no? They do not really think through things before committing something. These people are more likely to try out new things, or they have high novelty seeking, and ultimately they end up developing substance addiction. So if I do not have impulsivity, I'll probably start out using alcohol when I am old enough. But for an adolescent who is impulsive, they may start out when they're at age 15 or 16. There are some friends who are drinking and they'll say, yeah, give me a glass, I want to try it out. So that is one risk, very important risk factor. The second one is aggression. Some people are in general aggressive, or they have difficulty controlling their anger. So those people are also at risk for developing both substance use disorder as well as having suicidal attempts. Then there is psychopathy. Psychopathy means you have no empathy towards others, okay, or you are antisocial. That is another thing. Then finally, emotional discontrol. So you do not have control over your emotion. Your emotion is at a high point in the morning, then by the time afternoon comes, you are very low. Yeah, someone said you something that you are not good looking and you cannot control your emotion, you start crying and you cry for 4 hours together. These are the indications of emotional discontrol. Internalizing traits, first one is introversion. You do not want to share yourself to the outside world. Then you have depressive or anxiety symptoms that are not syndromal, but they are there with you. You have low self-esteem, and with low self-esteem comes a rejection sensitivity. You cannot handle rejection. You cannot handle a separation. You cannot handle breakup. If you see, or if you must have heard about stories of suicide, no? If you see, if there is no definitive disease that you can diagnose, you can at least find out few of these traits in people. For example, someone attempted a suicide after a breakup. They must have rejection sensitivity. No, why would they commit that act? Not everybody does that. Someone who scored low marks and they committed or attempted suicide for that, they must have poor self-esteem, because marks do not really define you. Your personal achievements are a vast array of things. It's not only the academic achievement that is there that defines a person. People who are impulsive, you must have seen a lot of people who are impulsive. They keep attempting. Ultimately, they, I'm sorry to use the word, but succeed in their attempts to commit suicide. So if you are able to find out these traits and you can do something about it, maybe you'll reduce the risk. I do not really know what will work for which person, but I'm just laying out ideas that we can do. So this is the diathesis or the predisposing factor. We'll talk about precipitating factor. And remember, this is in context to substance use disorders. People who use substances, mostly females, they are much prone to experience sexual assault. Also, people who are using substance in their family, they are also prone to have sexual assault. The risk of suicide is 4 times higher if that assault has happened before 16 years of age. So childhood sexual abuse is a very important stress that basically goes on to suicidality in future. Then interpersonal relationship distortion or intimate partner violence. People who have substance use, as you know, their family life is disturbed. It's not only the person who suffers from substance use, it's the family that suffers. So that acts as a trigger for suicide for a lot of people. Then unemployment and financial instability and social outcastism. These are the things that are consequences of substance use. They ultimately precipitate the suicidality. So in substance use, these are the factors that you should look in when you are evaluating for suicide. Okay, now I'll talk about individual substances. I've taken 3 substances, 3 most common substances associated with suicide: alcohol, opioids, and a stimulant like cocaine. We'll talk about the hero which causes most of the suicides, the alcohol, first. Now with alcohol, the risk is 10 times, and 10 times is quite a huge number. as we discussed, alcohol is present about 1/3 through 1/4 of the cases who attempt suicide. And most people do it when they're intoxicated with alcohol. They have taken alcohol and they attempt suicide. There are various theories why they do that. The first one is, after taking alcohol, the psychological distress actually becomes bigger. They take it so that no, it should come down because there is disinhibition. The psychological distress becomes bigger. Then there is increased aggressiveness, as you must have seen people who are drunk, who have taken alcohol, who are intoxicated, who are inebriated. They're more likely to become aggressive, more likely to become impulsive. They had an idea that they should commit suicide. That idea is translated into action due to the intoxication. Finally, when people are intoxicated, their cognitive capacity or their thinking capacity is constricted. So they cannot really cope with the stress. So someone who was coping with rejection sensitivity, one fine day, he is intoxicated and the partner comes and says, you are worthless fellow. They cannot really cope with that situation. So they go on to attempt a suicide. That's why alcohol intoxication has such a high correlation with suicides. Now, if you ask me, there are so many people who are using alcohol. What are the independent risk factors for people who use alcohol so that they are likely to commit suicide? The first one is the gender. Male gender has more risk. If there is a family history of either substance use or suicide, that makes them more prone to attempt suicide. People who have childhood sexual abuse, there is a heavy drinking in the early part of the life. People who have mood disorders and are on antidepressants. People who have other substance use apart from alcohol. So for example, they use alcohol and also use heroin. So they are more likely to commit suicide. Substance induced psychiatric problems like depression and interpersonal relationship issues. So these are the independent risk factors which make people vulnerable to attempt suicide when they have alcohol use disorder. Now, one interesting fact about antidepressants, you must be thinking, no, it's a medicine that is supposed to reduce suicidality. Why that thing has come up in the list? Let's say I'm depressed. With depression, there comes morose or low mood. There comes anhedonia, so we are unable to feel pleasure. There comes a lot of guilt. There comes a lot of hopelessness. There comes a lot of worthlessness. So your view about the future is kind of blackened. That basically propels them to have these suicidal ideations. But with depression also comes low energy. People do not have any energy to do anything. When you put them on antidepressants, the first symptom to go away is that lack of energy. So they find energy, but all other things in their mind is intact. You're getting my point? So I have energy, but I feel worthless. I feel hopeless. I feel guilty that I have done something wrong. I feel that I should die. So they take up the courage and attempt suicide. That is why in the initial part of the treatment, people who are on antidepressants, they're more likely to attempt suicide. That is one important thing that you should keep in mind. Okay, for opioids, the risk is much higher, 14 times, but fortunately, people who use opioids are much less as compared to people who use alcohol. The risk factors again are similar. People who have injection drug use, young age, female gender. Now here female comes, female gender, people who are unemployed, have a family history, sexual abuse, comorbidity. The same risk factor stands true for cocaine also. Okay. Now, we have talked about that the substances are independently correlated with developing suicidal ideas. What about other psychiatric illnesses? Substance use, be it alcohol use or other substance use, they come up with other psychiatric illnesses also. The psychiatric illness can exist prior to substance use. It can develop after substance use. For example, is it okay if I take your example again? Okay, so let's say, because I can see only you in the screen, there is no one else. People have switched off their video. Otherwise, I would have bothered everyone. Okay,
No problem at all, sir.
Great. So thank you for being a sport. So let's say Kohi has panic disorder. So she feels intense panic, in between, let's say once every month and once every fortnight, she feels intense panic. Somehow one of the friend offered ki, Kohi, what you do is take 60 ml of alcohol every night and your problem will go away. Now that's true. Alcohol actually takes away her anxiety temporarily. So she started drinking. Somehow she liked it so much, she started drinking regularly. And within a span of 1 year, she becomes dependent. Now that panic disorder is not going to go away. That's a temporary fix that was done by alcohol. So she now has a panic disorder along with alcohol. Now, me, I was okay, but because I was impulsive, I started drinking. And within a span of 5 to 10 years, I developed alcohol dependence. Alcohol precipitated a depressive episode inside me. And I continue to become depressed and I continue to take alcohol. And I kind of had two problems intermingled with each other. So both the things can happen. With Kohi, one psychiatric illness came first, then came a substance use problem. With me, substance use problem came first, then came a psychiatric illness. Both the situations increase suicidal risk. Okay. For example, people who have major depressive disorder or depression, if you want to call it, if there is a comorbid alcohol or tobacco use, they are at increased risk. Now, to put things into perspective, if someone has a major depressive disorder with alcohol dependence, if he is young, he has a 4.5 or close to 5 times more risk as compared to someone who has either of the illness. So let's say I have only depression, and if I take alcohol, my suicide risk will increase like 5 times. And that thing, if the person is above 50, increases by 83 fold. Okay. So someone who is depressed and taking alcohol, they are basically at very, very high risk for attempting self-harm or at least have suicidal ideas. Okay. Same stands true for bipolar. People who have a manic depressive disorder, if they take alcohol, the risk increases twice. People can also have schizophrenia and other psychotic illnesses where their thinking process is disturbed. People who have PTSD, if they take alcohol, the risk is multifold by 6 times. And of course, among personality disorders, people who have emotionally unstable personality, that is, they lack a self-worth, they are impulsive, their emotional regulation is impaired, they do self-harm, then they are at high risk to commit suicide. Okay. So all in all, we talked about a lot of factors. We talked about alcohol, how alcohol increases suicide risk. We talked about opioids and injection drug use, how they increase suicide risk. We talked about various other psychiatric illnesses and how they can interact with the addiction and increase the suicide risk. The point is, we can all talk about it at length together, but what can we do as mental health professionals or as people who are living in the society? What can you do? Okay. Now, these are the 4 factors that you need to tackle to be able to successfully manage the situation. First is, of course, the substance use disorder. Second is the psychiatric illness, if it is there. The third one is the psychosocial stressors that come up with both of them. For example, family not supporting, they do not have a job, they are outcasted from the society, they do not have finances to manage them, they are stealing, they are engaged in illegal activities, all these factors. Finally, the suicidality. Okay, so these are the 4 things that are our target, how we can manage that. These are the steps. If you want to work on a public health perspective in dealing with both substance use and suicide, then these are the kind of outlined steps that is recommended. Now, this is an organizational outline. Be it, let's say you're working in an organization which tackles to mental illnesses or substance use disorders, then you should learn about these organizations or people who are dealing with suicide. If you're someone who is running a suicidal self-support group or people who you're trying to help people who have suicidal intent, then learn about people who are dealing with substance use disorder. So it's a bi-directional learning. Then familiarize yourself with the processes, identify what you want to treat, what you want to tackle, whether you want to work in the community setting, you want to open an individual clinic, you want to tackle young adolescents, you want to tackle people who are residing in prison. So identify that, then start collaborating, because a single person won't be able to tackle suicidality in a lot of people. You must have discussed about the safety net principle in this forum by now. Am I right? Is that so? Can anybody respond? Have you discussed about the safety net principle of suicidality? If not, I'll brief it. So safety net, someone is trying to jump from a roof. No, there are people who stand and holding a net so that if he jumps, he lands up on that. A single person cannot hold that net. No, You need more people. You need at least 4 people, maybe more, so that the net is strengthened. And if a person falls, he's actually saved. That stands true for suicidality also. So you cannot have a single therapist, a single clinical psychologist, or single psychiatrist, or a single social worker, or single criminologist to deal with this problem. You have to have a safety net with a lot of components, with a lot of wheels, so that they are holding that safety net and it becomes effective. Okay, so you learn to collaborate, then plan out what you want to do and implement. Finally, have some evaluation technique, so that if you are doing something, see that it is becoming effective. The suicidality is increasing, people are able to cope better, the number of people who are consuming substances in a handful were decreasing. All these things you can evaluate. The ultimate aim is to increase the protective factors and decrease the risk factors, so that the balance is tilted towards the protective factors, and people, the number of people who are attempting suicide decreases. So if you are able to provide them with adequate treatment, that the treatment can be pharmacological or with medicines, that treatment can be psychological or with therapy, that treatment can be social support, that treatment can be rehabilitative measures, like providing them house, giving them jobs, continuously following up with them, so that they do not fall back into drug use, talking with them to improve their coping, addressing the family problems, strengthening the family so that they can help the person out, making the care available to them easily, because they are stigmatized. People who use substances, normally people stands at a distance from them. They say that the bad people, they're using substances, you should not be with them. So if you're able to change that, the number of protective factors increases, and you have to reduce the risk factor. So ongoing substance use, you need to reduce it. Temperamental vulnerabilities, as we talked about. So introverts, someone who is introvert, someone who has depression, someone who is impulsive, you need to reduce that. Mental illness, if it is there, you need to treat it. And unemployment, if it is there, you need to address it. So getting my point, ultimately it's about tilting the balance. Now focus on this slide very carefully, because this thing talks about something very important. If you are talking to someone who has problems in dealing with his substance use, who is having substance use problem, either in a hazardous pattern or in a harmful pattern, then ask them about suicidality in every visit, not only a single visit. That simple question would suffice. Are you having any thoughts to do yourself some harm? Okay, so that question should suffice. So that question you should always ask. There is no stigma in it. Always ask it. Okay, they may say no, that's okay. Encourage to share. If you build a good rapport, they'll be able to share it. If you find some suicidality, explore the suicidal thought, the intent, the plan, and the behavior if they have shown, either in the past or in the present, because that will help you assess the suicide risk. There are so many scales available, all of them are worthless. Okay, now I should not be talking this in a public forum, but they do not really help you in getting hold of the exact situation. It's rather the clinical judgment or the personal judgment that you have that is more of an indicator if the person is going to commit suicide or not. So always rely on your instincts, think through the factors that makes the person vulnerable, and assess a risk. Someone who is actively suicidal, they need to be admitted, or they need to be kept in a confinement till the idea goes down, or they need to be monitored all through the day. 24/7 monitoring has to be there. Okay, so you have to develop the safety plan. So work with the family, work with the medical team, work with the collaborators to help in developing a safety plan. Integrate the care. Do not think that you are the superhero who is going to take the person out of suicidality and end the misery. That normally becomes very bad idea. So involve other people who can help out. The other people can be a family, can be a spiritual guru, can be a doctor, can be another therapist, doesn't really matter, but involve other people, integrate the care. If you're not able to reduce the substance use or stop the substance use, at least employ harm reduction. For example, if the person is going out and drinking every night, he may have a partner who is not drinking, so that he can drive him back home. That is a harm reduction problem. If the person is injecting heroin every day, you can at least give them syringes or safe syringes injections, so that they do not catch a deadly disease like HIV or hepatitis, and ultimately that complicates things. These are harm reduction, simple harm reduction techniques that you can use. Then medicines, because I'm a doctor, I'll talk about medicines. So medicines will help both in substance use and mental illness. For example, there is a drug known as naltrexone. If people take it, the pleasure associated with alcohol comes down. You do not feel that high, that out of control with alcohol. So if people continue to take it, ultimately there is a reduction in the craving. Okay, so that is known to reduce suicidality in people who use alcohol. So that is a good effective medicine. For people who have heroin dependence, heroin addiction, there is a drug known as buprenorphine that is normally kept below their tongue. And if they take it, the craving to have opioids, it basically vanishes. That's very, very effective drug. It helps them stop opioid use, stop heroin use, helps them get back to their life, helps them get actively employed, stop stealing from others, stop pickpocketing, engage in illegal activities, basically integrate themselves with the mainstream. So they are also effective. Finally, if you treat mental illnesses, the risk is going to come down. So for example, for Kuhi, someone can prescribe some anti-anxiety medicine to tackle her panic disorder. Then she's not going to take alcohol because her primary problem is fixed. For me, if someone treats my depression, maybe my alcohol is also come down. No, because I was taking alcohol as a medicine. And if there is a good and effective medicine, why would I take alcohol? So that way, medicines are also effective. And finally, therapy. Now, what kind of therapy are we talking about? As you know, a lot of people who have substance use, they're not really willing to seek treatment. They are, in the sense, unmotivated. They have so a lot of resistance to treatment. For them, there is a therapy known as a motivation enhancement therapy. Okay. So basically, it's based on the principles of humanistic psychology by Carl Rogers. They say that everyone who has a problem has the innate efficacy to deal with that problem. Your job as a therapist is just to guide it and resolve the ambivalence that they have in their mind. So that's the theory. If they employ the technique, the ORS technique of asking open questions, then having reflective listening, summarizing, expressing empathy, all these techniques they employ, and that is effective in bringing them to treatment. It basically shifts the focus from being a director or having writing reflects that what you're doing is bad, you should stop it, to basically understanding the problem from the patient's perspective so that they're more willing to come into the treatment. Then people who have stopped or trying to stop alcohol but are unable to do so, for them there is a relapse prevention therapy that is there based on cognitive behavioral model. So you suggest some behavioral techniques to deal with relapses. For example, the common 5D model. You delay the craving episode, you distract yourself by listening to music, you drink a little bit of cold water so that the craving comes down, you talk to people or discuss your problem with other people, you start deep breathing. These are the behavioral techniques. So that is another form of therapy. People who have emotional difficulties and they're drinking or having substances, for that DBT is going to help with them to have emotional regulation and the behavioral manifestations come down. So individual therapies are also equally effective. Okay, now I spoke so much, I'm really tired, so I'm going to summarize. Remember all these points. If you have not listened to anything in the lecture, remember all these points because everything is here. The first thing I wanted to talk is that substance use disorders or SUDs confer a risk of suicide by 10 to 14 times as compared to a general population, which is very high and significant in a public health perspective. The major culprits are alcohol and opioid, alcohol being the hero of it. Comorbid mental illnesses also confer a major risk for suicide. If you're talking about comorbidity, alcohol and mood disorders like depression together increases the risk multifold. When you're dealing with a client who has substance use disorder, always ask about suicide and perform a suicide risk assessment. Integrated collaborative care among different professionals is essential. It's not a suggestion, it's essential in the treatment process. If you are able to employ effective medicines, effective therapy, and effective rehabilitative measures, it will greatly reduce the risk of suicides in clients who have substance use disorder. Okay, with that, I end my presentation. There is a quote that I, the customary quote in every presentation. So I quote I found to be interesting. So I put it here. It's so common. It could be anyone. It could be me, you, anyone. The trouble is that nobody wants to talk about it, and it makes things everything worse. Now I'm really happy that this young group of professionals have really come out and they have showed us the way that it needs to be talked about. It's a very brave to conduct a 3-day program, 3-day seminar. I know the amount of effort, stress it takes. This team is fantastic. Whenever you mail them, they'll take about 5 minutes to reply you back. So kudos on that. Good job. Any queries or questions, I would be happy to answer. I think I have taken much of your time. I'm really sorry.
No worries at all. So it was such an informative session. Really appreciate you being here. If anyone has any questions, they can unmute themselves and ask or write in the chat box.
Yeah, there's an interesting question that someone has put, Angelina. So she has asked about problems with teens in context to addiction. Okay, I wanted to talk about that. People, there is a very interesting concept that is coming up right now, that substance use is not really a disease, and if at all it is a disease, it's a disease of the childhood that manifests in adulthood. So they are saying there are problems in the childhood that ultimately manifest as substance use in adulthood. So people who are defiant, people who are impulsive, people who have hyperactivity, they think that unable to control their cognition or control their mind, and substances help them do that. They start doing that. Now at this age, it is normal for humans, adolescents, to become a little resistive or combative. So what we suggest is that you start talking to them, roll with the resistance, do not antagonize, and try to have a different frame of explanation. Because before they come to everybody would be talking to them that you should not smoke, you should not drink alcohol, you should not smoke weed, these are bad for you, they are going to spoil your life, they are going to spoil your disease. They must be fed up by that. If the therapist gives a different perspective, I understand you probably are having problems dealing with your attention, and the substances might be helping, or I understand you want to mix with people and you're finding it difficult, and alcohol is actually helping in that, and let's talk about it. So they will give their perspective, roll with the resistance, do not put forth your sermons first. If you're able to do that, you'll be able to retain them, and finally you'll be able to kind of highlight that how substances are bad for them. There are various techniques in MI to do that, or motivational interviewing to do that. The decisional balancing is the most famous one, the pro con table as they call it. No, you list the pros and list the cons. Then there are readiness rulers. For example, on a scale of 1 to 10, how ready are you to quit right now, how important it is to quit right now, the way techniques. So if you are able to employ that, then it would be very beneficial. I would suggest all of you to have some reading about motivational interviewing. It is a very useful tool when you are dealing with people who have substance use. Okay, Pranab, you had your hand raised. No, do you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So everything that you said came along very great, no doubt about it. But one question that I wanted to ask, and this is something that I would like to talk about tomorrow as well in the session, that most of the people that I've known right now who have taken therapy, or probably उनके parents ने या किसी relative ने therapy लिया होगा, they didn't have a very good experience. The reason is the so-called therapist or the psychotherapist or the so-called counselor did not, teach them certain tools and techniques that can be really helpful for a long time. They helped them for a month or two. Probably they took like 3 or 4 sessions, and everyone went about their whole day. And I mean, बीच में उन्हें therapy छोड़ दिया, no doubt about it. They left it in between. But the tools and techniques that they were taught, or they were not taught, basically, that the problem was the therapist didn't teach them exactly how to deal with it if it ruminates again, right? If the suicidal ideations or so-called demeaning thoughts about themselves or anything, be it anxiety, stress, depression, psychosis, or anything. What do you think is the responsibility of a therapist as well, to be honest? Because people don't understand this as well. Like good therapists, there are good therapists or good psychotherapists, and then there are people who are, just sitting over there for money probably. Like I'm being very honest about it because I've seen it.
I
Very
got your question.
closely.
I got your question. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you my viewpoint about the whole problem. Okay. Uh, you know about diabetes, no? It's a non-communicable disease in the sense you cannot really touch someone and transmit it. So it's a non-communicable chronic problem. Now, someone is diagnosed with diabetes. Let's say you are diagnosed with diabetes today. You went to a doctor like the therapist you're talking about. They gave you, they admitted you and gave you 5 sorts of insulin. That is supposed to bring the glucose down. Your blood sugar was like 400. It has come down to 100. You are happy. The doctor is happy. They manage the crisis. You're feeling better again. Then you went home. If he does not give you anything else, what do you think is going to happen? Your sugar is going to rise again. And maybe after a month or so, you're going to have the same problem. The same thing stands true for substance use, for mental health problems, for personality deficits, and also for suicidality in most of the cases. So it's not acute problem. It is an acute problem, but the solution is both acute or crisis management as well as a long-term management. Please understand, suicidality doesn't come de novo. There has to be factors that has precipitated it. It might be a personality problem. It might be an adjustment problem. It might be a problem in coping that has made the problem appear. Not address that core problem, then ultimately it will manifest in some form or the other in the future. So when you are dealing with a client who has active suicidal ideation and you have found out other problems that are there lying in the background, try treating both of it. Your initial focus should always be on suicide, obviously, because it's a acute on your face problem. So there is a crisis management that has to be done. But on a long run, if you do not teach them how to cope with similar difficult situations, if you do not teach them how to view themselves as important, if you do not teach them how to communicate their distress to others, then it becomes a problem. No, it becomes a perennial problem, and the outcome is not going to be good. I absolutely resonate with you when you say the brief sessions are not really effective on a long run. They are not. There has to be reinforcement sessions. There has to be plan from the beginning on how you're going to deal with in the next month, how you're going to deal with the client in the next 6 months, how you're going to deal with the client in the next 1 year. So that's true. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah,
Thank you for answering, sir.
Yeah, Neeraj Agarwal, ma'am, anything you wanted to ask, you can unmute and go ahead. Yeah, so you wanted to talk about what's the root cause, no? So it's an umbrella. Okay, there is of course a root to the umbrella, but you see the side A is there, no? There are some small hinges that come down that basically trickles the water. Substance use is like that. Some people genetically are vulnerable, but the influence of parenting, the influence of their personality or temperament, the influence of their peers, the influence of the society that they live in, all of them have an impact. Ultimately, they kind of solidify the problem on a longer run. So it's very difficult to kind of pinpoint this is the problem. Maybe for an individual person you can do it, but in general for everyone it's difficult. For example, we're talking about Kohino. So let's say she was pretty well adjusted girl from the beginning. Only panic disorder has caused the problem. Then we can point out it's a psychiatric illness that has caused. But to generalize that to everyone it's not helpful. No? So there are a lot of factors. You need to understand about all the factors and try to put those factors in order in individual cases so that you're able to deal with it better. So that would be my response. That makes sense, or anything you want to add?
Basically, I want to say that the substance abuse or mental disorders are actually being the result of competitiveness and the peer pressure and the comparison around you. So it leads to the mental disorders, and because like you want to compete, you want to perform every time, and this leads to different types of abuses. So I want you to elaborate on those aspects also.
Okay. So what I'm
just we have actually our next session with Ayush. Chandra. I think you must be knowing him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he is also working in the similar area of substance abuse, and he will be talking about the psychological perspective.
Okay.
So, yeah, so just cutting you there because
Yeah, that's okay. He can take up this
already
question.
session time as well. Also, just a quick, since you are here, and Ayush is also joining in a minute or so. So just a thing that Dr. S.K. Chaturvedi, former Dean of Behavioral Sciences and Senior Professor, Department of Psychiatry, and former HOD of Mental Health Education Department, NIMHANS Bangalore, is going to join us at 3 o'clock, not 3:30, 3 o'clock today. And he's just coming for 10 minutes. And we would just love if you could, the audience, the psychologists, everyone, I would say, who could just attend that 10 minutes, because I'm telling you that 10 minutes will have major impact on your life. If you think that I'm boasting off about him, I think Dr. Sharmita, who was our first speaker of the day, and then Dr. Udit and Ayush, we all have been somewhere or the, like for Dr. Sharmita and me, Sir was our HOD, and everybody is connected up to Dr. S.K. Chaturvedi. We call him SKC. That is how he loves to be called. So if you could just say something about him, so that people can relate to, since you are also from.
Yeah, sure. SKC sir is a legend. Okay, I do not have any other ornament to describe his personality. He's a legend. He is a very well-spoken orator, has very vast knowledge about every field relating to mental health. It's not only psychiatry. And as a very eloquent speaker, it would be an honor and privilege for everyone of us here in this forum to listen to him. So it's very exciting news that he's coming today. So I didn't know that.
Yes. And Dr. Sharmita is also there in the session. If you could also say something, ma'am.
Jigyasa, it's really nice that you have roped in, such a versatile pool of speakers, I could say. I mean, NIMHANS and outside NIMHANS, I don't have words to express. And Dr. SKC sir is joining is another great thing, really, as previously pointed out by the previous speaker. SKC sir is such a pleasure to hear, for all of us. So I'm so much looking forward to all these sessions. Thank you so much, Jigyasa.
Thank you. So please make that 10 minutes at 3 o'clock. He's just made, he was supposed to come at 3:30, but he's just coming for 10 minutes. There's some appointment that has come, and he's not joining us from India, just saying he's joining us from London. So just respect the time frame that he's investing. And as I just wanted, just a mail had come from his side. And Ayush, if you want to say something as well. Ayush, are you there?
Hello. Yeah. Hi, Jigyasa. So it was a really nice presentation by Dr. Udit and quite informative. And yeah, definitely he has covered half of the aspects. It's half psychiatry, half psychology, and it always works like that. And I'm happy to see so many, interesting people to be on the panel. I'm looking forward to more presentations. It's a really good going.
Right. So thank you, Dr. Udit, for being here and joining us. I always say one thing. I don't mind how young the person is or how old the person is. If the person has a clarity, and if the person has this good ability to explain it to others, he is always going to be a good educator. So I think that is what, if you will see the panel, everybody, it's a mix of gray and black hair. It's not just grays and it's not just blacks. We have balanced it out, and and you being one of the person that I came across through VKN. I think we connected through VKN. We were not we did not connect in Nimhans. We were in weekend self. So that was like so motivating and so positive. And you coming and agreeing for this was also very positive and a big thing for us. So thank you so much. And
Thank you for having me. It was a great pleasure.
thank you. Kohi, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
I
For
just
our
want
next
to add one
session,
thing. I just want to add that Kohi would have understood today's session from your side so well because you have made her the pawn for understanding so many case examples that
Yeah,
she
I should thank her for that. Thank you for playing along Kohi with my presentation. Thank you.
right.
no worries, it's my pleasure.
Right. Thank you.
So for our next session, we have Mr. Ayush Chandra. He's a consultant clinical psychologist at Pune Santulan, West Delhi. He has completed his RCI licensing in clinical psychology from Abhas Amity University. His master's in psychology is from Tata Institute of Social Science, Mumbai. As a mental health professional, his expertise includes a wide range of mental health conditions like addiction disorders, mood disorders, sexual dysfunctions, family counseling, child counseling, and stress management. He's going to deconstruct the relationship between substance abuse and suicide from the psychological perspective. Thank you so much for being here today, sir. Over to you.
Thank you so much for introducing me, Kuhi, and it's nice to be here, like always. And it's good to see that so many people have joined today, and we all are in a way building the capacity, in terms of suicide prevention. And the name, as it suggests, Peer for Prevention, it's a really nice name. So today I'm going to talk about psychological perspectives to it, and especially the link between substance use disorder and suicide. So all the people who are attending this seminar today, we just heard Dr. Uday talking about the psychiatric aspect of it, the biological, the neurochemical aspect of it. I'm going to talk about the psychological and social aspect of it. So just give me a moment and I'll start my presentation. And thank you for introducing me again.
Ayush, do you have the screen access? I think yes. Meanwhile, Ayush is setting up. I would request if anybody wants to go for a washroom or have water or catch up on something like a munchie or something, can do so. After
Yeah, we
Ayush,
can take 5 minutes. Yeah, please.
yeah,
Please allow me.
after Ayush, we'll be having a break. So we want like a little good participation and that anticipated break participation that we always have. Always exciting in the fourth period because after the fourth period there's a break. So just an analogy example, but please participate. That's what I would request. Thank you, Ayush. You can take over. I think there's some network issue that Ayush is facing. Just please be online only. He's coming back. He just messaged me. Yep. So those who are joining us from Delhi, okay, who are joining us from Delhi is, yeah. So just Ayush, okay, Ayush has come. Awesome, because there it's I don't know how many of you are from Delhi, but it's raining heavily in Delhi today. So the point is that network is a problem. Maybe Zoom is also little working that way only. So yes, Ayush is back. So let's let me not talk more. Let Ayush take over.
So yeah, finally, just a second. So yeah, are you all able to see my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, let me just begin now. So as Koi just introduced me, my name is Ayush Chandra. I'm a clinical psychologist practicing in West Delhi in my organization called Puna Santulan. Today I'll be talking about substance use disorder and suicide and the link between both of them. So let's go forward. The outlook of this presentation is going to be something like that. Suicide as a public health problem, we are going to discuss that. Addiction, a chronic disease of brain and behavior, and the bridge between suicide and substance use. And at last, at the end of the presentation, I'll talking about prevention of the problem at hand. So you guys can just keep your questions with yourself, and at the end of the presentation, I'll be happy to take all the questions. Let's move. So I know that there have been so many presentations about suicide, and a lot of erudite speakers have already spoken on suicide. Just a second. Yeah. So just, because just to set the context in back again for my presentation, suicide as till now, I hope that everyone and each one of us present here know that suicide is defined as an act with a fatal outcome that is deliberately initiated and performed by the person in the knowledge or expectation of its fatal outcome. So with an intent to end their lives. It's a complex phenomenon of insurmountable disparity between expectations and outcomes, real or imagined, tremendous pressure on mind, blinding its logic, forcing it as a conclusion of escape. So basically, at the baseline, it's a crisis situation when a person feels that all the resources they possess in their life, the problem is actually exceeding those resources. So they are not able to manage it uh, with whatever resources, whatever solutions they already have. So that's what we are calling as suicide. Let's talk about some neurobiological aspects of it. So there is a model called stress diathesis model, which says that suicide is like an outcome of your environmental factors and also your genetic predisposition to it. So some of it would be environmental stressors, like whatever acute crisis a person is going through, and some of it's genetic vulnerability, like as you can see in the diagram also, childhood traumatic events, something we called and refer to as ACE, adverse childhood experiences. So anything which has a traumatic impact on a person's behavior and life when they were child, as Dr. Udit were also talking, that new researchers are saying that even something like substance use, it's a lot of researchers are saying that it depends on your childhood experiences. So suicide is also one of those kind of things. Early life adversities, as I was talking about, and epigenetic mechanisms might explain some of the link between suicide risk and brain circuitry and neurochemistry abnormalities, as I just explained. Results of a lot of studies, it's saying that when a person ends up in a suicidal behavior, there is some disturbance with the serotonin neurotransmitter system. Serotonin is the neurochemical which is responsible for, in a way, happiness. So the achievements, a lot of time we talk a lot about dopamine, that actually is important, but serotonin is something which keeps your happiness in a long lasting manner. Then there is something called HPA axis, hypothalamic pituitary adrenaline axis. It is responsible for your stress, stress control and stress management. So both of these mechanisms we have seen in postmortem studies that these mechanisms are affected. So a person is not able to tolerate stress. The mechanisms of the brain, they are losing control over it. And lastly, these impairments manifest as impaired cognitive control of mood. So the mood becomes dysphoric, pessimistic, reactive, aggressive traits come into play. There is impaired problem solving. As I said, that a person feels at time that all the methods, all the mechanisms, all the coping methods they already knew, which were there at their disposal, they're all failing. So new problem solving methods they do not emerge so quickly in a person who have these kind of disturbances. So problem solving difficulties, overreactive to negative social signs. So something we called as tunnel vision. So बहुत ज़्यादा your vision, your thinking abilities become quite narrow. You are not able to think in a wider spectrum of problem solving skills. Going ahead, excessive emotional pain. Definitely we all are aware, and we, throughout or the last presentation, it was said that the suicidal tendencies or suicidal behavior, they do not just pop out of blue. So excessive emotional pain is something which has been seen, which has been reported by people to be there, and which actually leads to something we are calling as suicidal behavior. Then suicidal ideation also plays a role. Just the idea that my life is not worth living, the worthlessness, hopelessness, and helplessness. And yeah, exactly what I'm saying, that it is leading to suicidal behavior. You can see from the diagram I have just put it so that you can understand it easily. So genetics and psychiatric disorders both playing roles. Diathesis is your ability to tolerate stress, your sensitivity towards stress, which results into impulsivity, pessimism, and hopelessness. So a core piece I would like to put here only, that we should not compare the intensity or the impact of stress or somebody else's stressor on their life. So it is actually insensitive to say that oh, it's just a simple thing. I mean, a lot of people can just deal with this kind of problem very easily, or I have dealt it with the same problem in the past. It would be insensitive to say that, because stress is a subjective experience of the person. We cannot compare it. So diathesis actually represent that, your tolerance level, and it could be anywhere. Some people can tolerate a large amount of stress, and they have that kind of resilience that they do not act upon it. They have good problem solving or good support system, so they do not really break down. But others, they have less stress tolerance, and it can lead them to impulsivity or social stress or hopelessness. Other thing, when we're talking about psychiatric disorders, stress definitely increases. I have also mentioned certain factors which are social factors, like financial constraints, marital problem, exacerbation of the psychiatric disorder which is pre-existing, and emotional pain. So both of these factors together can lead to suicidal behavior in anyone, any person who has a less stress tolerance, or the diathesis is significantly sensitive as compared to the others. Moving forward, let's just pay attention to the types of suicide. So suicide, as we all know, and I also started my presentation with a single definition, that it's an acute crisis and a person is looking forward to end their life and with an intention to die. So let's see what are the types of suicide, and it's important so that we can identify further we can identify red flags also. So something called completed suicide, it is with complete intention of ending one's life with the knowledge that it will result into a fatal outcome. So it's a complete plan and procedure with a goal, which is to end the life. Then there is attempted suicide, which are unsuccessful attempts. Person has attempted it but somehow got saved. We call it attempted suicide. Then there is something we call as deliberate self-harm or para-suicide. It is largely seen in people having personality disorder, something like borderline personality disorder, and a lot more, especially in cluster B personalities. Self-inflicted, potentially injurious behavior with evidence, implicit or explicit, that a person did not intend to die. Although it says that the person did not intend to die, but they do certain gestures, they do those kind of behavior they engage in, which can actually or accidentally result into a suicide without their even having an intent. Then there is suicidal ideation, which is just an idea. It could be passive or active idea, something like, okay, I wish to die, or something like, I wish I could be dead. So it could be active, that I want to die, or passive, that you must have heard people saying that I wish that God should take my life. So something like that. It is called suicidal ideation. Moving forward, certain new terms have also emerged, like cyber suicide, pact made between people on the internet. Some example is like blue whale game. We all are aware. Most of the people are aware of it. In past few years, it came into the spotlight. People engage in different tasks which were potentially dangerous and has led people to cost their lives. So moving forward, copycat suicide, something we call Werther syndrome, a suicide within a peer or a peer group or celebrity or publicized suicide serve as a model for suicidal behavior. So if someone who is a popular figure or a celebrity or a well-known person, if they die, lot of their followers get these ideations, and they at times even act on those behaviors, and which result into a suicide. So that is intentional, of course, because it is related to the death of someone who they follow by heart, by their soul, or whatever reason. Then something called anniversary suicide is also there. Person take their lives on the anniversary of the day when a member of their family or any significant other died. So it is self-explanatory. Then when the anniversary comes, it triggers the memories, a lot of things, the feelings associated, or they feel that the life has no meaning when the other person is not there. So they also intend to end their life on the same day. And it has been, seen over the years, and nowadays it's been a center of topic when we talk about suicide in mental health context. So these are certain types I just talked about. moving forward, let's talk about substance. I know that you all must have heard a lot from the last presentation also, but just to give you a psychological perspective to it, ICD-10, which is kind of our manual, our guidelines, which mental health professionals, especially psychiatrists and clinical psychologists, and we follow in terms of clinical management. ICD-10 is a book written by WHO. Uh, Now it talks about six kind of disorders per se. One is intoxication, acute intoxication we call it, when a person just had, they have gone over limits, or they have binge drink, they have engaged in binge drinking or heavy drinking, and which has resulted into something fatal. Then comes harmful use. Harmful use is something that a person, let's talk about alcohol use. So a person is drinking from a long period of time. They know that the alcohol is impacting their health. When I'm saying, when I'm talking about health, it consists of mental health also, your social health also, your physical health. So if the person is aware that their health is being impacted by the drinking or taking this substance, still they are continuing to have the substance. That's what we call harmful use. Then comes dependence syndrome. Dependence is when you're psychologically and physically dependent on that substance for your normal functioning. Then withdrawal state, it's actually a further step, a step further from dependence syndrome. So when a person who's taking substance from a long period of time and suddenly stop the substance, and as I just mentioned, the body has become dependent in this, this over the course of period. So now when they stop it, in that moment their body cannot accept that the substance is not inside their system. Their mind, body, everything reacts. Could be physical withdrawal, could, something, you can see it as in the form of tremors, palpitations, blackouts, even delirium. A person can go into a state where they are disoriented, they do not know what they are doing, they have lost control from their body. Sometimes you see that they can even pass urine in their clothes. They talk anything which doesn't make sense. They have disturbances in forming their thoughts. Disorientation is something which they're not oriented to time, place, and person. So that's what we call withdrawal state. That is really hard to manage for the person who is going through it, especially when we talk about something like alcohol withdrawal and opium withdrawal. So these are the states which need to be taken care by a professional, because this can also result into a death. Then there is something, in ICD we call it psychotic syndrome. So any substance can lead to psychotic episode. We call it substance induced psychosis. And psychosis is just your impairment in your reality. So whenever the person is going through a psychotic episode, the boundary between their imagination and real world, it just blurs out. So something, hallucinations, auditory hallucinations are very common, visual hallucinations, tactile hallucinations, even something called delusion. So they form their own ideas which are unshakable. They just stay on it and they just start believing on it. It is a condition which needs active management with the help of medications. Lastly, sorry, I just skipped the slide. Lastly, there is amnestic syndrome, where forgetfulness gets started. So because the substance impact your brain pathways, you tend to forget things. You're not able to remember your recent events which has happened in your life, in your day-to-day life. So basically, recent and the present memory get affected. That is also a condition which might even result into organic syndrome, that your neuro pathways in your brain, they are they get damaged for like forever. So you have to be under supervision, you have to be on medication for maybe whole of your life. So I have just talked about it because lot of time we are not able to classify. And definitely, I mean, in general public, it is difficult for you to say that if it is turning into an addiction, because most of the people, they just start with, just to have a taste of it, or just to feel and get that experience, that how does it feel. But sooner or later, if the coping skills are not good, if they are not cognitively able to understand when they're crossing the limit, they might end up in one of these situations. And these are all disorders, and these need treatment, active treatment through medication as well as psychotherapy. So now I have given a gist, and I hope that all of you who are present here, you can figure out that what substance use disorders look like. So addiction, when do we call it addiction? Because just having few drinks here and there, just having a few cigarettes here and there doesn't mean that a person is addicted. Let's understand when the boundaries get crossed. It is a chronically relapsing disorder. Just pay attention to the words which are highlighted. It is a treatable, I mean, the treatment is available, but a chronically relapsing disorder. I mean, the person, if once they're addicted, they keep relapsing, and relapsing is a part of the process. Relapsing disorder of the brain and behavior, characterized by compulsion to seek the substance and take a drug or a stimulus. So it could be even behavioral addiction, as we all aware that addiction is not just limited to the drugs nowadays. We all talk about internet addiction, we all talk about gaming addiction. So all these kind of even behavioral addiction, something called shopping addiction, these are all things which can classify as addiction. And loss of control in limiting intake and emergence of a negative emotional state like dysphoria, anxiety, irritability when access to drug or stimulus is prevented. Just I just talked about withdrawal, right? So this is how withdrawal look like. So whenever you stop that behavior, be it taking substance or leaving the behavior, your body and mind will react. You might experience a dysphoric state like sadness for no reason. You won't be able even to figure out ki, why am I feeling sad today? Why am I feeling sad from few days? You can even have anxiety in the absence of the behavior or the stimulus, irritability, even anger outbursts. So a lot of things happen when access to the drug or stimulus is prevented. So it is a compulsion. It becomes a compulsion after a point. It's not within the control of the person then. Initially, when you start taking any substance for few days, it's in your control. But when it becomes a compulsion, your body is not functioning optimally and you need the substance then. That's when we call it addiction. Next paragraph, it says that it also involves complex interaction among brain circuits concerned with reward, stress, and self-control. So as I just mentioned, it definitely impacts your neuro pathways, your brain pathways. When we talk about stress, reward pathways, there are certain reward pathways in your brain. So simply putting it, evolutionarily, our brain is developed in a way that anything which rewards us, which give us pleasure, we tend to do more of it. That's how we survived. So now when you are taking a substance, definitely it is increasing certain neurochemicals in your brain. uh, Simply putting it, dopamine and serotonin pathways, and you are feeling that happiness, you're feeling that high, you are feeling that tensionless state as people describe it. So when you keep taking the substance for the sake of this happiness, your brain feels, oh wow, that's great, that's a really good state, so I want this substance more and more, I want this behavior to be repeated, and you tend to get stuck in that vicious circle. But what happens with time, that something called dopamine dampening, we call it, यानी कि आपका the amount of substance or amount of behavior you required in your initial days to feel that happiness, you won't feel that kind of happiness later if you keep taking the same amount. So you need to increase your alcohol or your substance to feel that same amount of happiness. And if that substance is absent from your life, you won't feel even a little happy from day-to-day activities, which generally should make someone happy. So that's how it works. Stress is something, there's another word called stress we are mentioning here. I have mentioned in the second paragraph. Stress taking capacity also reduces because you become dependent on a substance when you are in addiction. You feel that stress, if there's stress in my life, I have no other coping, I have no other skill, nobody can help me. So let me just escape, let me just go to to my substance, to that alcohol bottle or to this behavior, and let me just shut my mind in a way from the real problem. But it actually doesn't solve your stress. So the moment you come back, the moment the substance is out of your body, you will again face the reality, the problem will still be there. The last word, which is self-control. Addiction, when we talk about, so I also want to emphasize that let's not use the word addiction so loosely for anyone who is drinking or having any kind of substance or is indulging in any behavior. Because when we call addiction, self-control is lost. As I mentioned, compulsion, it is not in the control of the person. We cannot just say, okay, so anyone can stop, I have stopped taking my alcohol, or when I wanted it, it's just because you're a bad person you are taking it. They have lost control over their use. So this These all terms are important, and these all should be there to for us to call it an addiction. Let's move forward now. The bridge. So we talked about suicide, we talked about substance use. uh, Now the bridge. Suicide in India, uh, a total number of, let me just not even pronounce this number, 139123 suicides. So if anybody, anybody who's there listening to us, to this presentation, you can just calculate how many suicides are there in India per day. Were reported in the country during 2019, showing an increase of 3.4% in comparison to 2018. So the suicide rate is increasing, and the rate of suicide has been increased by 0.2% during 2019 as compared to 2018. Below that, I have put certain pie charts. You can see that there are the data shows different states and the rate of suicides in them. Maharashtra has a tremendous number of suicides. We all are aware of farmer suicides, 13.6%. Other states, union territories, it include combined. When we combined, when we talk about combined data, it's 16.1%. And most of the states, right, we all see that there are numerous figures. You know, it would be not really sound if we compare all these statistics, but we should pay attention that suicide is happening, and that data, the percentage is increasing. This has increased the past year. Now let's focus our attention on the second pie chart. It shows the percentage uh, of the factors which has led people to die by suicide. So there are different factors. I'll just read few of them. Fall in social reputation, impetuosity, infertility, suspected or illicit relation, poverty, death of dear person, property dispute, professional or career problems, unemployment, failure in examination, other causes not known. The major portion is family problems and illness. Now so this data is from NCRB, which is our National Crime Bureau, who just keep statistics of how many suicides are happening in our country and what are the reasons behind it. I would also like to point out that most of the factors we are seeing in this slide, we don't know if there has been any mental illness comorbid to these. Like, let's just talk about like professional and career problems, and people are dying by suicide because of that. I am not in a position right now, because the data is not conclusive. We cannot say that if there has been an episode of depression with the person, how did they end up uh, in suicide? What factors, what other factors, what comorbid condition has led these people to end their life by suicide? Family problems, definitely, if these are there, again, it has a significant impact on your mental health. It can also lead to something like anxiety states, something like depression, even bipolar. We do not know why the problem in the families are happening, so much so that a person is choosing to end their life by suicide. Illnesses, again, uh, I have no idea that if I have put this into the slide or not, but I'll just put this across. I'll just put this across, that chronic illnesses, which are something like cancer, something like something, any illness. Let me not just even put it into the words. Any illness which is incurable has been seen that it has become a major factor which lead people to think that there is no hope, there is no end to this problem, and they wish, and they also act. uh, Suicidal behaviors are there, and they end their life by suicide. Moving forward, substance, just a second. Yeah, I know. Substance and suicide data. Suicide is the leading cause of death among people who abuse alcohol and drugs. These are just statistics, plain simple data, but very significant. It is said that 90% of the people, when they are interviewed, if their suicidal behavior was got an intervention, they are saved. It is found that most of them, 90% of them, have a substance use disorder, and they have used some kind of drug in the past. Individuals treated for a chemical dependency are 10 times more likely to die by suicide as compared to general population. Intravenous drug users are 14 times more likely to die by suicide. Very simple reason being that when you are dependent on a chemical, be it any substance, especially alcohol, because the most of the researchers talk about alcohol, it hampers your decision making. It also increases your impulsivity. It also it hampers the activity in your frontal area of your brain, which is called frontal prefrontal cortex, which makes decision, which make plans, which makes most of the rational decision. So if it is affected because of the drug, definitely you will not be able to see other possibilities. So 90% of the person who have completed suicide met the criteria for substance use disorder or any other mental health disorder. I just mentioned that. Overdose suicides often involve multiple substances, including alcohol and other illicit substances. So we have often heard, even in my clinical practice, we see people who overdose either on substance or even on prescription pills. So they just have the medications in bulk, or they just drink alcohol or take some illicit drug, just and they do not realize that sometimes they do not realize that they are overdosing, but sometimes they intentionally do it in order with an expectation to end their life. So these are just some facts, some data, so that we all should be aware. We all are aware that substance and suicide, this is the bridge between both of these topics is significant. So suicide risk factors. What are the factors which leads a person to die by suicide? Prior suicide attempts, chemical or substance dependency, co-occurring mental health disorder, I just mentioned that, history of childhood abuse or recent trauma, unemployment, family discord. We just had a look on all these factors, most of these factors in the previous slides. Recent divorce, separation, death, aggression and impulsivity again could be an indicator of certain mental illnesses, chronic illness and marginalized section. Sexually the people who are on a margin of sexual identity, something when we talk about LGBTQI plus communities which are marginalized, the community which are in minority in certain state, in certain parts of the world, they are at risk of ending their life by suicide. This is just based on the data which we are seeing from past few years, since the talks on suicide has been increased. Okay, talking further, substance use and suicide. As you can see, it's a bi-directional relation. Substance use can lead to suicidal ideation and attempt. Even suicidal ideation or negative emotional state, something like depression, can also lead to substance use as a method of self-medication. So people sometimes, because definitely somebody in depression or in a negative mood or negative mental state, they do not really want to be in that state. They want to, um, just blur these difficulties from their life or just shut their mind off for a while. So they tend to self-medicate ki, okay, let me just take alcohol or let me just take this drug and I would be cut off from the reality. Self-medication. Even a third factor like trauma or abuse can lead to both substance use and suicidal behavior. So early life adversities, any crisis, any trauma can lead to both. You can see in the picture which I have put, mental health condition like clinical depression, major depressive episode, can lead to negative emotional states, something like life that doesn't seem enjoyable. You feel anhedonia, you feel no interest in any of the day-to-day activity, start believing that world would be a better place without me. So I'm talking about the person who has the ideation. Another thing, alcohol or substance addiction, more impulsive and taking risks. So as I just mentioned, that it impacts your brain chemistry and brain connections. So you do not feel that there's a risk in taking substance, and all the inhibitions are lost. So when the alcohol enters your brain, let's say it starts from your frontal part, which is your decision maker, which is your executive functioning, it impairs the decision making. So a person feels less inhibited, so that they are more prone to take risk. And if these two conditions occur together, alcohol or substance use, that temporarily definitely numb your feeling of depression as the person feel. Alcohol or substance can cause depression together. I just mentioned that. So both the factors have been seen that they are high risk, starting with depression being the most making the person most vulnerable, followed by substance use. Also condition like depression in bipolar disorder, where you also feel mania. Then psychotic disorders like schizophrenia, they also tend to result in suicide at times. So this is a connection between substance use and suicide. It's a bi-directional relationship. Anything can lead to the other. Biopsychosocial consequences of middle stage of addiction. So why am I talking about middle stage of addiction? Because acute intoxication, you will see a lot less number of people coming to the clinic, or lot less number of people thinking that it is a problem in the first stage, because you are just enjoying that effect. So you do not feel that it is a problem. You're always in ambivalent state. Sometimes even when you're using illicit drugs, when you are using drugs which have higher potency and which are really risk to your brain, you still feel, let's just take it, let's just experience, let me just experience how it, how it feels like. So middle stage of addiction is when problems actually start. It consists of daily use, tolerance increases, blackouts are something which you experience, unpredictable use. Once use begins, it's hard to stop, especially while you're intoxicated, especially your behavior. As I said, inhibitions are lost. Your behaviors become uncontrollable. Isolates from non-using friends, non-using family. You tend to just keep in the circle of the people who use it. Preoccupation with the substance, which we call salience. Even if you're working, even if you're studying, even if you're hanging out with your friends, you will keep thinking about the substance intake and when you are going to take it next. Emotional instability, your emotions will go up and down. It also, most of its part is dependent, because it happens mostly when the substance is not in your system. You start becoming irritable, angry, anxious, and then you tend to again end up in that substance use. Consequences. So I'm talking about social consequences here. Chronic substance use,
Sorry
when
for
you're in
breaking in. Sorry for breaking in. Ayush, we are short on time.
sure,
I'm
I'll
sorry.
just end up, I'll just
Yes,
try
we
to
can
just wind
wrap
up
up
soon.
because we have to give a lunch break, and sir
Sure,
is
sure.
joining us 3. So sorry for this.
Okay, I'll just wind up quickly. So these are certain, certain consequences of substance use. And suicidal ideation, as you can see the last point. So suicidal ideations begin from your middle stage of addiction, because there your capacity to take in stress reduces, because you are dependent on the substance now. Then late stage of addiction, again, all those factors which we just talked about, they exacerbate. Frequent suicidal ideations, plans, or attempts is something which we see in this stage of addiction. Lot of times people also end up in emergency rooms, because sometimes they overdose, sometimes they just do much riskier things which we talked about earlier. And because it is a compulsive use, you do not feel normal when you do not take substance, so you do all kind of things. Also now your behavior is more risky because you have less control. Some facts I just wanted to put the slides, so because I found these points interesting and important for everyone to know. Most of the attempted and completed suicide occur during the period of heavy drinking. So when I'm talking about heavy drinking, it's also called binge drinking. It's 5 units of alcohol for men and 4 units for women. Chronic or acute alcohol use both can lead to suicidal behavior. Just talked about it. Due to dysphoria, alcohol myopia. So due to dysphoria, due to your substance dependence and alcohol myopia, which is when you are intoxicated with alcohol, your vision, your capacity to look beyond a certain solution reduces, or it just hampers. The alcohol hampers your solution focused approach to any problem. You're just short-sighted. You do not see the long-term consequences, and decreased inhibitions. So it's a deadly combination, I would say, which would definitely push a person forward to act on their suicidal ideation. And lastly, suicide is the leading cause of death among adolescents and young adults. Uh, I do not want to explain it further, but yes, this is the population which is most vulnerable, both for substance, starting substance use, and also ending up in a suicidal act. Now, a quote, it's good to carry an umbrella on a cloudy day. So we need to know about the red flags. What are the red flags? How would we identify them? So there are certain direct signs like suicidal communication, somebody talking about a suicide or death, seeking access to the methods, making preparations for ending their life. Indirect signs or red flags for suicidal behavior. It is an acronym called is path warm, which stands for ideation about the death, then substance abuse, dependence, purposelessness, feeling that there is no purpose to life, anxiety, feeling trapped that there is no end to this misery or this crisis, hopelessness, anger, recklessness, and mood changes. So these are certain red flags. You can take a screenshot if you want to. It's a good acronym and it's very easy to remember. Interviewing when you know. So if you got to know, if you are able to identify the red flags, do not refrain yourself from asking the questions directly. So ask. This will not make someone want to die. So this is I mean, you all must be aware that people say often that if you ask someone, you might just put the idea of suicide into their head. You do not do that. I mean, there's no data, or there are no subjective reports of people saying that because somebody talked about it, the idea got inflicted into the head. So this will not make someone to die. Practice, you mean that you have to practice how you will ask if they have done anything yet. So you need to make sure that if there is just an idea or they have already acted upon it. The next thing is listen. You just have to be a good active listener when you're talking to somebody uh, from whom you have identified red flags. Reflective ambivalence. So just try to listen and reflect ambivalence, that okay, there is some discrepancy, you want to do something but now you're wanting to end your life. So could there be any other way? So you can reflect back to them, gather information, don't forget to listen. Allow the person to speak as much as they want to, just listen to them. Anyone who has a suicidal idea, they do not really want your pity in the first place, or your consoling, your advice or suggestions. They just first give them the scope to ventilate, to put their feelings out. Don't move to planning for safety too quickly. There are no quick fixes. So do not also take it upon you that if you have to do something, don't put a lot of burden, because then you might not be able to think rationally yourself also. So be patient, listen to them, ask questions, and allow them to speak, and take them to a safe space, to a professional. Suicide prevention also include, so there's also another acronym I find interesting. It's called talk. Tell them, or tell the other significant people who live around them, because you need to create a safety net. But definitely when you are telling other people about the suicidal behavior, take consent from the person. Just give them a heads up that I feel that this idea is risky, and I want other people, somebody who is close to the person, who the person trusts, should know about it. Ask the questions, listen, and keep the person safe. Be there. So when a person is expressing their suicidal ideation, I would definitely say that there is nothing important than listening to the person. Just leave everything aside, just leave your priorities aside for that moment, until you make them feel safe again. Get family and friend support, arrange a robust referral, substance abuse treatment, or more intense treatment if it is related to substance use. Definitely the person need to come to a sober state first. Detoxification centers can help you, psychiatric consultation, other mental services at house also. Sometimes social workers can come to your house, they can also assist. And mobile crisis teams are also available with certain kind of settings who deal with substance use and crisis management. Other protective factors. What are the protective factors? Able to identify reasons for living. So as I just I'm just, this quote is just popping into my head, that the person who has a why can survive anyhow. You need to have a meaning to your life. So, and meaning could be anything. So I have people telling me that the reason is that if I will not be there in this world, my plant would also die. Who will take care of my pet? So it could be any small reason, but there should be a reason. So you can list down with them the reasons for which they want to live further. Be clean from drug and alcohol, because this increases your susceptibility to having suicidal ideations. Supportive family environment even could be a supportive friends, supportive friends, supportive extended family, could be anyone. Attend to religious or spiritual beliefs. Now, when you talk about WHO, they also talk about spiritual health. Even having faith in some higher power can help you, in giving a third perspective to it, to your problem, to the crisis. Positive and healthy interpersonal environment, employment, resilience, and positive outlook towards life. So all these can help as protective factors for the person. So I'm ending my slide here. Um, I just had some just further. There are a few points which are not there in the slide, but I still want to talk about them. Professional help should definitely be sought, and whosoever is attending this seminar should know that you can act as a gatekeeper. Not always you can fix the problem for the person, but do make sure that you take them to a professional who is, competent enough to deal with that kind of crisis. Professional help is definitely needed. Psychological evaluation is something which is required, wherein we also identify suicidal risk, and if the person has previous attempt history or there is a substance use issue. Psychiatric intervention like medication, pharmacotherapy can definitely help. Dr. Udit just talked about it. Admission for acute management and supervision is necessary, because researchers say that 24 hours following a suicide attempt or suicidal ideations, they are definitely important, especially if a person is intoxicated with alcohol. Admission and management I talked about. Short-term therapy, long-term therapy is required, because if a person has acted upon their suicidal urges, definitely they are going through a lot. It just, don't assume that it has just popped out of blue. There have been a process. They might be. So as researchers say that 7 out of 10 people do convey some kind of sign before they even try to end their life by suicide. So if you can identify the red flags, do know that there are some other factors also leading to this idea. So therapy is definitely important. Going for counseling, identify the stresses and teaching them. In counseling, we teach them stress management and coping skills. We increase. We also work on emotional regulation. How can they regulate their emotions if they're emotionally vulnerable, and at times their emotion goes ups and downs so quickly. Also, interpersonal self growth skills is definitely something which is required for the person to know. And lastly, but quite important, interpersonal relationships, making a safety net for the person, and how they can create their own safety net when they're out of therapy, how they can manage their own life. So if a suicidal urge or an idea comes into their head, what can they do? Who are the people they can rely upon? So like listing 5 names with the numbers, keeping them in pocket, including an emergency number with the clinician. These kind of things can help them. There are other behavioral strategies also which we teach a person when they come for the therapy. So all these things help in post management. I mean, after the therapy, how people manage themselves at home. So that's how I'm concluding the presentation. If there are questions, I'm open for discussion right now.
Thank you so much, sir, for that session. I think it's very essential to understand the psychological perspective of psychology, as we have discussed the psychiatric before with Mr. Uday. So it was really, really insightful. Thank you so much for it. If anyone has any questions, you can put them in the chat box or unmute yourself and ask.
So I think, sir, the kind of information that you have provided us and the knowledge that you have given, audience is still absorbing that. And thank you so much for an insightful session. I'm sure this is going to help each one of us in the long term. Thank you so much, sir.
It's my pleasure to present in front of an audience who is really willing to understand the signs and symptoms and how they can intervene, and how can they become peer for prevention, so as the name suggests. So thank you, Manya, thank you, Jigyasa, each one of you who attended the seminar. I know there were time constraints, so I also had to rush. But if you have any query, any even any feedback, you can definitely write to us. You can write to my mail, psychologydelhi@gmail.com, and I would be happy to help you, assist you further. My organization is also open, and we would like to provide help. We have psychiatric treatment as well as psychological intervention. We practice in West Delhi. So I'm open and I'm willing to provide a helping hand for anyone who is going through a tough time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ayush. It has been a pleasure to have you again on this platform, and thank you for always supporting us through all our initiatives. Your sessions are always very information driven and something that provides a lot of theoretical as well as practical information into the subject of substance abuse. And since such a heavy subject, most of the people are still in the process of absorbing it. And thank you, and I hope you will continue this collaboration and association with us in the future as well.
For sure. For such a lovely team, I would be always happy. Thank you, Prerna.
Thank you.
Thank you
And
all.
for any type of questions, if you want to ask him, you can also contact us and we'll connect you with him, and you can connect with him directly as well.
Yeah, we'll be sending all the links in the group of the participants. And yeah, we will be making a booklet of all the resources that have joined us, and we'll be sending like all the details, in the sense like who can be connected where and how. So we'll be doing that. And yes, that's, I think, would be the best way to be connected. And yeah, from my side, Ayush, you have always been a pleasure. I'll just share a small story. So again, even though like Ayush and I have a very good knowledge and professional bond, I and Ayush have still not met. So social media again played a role. We were in the same class. He was sitting in the front and I was sitting at the back. And it was a round session that we have in Nimhans every Friday. It was happening. It used to happen. And we did not know each other. Okay. And supposedly we were just following randomly each other on Instagram. So one day he put this, had put a picture of this canteen and and demands, and I was like, oh my god, this person is also here. So I said, are you here? So he said yes. So I said, okay, I'm also here. Let's meet someday. That day never came. He left. He was there for a short period of time, I guess. Then I was never. I was the you can, for anybody who comes to know of Jigyasa and me reaching on time anywhere is a big task itself. So that was there, that and we have still not met. All the conversations, all the
Memory we
sessions
have.
have been social media oriented, and that's the kind of thing that we have shared.
That's a really memorable story we share, and definitely we are looking forward. Let's meet someday. Finally, when we both are in the same city, so
Yes,
maybe,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
hopefully.
yes,
Sure.
yes.
It's nice to be here always, with sci-fi, with Jigyasa and Rena and Pandiji, of course.
So,
Okay, guys.
Manya, yeah, Manya, you can make the
Thank you so much.
announcement.
Sorry, there was a call by one of the speakers for the evening. So yes, I'm sorry. So yeah, so we will be quickly running for a 20-minute break. Please be back by 3. Please spread the word if you can. Yeah, but actually not even 3. If you can just join by 2:55, it will be good. Yeah, 2:55. Please do something, but please be here. And I'm again and again telling you, you don't miss this opportunity. Don't miss this opportunity. In fact, spread the word around for more and more participation, right? And yes, I will also till in between. My camera is not working since morning, so I'll just figure out that. Right. So all the very best. Take care and have a good lunch. Please rush up. I'm sorry we are running tight on schedule, but I'm telling you, this will be greatly impactful, right? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
कुछ पाने की हो आस पास, कोई अरमा हो जो खास खास आशाएं, हर कोशिश में हो बार बार, कर दरियाओं को आर पार आशाएं, तूफानों को चीर के मंजिलों को छीन ले आशाएं, उम्मीदें हंसे, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी, आशाएं, उम्मीदें हंसे, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। अपने संग तुझको वहाँ जन्नत से मुलाकात हो, पूरी हो तेरी हर दुआ, आशाएं में उम्मीदें हंसे, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी, आशाएं में उम्मीदें हंसे, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ गुजरे ऐसी हर रात रात हो, ख्वाहिशों से बात बात आशाएं, लेकर सूरज से आग आग गाए जा अपना राग राग आशाएं, कुछ ऐसा करके दिखा खुद खुश हो जाए खुदा, आशाएं उम्मीदें हंसे, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी, आशाएं उम्मीदें हंसे, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। जाना है, हाँ यही सपना है तेरा, तूने पहचाना है। मुमकिन नहीं है क्या अगर वो शाम भी ख्वाबों के हाथ खुद पे डाल। धुंधला जाए जो मंजिलें, एक पल को तू नजर झुका, झुक जाए सर जहां वही मिलता है रब का रास्ता। तेरी किस्मत तू बदल दे, रख हिम्मत बस चल दे, तेरे साथी मेरे कदमों के है दिशा। तू न जाने आस पास है खुदा, 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 तू न जाने आस पास है खुद पे डाल तू नजर, हालातों से हार कर कहाँ चला रे, हाथ की लकीर को मोड़ता मरोड़ता है हौसला रे, तो खुद तेरे ख्वाबों के रंग में तू अपने जहां को भी रंग दे, कि चलता हूँ मैं तेरे संग में। हो शाम भी तो क्या जब होगा अंधेरा, तब पाएगा दर मेरा, उस दर पे फिर होगी तेरी सुबह। तू न जाने आसपास है खुदा, तू न जाने आसपास है खुदा, तू न जाने आसपास है खुदा, तू न जाने आसपास है खुदा।
31. A quick announcement that we would be requesting more if some community support is shown and we can have more participants for Dr. Santosh Kumar Chaturvedi and Justice former Justice Geeta Mittal and the panel afterwards. It will be really great. It is something that we all want as mental health professionals, and somewhere legal and mental health professional fields share a very deepened bond. And the point is that if you see the terminologies is also same. We call clients, we don't use the terms patients, and the lawyers also resolve an issue which is troubling them, troubling individuals. So do psychologists. I'm not saying that they are same, but they are similar, and they, if thought of, they can be teamed together to bring a revolution. So that is why this whole what do you call this whole panel was set up, this whole segment was set up. So the point is that we need to admire the fact that here we are with certain people who are coming and talking about things which are really so. Just a second. Yeah. So the point is that let's not just think that, okay, this is legal panel, let's not get involved in it. Or, okay, it's mental health, we are not crazy, we should not be having it. No, the point is that if the legal system, the political system, and the mental health system goes hand in hand, we are bound to have a reformation in our country, and we'll be able to reduce the global health burden that is going to happen in in the whole world in 2030. The point is that 2030 was prophesized by by World Health Organization, that will be it will be global mental health burden starting of a starting century. So let's prevent it. The preventive measures were released in 2011, but to our dismay, with the country, with the systems, with the work, we have still not been able to reform, as correctly mentioned by one of the previous speakers, Professor Dr. Sanjeev P. Sahani, who is the principal director of Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences. He rightly mentioned that we don't have enough funds for mental health in India. But if we understand that, and if we understand that importance, and we are in the transfers, I would say, transform phase. If we can handle the situation today in 2020s, we can have a better 2030 to fall back upon. Like, we will have a much prepared version, much prepared future. We will be prepared ourselves. And the point here is to understand the community that we are coming up from, the culture that we are coming from, instead of the fact focusing how much we can ape the Western culture. So that is the idea that we want to present through this. And it will be glad that if you could hear in through, right? Please motivate more people to join in. And we'll be starting the session in another 5 minutes. Yes, please, please. We are waiting for that itself. Thank you. Thank you.
सर ये कौन करना है?
And this is my message to a person, Sam here, who is in the session. The point is, sir, we just request you that if you feel that music is not a helping therapy or is not helping you anyway, please, we request you can leave the session, because we do not since we believe in respecting people. We are respecting people. If you have been through our sessions before, we have been respecting and we have been very kind. This is our it's our humanitarian value to wait for dignitaries. There are people who are busy and they are working. They are bringing reforms. They're not sitting idle on the road, and we are picking up and um, we are not picking up from street and telling them to come on the screen and speak for us. They're dignitaries. They're high level people that are coming to speak here. We just want the audience to be respectful to the speakers, to the resource persons that are here. We have had a very wonderful audience till now, and we have been this program is curated with a lot of effort. So music is a very, very important part of therapy. You joined early, we are very glad. But the way you are talking is not acceptable. So if you feel this is very unethical on our part, you can leave the session. Thank you, sir. And if anybody disagrees with my point, they can also leave the session. We don't have a problem, because we respect people. We are very highly human respecting people here. We believe in the idea that everybody has his or her own dignity to be respected. We can't just put people from streets and ask them to speak. That high level dignitaries who are aiming reformations. I'm sorry, this is not acceptable. We are mental health people, but we will not be accepting this. But just to inform you, we have Justice Geeta Mittal with us in the session, and we would love to welcome you, ma'am. And I think Kohi, are you there? Bache?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please take it forward. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So welcome back everyone from the short break that we had. Amongst us, we have Honorable Justice Miss Geeta Mittal, one of the most renowned judges in the Indian legal system, having served as the first woman Chief Justice of Jammu and Kashmir High Court. Justice Geeta Mittal is also the first women chairperson of BCCC. a true embodiment of knowledge, leadership, and empowerment. It would be an honor to even be in the same space as hers and learn from her words of wisdom and life experiences. During her tenure as a High Court judge, she heard both civil and criminal matters and has served on a number of administration and judicial committees at the court. She was the chair of the Delhi High Court's Mediation and Conciliation Center and served on committees that dealt with complaints concerning sexual harassment, working conditions, performance assessment of judges in subordinate courts, and judicial training. She has also served on a committee concerning the implementation of legal guidelines that govern child witnesses in cases concerning sexual offences. As part of this, she led an initiative to establish special courtrooms for vulnerable witnesses in the Delhi High Court, with the first such courtroom being established in 2012. In 2017, Ms. Mitchell was appointed as the acting Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court. She has also contributed to jurisprudence that focuses on constitutional rights. In 2013, she ruled that the Delhi High Court could not prohibit entry to persons who did not have identity cards, noting that access to justice would be impeded by such a rule. In, in 2018, she and Justice C. Hari Shankar found that the provisions of the Bombay Prevention of Begging Act 1959 were largely unconstitutional and struck it down. She has also been a recipient of several accolades. In 2008, the Vice President of India, Muhammad Hamir Ansari, awarded her with the Distinguished Alumna Award from Lady Sri Ram College, recognizing her contribution to jurisprudence. In 2019, she received the Justice P.N. Bhagwati Award for her contributions toward improving access to justice and for her work in designing and introducing special courts for vulnerable victims in Delhi High Court. Recently, in 2021, she was awarded the Arlene Patch Global Vision Award and became the first Indian judge to receive the prestigious honor. We are so glad to have you with us today, ma'am. It is a true honor. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kohi.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Prerna Tandon, and I will be assisting you with the sharing of the presentation.
All right. I'll let you know when I need the slides.
Yes.
Huh? Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Prerna. A very good afternoon to everybody. Namaskar, Assalamu alaikum, salam, Sat Sri Akal to all the friends who have joined this program. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, actually, not only to express my thoughts, but actually to examine an issue which somehow escaped notice while I was a judge. You know, so the issue of suicide never came before me, and I would like to, I wish I'd had the opportunity to rule on 309. You know, so already the Supreme Court has said so much on the subject, but yet Section 309 continues to exist on our statute book, and we still criminalize the act of suicide and the attempt to suicide. It is a very important social issue which certainly has not received the attention, the requisite attention which it deserves. I'm sure everybody who's present here know that yesterday, 10th of September, was the World Suicide Prevention Day. The prevalence of suicidal tendencies amongst people has only increased with time. So, but before I start speaking, Prerna, could you put up your second slide? I would just like to discuss with you tell you what today's discussion with me will be. So what we will be doing is that we will be discussing, trying to understand the legal and practical implications of the impact of suicide being a criminal offense, and what would be the result of decriminalizing suicide, why it is essential to decriminalize suicide, and trace the timeline from Section 309. The next slide, please. The timeline from Section 309 to the provisions of the Mental Health Care Act. This is what, no, wait, yes. Just stop here, stop there, stop at suicide. Now, what is suicide? For this, it is necessary to understand that suicide is yet another expression which is not defined by the legislature. You know, the Indian Penal Code uses the expression without describing it. Sui, if the word is split into two, sui means self and side means killing. Thus it implies an act of self-killing. This expression was, this meaning has been crafted and noted in the judgment of the Supreme Court, as you can see on this in 2011 judgment of the Supreme Court in M. Mohan versus State. Suicide is a result of actions taken to deal with intolerable mental anguish and pain, fear or despair that overwhelms an individual's value for living and hope in life. Certainly, you can see that the person needs care and assistance, which is not forthcoming. Preventing suicide is not something that can be achieved in a single day. It has to be worked on every single day to remind those who need to be assured that their lives matter and that they deserve to carry on. The issue is that the point is actually that we are not able to provide this assurance. As human beings, we can sometimes lose sight of ourselves and not be aware of the impact that each one of us has on other people's lives. Suicide is an act which creates a ripple effect, not only by the end of life, snuffing out of the life of the person concerned, but also upon his family, relatives, friends, all loved ones, neighborhoods, as well as society in general. There are many causes that drive people to suicide. You have been discussing this during the course of the deliberations at this conference. One of the most, this I should have talked last, but one most disturbing cause of the cause of suicide has been the weaponization of this act of suicide by powerful people who have used it as a tool for politics and terrorism through years of systematic brainwashing. You will all remember that today is the 20th anniversary commemoration of the 9/11 attacks in the United States. It would be remiss if we were not to remember that horrific event when 19 terrorists hijacked 4 planes and drove them into buildings in suicide missions, killing 3,000 people along with themselves. These were all acts of suicide. The history of weaponization and politicization of suicide goes back hundreds of years. The suicidal kamikaze pilots of Japan created such a reputation for themselves that even today the word kamikaze has become an English slang meaning a suicide mission. The Arab Spring of the past decade began as a result of one man's self-immolation in Tunisia. In India, during the British Raj, there were recorded incidents of suicide attacks in the late 1700s by Indians who were fighting to overthrow the British. However, the percentage of people who commit suicide in this regard is very small and usually relates to systemic brainwashing and mental destabilization by an external force. The most common and overwhelming prevalent reason for the suicide worldwide is depression and the need to escape from the pain one faces in life. This stems from a failure of the society to take mental health concerns of individuals seriously. I would say even to ostracize people and to denigrate a person who is suffering from a mental health issue. There is a blatant disregard for mental health problems, a taboo subject even today. Suicide is the most common cause for death in the 15 to 19 age group, a very worrying statistic. In the United States, a study done by the Brown University found that 30,000 soldiers had committed suicide, which is over 4 times the actual number of war casualties. In India, the number of people who ended their lives by committing suicide was 230,314 in 2016. Out of these, 38% cases relate to relationship or marital or familial issues. Next slide, please, Prerna. It is also estimated that for every death, next slide, Prerna, every death by suicide, on an average, 20 people attempt to die by suicide. Experts have defined attempt to suicide as a non-fatal, self-injurious behavior with an intent to die. Now, briefly examining what is the meaning or how is suicide criminalized in India. Will you shift to the next slide, Prerna? In context of these problems, it is important to address a core question of law. Is it necessary to criminalize suicide? The International Association for Suicide Prevention, IASF, the acronym, has found that suicide remains illegal in 20 countries worldwide, and attempted suicide is punishable under Sharia law in a further 20 countries. In India, Section 309 of the Indian Penal Code 1860 states that whoever attempts to commit suicide and does any act towards the commission of such offense shall be punishable with simple imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year, or with fine, or with both. Pure reason and common sense tells us that clearly it is both unreasonable and inhumane to punish a person who has already attempted to commit suicide due to intolerable pain and suffering in their life. It really doesn't seem to be having any justification that a person who is at rock bottom of emotion, rock bottom, feeling that he is at the bottom of the totem pole, so much so that he does not want to live anymore, is going to face a penalty for attempting to commit suicide if he survives his attack. As far back as 1986, a division bench of the Delhi High Court in State versus Sanjay Kumar Bhatia had observed that, and I quote, "The continuance of Section 309 IPC is an anachronism unworthy of a human society like ours. The provision like Section 309 IPC, which has no justification, has no right to continue to remain on the statute book," unquote. In June 2020, the IASP, that is the International Association for Suicide Prevention, had observed that, and I quote, "The criminalization of attempted suicide undermines national and international suicide prevention efforts and impedes access among vulnerable individuals and groups to suicide prevention and mental health services." We could briefly also consider at this point that, what is the impact of suicide? What does it result in? It results in death of a person. Is there any legal sanctity, or does any person have a right to die? Now, this question has also been considered at the level of the Supreme Court in several judgments. You must have all heard of the. No, just don't. I don't change the slide. Please go back. You must have all heard, or must be all knowing of assisted suicide in persons who are facing terminal health issues, which is called euthanasia. In P. Rathinam versus Union of India, which the judgment was pronounced as back as in 1994, the Supreme Court has held that the right to die is a right enshrined under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. That is the right to life. The Supreme Court liberally interpreted right to life so as to mean something more than mere survival and mere animal existence, and hence Section 309 of the Indian Penal Code was held to be unconstitutional. I'll just pause here. You must have, as law students, you must have seen several cases where the Supreme Court feels that the law is unconstitutional, but stops short of actually declaring it so absolutely and striking it down, It remains on the statute book. This, however, the discussion and the reasoning was not agreed to by the Constitution bench in a later judgment 2 years later in 1996 in Gyankor versus State of Punjab. The Constitution bench held that the right to life is a natural right postulated by Article 21. The Constitution bench held that suicide is an unnatural termination or extinction of life, and therefore incompatible and inconsistent with the concept of the right to life. Right to live with dignity is no basis to determine whether Article 21 includes right to die. Consequently, the Supreme Court overruled its earlier pronouncement in P. Rathinam, wherein it had previously given a liberal interpretation to Article 21 to include right to die with dignity in as a part of right to life under Article 21 and held Section 309 to be unconstitutional. So far as the reasons on which the P. Rathinam judgment was found flawed, the Supreme Court had held that the P. Rathinam had failed to make a distinction between the negative aspect of the right that was involved, for which no positive or overt act was required. As I've said, right to life is a natural right, but suicide is an unnatural termination. That's what the Supreme Court had held. The second reason that the Supreme Court gave was that sanctity of life or the right to live with dignity is of no assistance to determine the scope of Article 21 for deciding whether the guarantee of right therein of right to life, guarantee of right to life includes the right to die. The third reason, again very important, was that the concept of right to life is based on the principle that lives of men are not only valuable to them, but also to the state which protects them. Extinction of life is not included in protection of life. Historically, the right to die with dignity stands recognized culturally in many cultures. In the 12th century Japan, you must be remembering, for instance, the samurai, that is the swordmen, were known for their practice of seppuku or harakiri as a way to die with honor. Closer to home, johar, that is self-immolation, was practiced by women in India whose kingdoms had fallen in war and who wished to avoid becoming victims of war rape. Both these concepts came from different cultures and were practiced for entirely different reasons. Yet, they both embody variations of the right to die with dignity. The issue as to whether there is a right to die or to commit suicide, or whether there is any duty on the state to facilitate exercise of such a right, has also arisen in international jurisdictions. Before the European Court of Human Rights, in the case of Pretty versus United Kingdom, it was an action was brought by a person seeking voluntary euthanasia by a terminally ill patient, and he had sued the the government of United Kingdom for refusing to actively assist him in ending his own life. The European Court of Human Rights held that there has been no violation of the right to life under the European Convention on Human Rights. It was found that the right could not, without distortion of language, be interpreted as conferring the diametrically opposite right namely a right to die. We must note that euthanasia is still illegal in most jurisdictions due to apprehensions of potential misuse. The European Court of Human Rights has consistently ruled in this manner by refusing to legitimize active assisted suicide under its convention. Closer to home, we all recollect the well-known case of Aruna Schonberg, the nurse in Mumbai. In 2011, in her case, the Supreme Court had upheld the validity of passive euthanasia, which entails withdrawing of life support measures. Slide 6, please. Prerna, next slide. Prerna? Yes. This is a summation of the various cases which I have pointed out to you. The Supreme Court had upheld the validity of passive euthanasia, which entailed withdrawing of life support measures or medical treatment for continuance of life. The Supreme Court also held that the right to live with human dignity must also include a death with dignity and not one of subsisting mental and physical agony. In this case, the Supreme Court thus upheld the validity of passive euthanasia, which entailed withdrawing of life support measures or withholding medical treatment for continuance of life for which no positive act is required, as opposed to active euthanasia, entailing the use of lethal substances or forces to cause the intentional death of a person by direct intervention. The three-judge bench which had referred the matter to the Constitution bench was based on the wrong premise that the bench in Gyan Kaur had upheld the same. I must also refer to the two reports. Next slide, please. Before this. The two reports of the Law Commission which have dealt with it, the 210th report of the Law Commission of India, the Law Commission of India had expressed the view that while assisting or encouraging another person to attempt to commit suicide must not go unpunished. The offense of attempt to commit suicide under Section 309 needs to be omitted from the IPC. While this offense of attempt to commit is omitted from the IPC, but assisting or encouraging another person to commit suicide should not go unpunished. This will, of course, decrease the potentiality of its misuse. 10 years after the publication of this report, can you come to the previous slide? A Constitution bench of the Supreme Court in Common Cause versus Union of India in 2018, the Common Cause. That's slide 6. That's all right. You can leave it. Had held that an individual has a right to die with dignity as a part of his or her right to life and personal liberty under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, and thus permitting the removal of life support systems for a terminally ill or those in incurable comas, and recognize the need for creating what we must remember, a living will. The concept of a living will and the manner in which it must be written has been detailed in the Aruna Schonberg case. The Supreme Court had quoted the 196th report of the Law Commission of India. This report was titled Medical Treatment to Terminally Ill Patients and Protection of Patients and Medical Practitioners, and had elucidated in Common Cause the legal principles governing criminal law on the subject. The decision of a patient to allow nature to take its normal course over the human body, and in consequence not to be subjected to medical intervention, does not amount to deliberate termination of physical existence and does not constitute an attempt to commit suicide within the meaning of section 309 of the penal code and is not punishable as such. Therefore, no, in effect, what the Supreme Court has done is it has taken the act of removing medical assistance or the equipment, life support system from a person who's terminally ill. Such removal as not being an act of assisting or not being an attempt to commit suicide or its assistance. Once a competent patient has decided, this is what the Supreme Court said, ruled, once a competent patient has decided not to accept medical intervention and to allow nature to take its course, the action of the treating doctor in obeying such a decision is not an offense and it would not amount to abetment under section 306. Under section 107, an omission has to be illegal to constitute an abetment. A doctor bound by the instructions of a patient to withhold or withdraw medical treatment is not guilty of an illegal act or an abetment. The doctor is bound by the decision of the patient to refuse medical intervention. Very, very important. The Supreme Court has thus protected medical professionals while accepting the legality of passive assistance in removing of medical assistance. So the next slide, please. Does jail or rehabs? Yes. So does decriminalizing suicide lead to increase in number of suicides? So what you, before I come here, you must have thus noticed that suicide or the act of ending your life can come for many reasons and in many ways. The mental health issues, which are primarily the cause, the depression, the feeling that there is no hope, there's no reason for living, and the agony is unbearable, is the main cause. But otherwise, the weaponizing of suicide, the terminally ill or very, very sick status are other reasons why a person may want to end their life. But we have also noted that the Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court have noted that you cannot criminalize such conduct on the part of a person. So the court has been concerned about the potential impact of increased suicides if the criminalizing legal provisions were removed. So does decriminalizing suicide actually lead to an increase in the number of suicides? In this regard, we have the benefit of the World Health Organization's Global Report 2014. This report found no empirical evidence that decriminalizing suicidal behavior leads to an increase in suicide rates. The World Health Organization has actually urged the states to review their legal provisions in relation to suicide to ensure that they do not deter people from seeking help. You see a similar analogy in the provisions of mandatory reporting in the POCSO Act, Prevention of Child Sexual Offences, where this business of compelling all professionals, be it a psychologist, be it a doctor, be it a gynecologist, be it a counselor, for reporting every instance of sexual violence, child sexual violence, to the police, as deterring people or children from, or parents from seeking medical assistance for the child. So, similarly, this criminalization deters people from seeking help, even though, they may need it, So can you come to the next slide, please? Although Section 309 of the IPC continues to be in force, it has been diluted to a very large extent by the Mental Health Care Act 2017. This act imposes a duty on the state to make provisions for treatment and rehabilitation of persons who have reached the stage where they have attempted suicide or are inclined to do so. In this regard, subsection 1 of section 115 of the Mental Health Care Act states that, and I quote, it's up there on the screen also, notwithstanding anything contained in section 309 of the IPC, any person who attempts to die by suicide shall be presumed, unless proved otherwise, to have severe stress and shall not be tried and punished under the said code. It says subsection 2 of this section provides, the next slide please. I read, the appropriate government shall have a duty to provide care, treatment, and next, is it care, treatment, and rehabilitation? It's there on the same screen, sorry. Person having severe stress and who has attempted to die by suicide to reduce the risk of recurrence of an attempt to die by suicide. Very, very valuable provisions. The presumption attached to the mental health of a person who's attempted suicide, will go a long way in diluting the impact of Section 309 of the IPC and will assist these people in, and it imposes a duty on the state to ensure provision of care, treatment, and rehabilitation to such a person. So certainly the dichotomy, where a person who's committed or attempted suicide is going to be thrown into jail by booking a case under Section 309 and the provision under Section 115 of the Mental Health Care Act, which makes it mandatory on the state to provide care, treatment, and rehabilitation. Actually it opens with the word notwithstanding, Section 115. So it has a non-obstante clause, which shows that it will override the penal provision. A very, very welcome step so far as persons who are facing mental health issues, who are presumed to be facing mental health issues and are inclined to end their life by committing suicides. The International Association for Suicide Prevention, in its 2019 annual report, has reported that 79% of all suicides worldwide occur in actually low and middle income countries. In India, we are also seeing another terrible happening, which are the farmer suicides, where because of debt issues, monetary reasons, such suicides are increasing every year at an alarming rate. This is no coincidence. Extreme poverty and deprivation are increasingly becoming causes for suicide. I had, this was pointed out to you by Kohi, I had occasion to read, examine the issue of criminalization of begging in Delhi as well as in Jammu and Kashmir. In Delhi, there were the provisions of the Bombay Prevention of Begging Act 1959 were extended to the National Capital Territory of Delhi, and they criminalized the act of begging. These were struck down by me as unconstitutional by a judgment rendered on 8th August 2018. But I had occasion to examine the impact, the legality, constitutionality of criminalization of begging in a more elaborate exercise while Chief Justice of the State of the High Court of Jammu and Kashmir, in a judgment delivered on 25th October 2019, I had noted the reasons, the causes, the circumstances in which people were compelled to resort to begging. And I think the predicament and the mental status of people who are poised, who are compelled to beg, and those who reach the pitch of ending their life is very, very similar. May I just quote a few lines from the judgment on begging in the Jammu and Kashmir? And I quote, in India, the practice of begging is inextricably linked to poverty. Other reasons could be unemployment, illiteracy, ignorance, or the pressure on public resources on account of increasing population, unfair distribution of wealth, homelessness, problem of social structures and economic mismanagement, lack of work opportunities, decline in public assistance, structure and administration of government support, lack of affordable housing, addiction disorders, and mental illness. It may include those who have no access to education or social protection, may be victims of discrimination based on caste and ethnicity, invariably would be landless, may be facing physical and mental challenges as well as isolation. Beggary is a manifestation of the fact that the person has fallen through the socially created net. It is evidence of the fact that the state has failed to ensure that all citizens have even the basic essential facilities. Unquote. I think we can say the very much the same thing so far as persons who are at the rock bottom of of hope, and who have reached the complete despair, who see nothing positive in their existence and want to help. The legislature has taken a giant step, which is in enacting the Mental Health Care Act of 2017, in correcting this egregious provision in the Indian Penal Code. The Indian Penal Code was crafted by the British as back as in 1860. It has been over 100 years since even the British have moved on from this position. The British have enacted the Suicide Act of 1961, whereby persons who have attempted suicide can no longer be prosecuted. It is high time that India took a second look at how Section 309 can be remolded so that it will not be used as a club against the vulnerable sections of the society while continuing to protect people from inducement to suicide. It is also extremely heartening to note the conversation that has now progressed to taking preemptive action to help those with mental illness. Our aim in both medical and legal sphere has to be to promote access to mental health care and protect the rights of the persons with mental illness. A few words on the merits and demerits of decriminalization. So the first impact of decriminalization will be anybody who has, you may see the next, yes, that anybody who has survived a suicide act would not be harassed. The Delhi High Court has called the provision as an anachronism unworthy of society, irrational, cruel, and hence void. The Apex Court in 94 caused it. It was overturned though. The rehabilitative rather than retributive approach would help in resolving issues which are dealt with by suicide attempters. The rehabilitation and the intervention mandated under the Mental Health Care Act 2017 would be assured to these individuals, and there would be focus on the subsequent reintegration of the patients into applicable occupational, family, and social rehabilitation. The demerits are based on moral principles, the legal principle that suicide is a self-inflicted death, the theological principle that one doesn't have to undo a button to restore life. Now, People who consider committing suicide constitute, therefore, you will all agree with me, the most vulnerable section of our society. And a large majority of such individuals are suffering from mental illness and should be persons with healthcare problems and given the same amount of care and protection. The conversations which programs like this have initiated are extremely valuable in these directions. In parting, I wish to share with you all this anonymous quote that I have come across very recently, and I quote, "Suicide doesn't end the chances of life getting worse. It eliminates the possibility of it ever getting better." Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time and for your beautiful presentation. It was really an enriching session for all of us, and it is an honor for all of us at Sci-Fi to have you on our platform to discuss about such important issues. I would really like to extend my gratitude on behalf of the entire team.
Thank you and all the best in your work.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. And that was such an enriching presentation by ma'am. Now I would request Kohi to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just a second, Kohi and Prerna, can you take it forward?
So, to all of our pleasure, Dr. Santosh Kumar Chaturvedi has also joined the meeting, and he will be there with us to bless us and grace the occasion with his wise words. Kohi, please carry on with the introductions. Thank you.
Thank you. So as told by Jigyasa ma'am and Prerna ma'am, we have with us Dr. Santosh Kumar Chaturvedi. He's highly regarded as a stalwart in the Indian psychiatry spectrum, known for bringing about multiple reforms in the mental health and psychiatry space in the country. He has served as the former head of the Department of Psychiatry, Department of Mental Health Education, Psychiatric Rehabilitation Services Dean, Behavioral Science Dean, and Senior Professor of Psychiatry at NIMHANS, Bangalore. He is currently serving as the Chief Consultant Psychiatrist at Leicestershire Partnership NHS Trust, UK. He is a fellow and honorary member of several international associations as well. It is a true honor and a dream come true for us to have him on our forum. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Kohi. And I'm very happy that Sci-Fi is doing this program. And on a very important occasion of the World Prevention of Suicide Day. And I was listening to, the previous speaker from, a very learned judge. And I would just like to say a few things, about suicide and mental health and law. As a psychiatrist for more than 40 years in practice, we have seen so many people making suicidal attempts and having suicidal ideas, and many who have died of suicide. It is a common phenomena, but we never thought of the law in that term, And I should say that the legal system, the law enforcement system, the police, and the courts have been really very, very sympathetic towards mental health professionals and people having mental health problems, because technically and legally, we are bound to inform all people who make suicide attempts. So if we see how many persons with mental illness make suicide attempts, they are really a very large number, and it would have been a big burden on the legal system and the law enforcement system. But nobody questioned that. And like I said, on legal is one side, ethical and moral is on the other side. And always people who had suicidal attempts were taken up very sympathetically, and they were provided treatment, which has now been put in the new Mental Health Care Act. And whether it is there in the act or it is not there in the act, the professionals will still do it. So let's look at the thoughts about suicide. See, it is natural and normal to have thoughts about suicide. Not suicide, but about death. There is a death instinct in everyone. It is called thanatos. So the thanatos is a death instinct, which is there in everyone. And if we look at general population, I think about 10% of people at some time or the other think about dying. And it comes and it goes. Even this belief, it's a myth that people who attempt suicide or commit suicide are having mental illness. That is actually a very small proportion. The commonest causes of mental illness, as Justice Geeta Mittal had told just a few minutes back, are because of life problems, poverty, unemployment, interpersonal problems, marital problems, social problems. They are because of that. Those are not mental illness. To have a mental illness, they should be, if they have to, been diagnosed, then even for depression, it should be there at least for 2 weeks or 4 weeks or, a longer period. People who have psychosis, it should be there for a longer period of time. But most of these suicides are impulsive. People have a problem, they go and, make an attempt. They jump from a height, or they hang themselves, or, something or the other. So people who have depression, and that will be picked up by friends and relatives or even themselves, and it is a medical problem, and people take help for that. Same way, she also mentioned very rightly about people having terminal illness. Now, I've been involved in looking after cancer patients, palliative care, people having severe pain for many decades, and we know that they all have these feelings that it is better to be dead than to suffer so much. And euthanasia is an indication of failure of society. One can probably, alleviate pain, relieve pain. And if a person thinks of suicide in terminal illness, it's because they have not been provided that pain relief. So it's very important, and which the government has done, and it should do even more. I mean, when I say government, it's not really government, it's about society. It should be that they should provide oral morphine much more freely. The society is scared about its misuse, but we should first consider its use. So the use of morphine and painkillers in patients having terminal illness or advanced cancer or any other medical disease which makes them think about suicide should be made for freely available. It is very freely available in the rest of the world, and that is why pain relief is there, very easily available. So one should not be so much concerned about, people who have substance use or opiate misuse or addiction, they are very different. And because of the fear that they might use much more to deprive other people and allow them to suffer is unethical and immoral. And whether it is legal or not, it's a different issue. So one should be very cautious about that. So it's a very important thing that, as she mentioned about, and we all know about farmer suicide. Now, farmer suicides are not people who have depression or they have psychiatric disorder. So if we look at legally and technically, if we look at abatement to suicide in people who have unemployment or who have poverty, then it is the society. So it is a society which is abetting people to suicide because it is not providing enough support And then it's the government, whichever government it is at any particular time. All governments are responsible for that. Why can't they provide enough employment for people? Why can't they provide enough support for people? Now, at present, I'm in the UK, and I know that the people who do not have any employment, they are provided social security and support. People who don't have house are provided house. People who don't have employment are at least, effort is made to provide employment. Until they get employment, they are given a pension. So, it is only in, a country like ours where no such schemes are there. It's not that we are short of money. I know we might be considered developing in technical terms, but we know there is abundance of money which is not channelized in the proper direction. So suicide is a preventable death, but then many deaths are preventable. Deaths because of COVID are preventable. Deaths because of infections are preventable. Deaths because of cancer are preventable. So all deaths are preventable. So, and suicide is just one of the causes of death. So one should make efforts to make it as less as possible and make it, awareness about suicide, because it is very painful to see anyone who attempts suicide. It's also very painful to see if somebody commits suicide and dies of suicide, or the life is taken away because of suicide. It is the same as suicide, and not suicide, death because of, let's say, infection. Infections are totally controllable. COVID is totally preventable. But then it's a failure of the system, it's failure of the society, it's failure of the people if it is continuing. In many parts of the world, even in England, I think the life has become back to normal in the last 2-3 months that I have been here. And I'm not saying that they should people should be careless, but masks have gone. Social distancing, the government says you need not maintain social distance, work is coming back to normal. That is because more than 90% of people have been vaccinated. And that is because, there are enough healthcare facilities. So if COVID is there, because there were a lot of suicide attempts because of COVID. COVID drove people to make suicidal attempts. And then in the initial period, about a year and a half back, there were so many deaths because of people who got COVID, or people who were in lockdown, and people who were they lost their job, employment, money, and migrants. There were so many things, and all those could have been helped, but they were not. And they were not. Enough was done for that. I'm not saying that no attempts were made, but I don't think enough was done for it. So suicide is a reflection on the society. Suicide is not a reflection on mental health. If suicide is, suicidal thoughts are a reflection on, it's an indicator of overall transcendence of the society. We consider that we are very highly spiritual, and that we probably look at various things from a karmic point of view, but then we do not do enough for it. So I would like to once again congratulate Sci-Fi, and I know the next sessions are probably waiting to start. So good wishes, and please support each other. Peer support is very important, and support to persons with mental illness are very important. But not only that, but people who are unemployed, people who have poverty, people who have interpersonal problems, people who have various other difficulties in life. They all need support too. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and wish you all the best. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much that you graced our event with your presence. And we are so lucky to have you here. And you joined us specifically out of your busy schedule to enlighten all of us who have joined here. I can't thank you enough. And I still remember the first time I met you in Nimhans, Bangalore, for the open mic that we have, the spoken word poetry session that we had. And since then, I kind of I have been fangirling you. So you hold so much respect in all of our hearts, and whenever we are in and around Imhans, or whenever we are probably in Bangalore, the first person we are reminded of is you. Because you have been a benchmark for all of us, and probably you are for all the psychology aspirants. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Sagar, and nice to see you. I mean, I am really impressed by your mustache because I used to have one just like this when I was in my 20s and 30s. I can still have it, but it will be white. But it's very nice. Keep it up.
Thank you so much, sir.
All the
Thank you
best.
so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. As a student of yours, I can't. I mean, my I you say the vocal cord is right now stuck, choked actually, because I can't express how much gratitude I have for you right now. Thank you,
Thank
sir,
you,
for
Jigyasa.
accepting.
Thank you. All the best. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Yes, after those quite insightful sessions by some really great dignitaries and reformers, I think it's time to start some critical deliberations on the legal fraternity and psychology coming together, especially not psychology, as we say, mental health as a collective with society. I think it's time for, after these, we say it's a critical questioning time, and let's listen to some interesting deliberations and educative points that are coming, will be coming from, again, not saying that there are not enough dignitaries. There are, again, high dignitaries joining us from the who have worked and are working on the ground level now. So, they are the present reformers for us. So, present and our future, sorry. So I welcome the panel, and Kohi, please take over. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So we're going to start with our panel, understanding the legal and human rights perspective to suicide. I'd like to welcome our panelists. The first panelist we have today is Dr. Manjula Batra, who is a professor of law and an esteemed scholar. She's the former director of Vivekanand Institute of Professional Studies, former dean of Faculty of Law for Jamia Millia Islamia, and former dean of Faculty of Law at SGT University, Gurgaon. She is currently a professor at the School of Law, North Cap University, Gurugram. She is an arbitrator impaneled with Indian Council of Arbitration. She specializes in women and law, environmental law, the law of evidence, constitutional law, and has been a teacher for over 30 years. It's a pleasure to have you with us, ma'am. We welcome you.
Thank you, Kohi, for such kind words. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a pleasure to have you. Next, we have Ms. Jahanvi Sharma, who is a third generation practicing advocate at the Supreme Court of India. She specializes in intellectual property rights law, constitutional law, international relations and diplomacy, and family law. As a mediator, she is skilled in drafting, arguing, and legal research. In addition, she does a fair share of legal advisory and consultancy work for a number of clients and companies, educational institutions, and organizations. With a background in political science from Hindu College DU, she is also an avid reader who writes poetry occasionally. She has founded the Virtual Lawyer Platform with Professor Batra, an initiative to enhance virtual legal education through live sessions. It has conducted over 75 webinars and live sessions. Thank you for joining us today. We welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Mr. Aditya Vikram Sharma, who is an assistant professor at the Vivekanand School of Law and Legal Studies, New Delhi. He teaches and writes on a wide range of subject matter areas such as public international law and conflict of laws. He has graduated with a BALB degree from the Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, New Delhi. After that, he has completed the 2-year LLM program at the South Asian University, Delhi. He has also done a coursework on international investment law from the Université Catholique de Johan Lalouise, Belgium. Thank you, sir. Can
Thank
you
you so
please
much,
switch on your
Zoe.
camera?
Yeah, I'm just switching to my laptop. I'll switch it on in a moment.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Zoe. Pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have you, sir. Next, we have Ms. Prerna Tandon, currently in a final year bachelor's in law from Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies, IP University. She is all set to step into the legal profession as a third generation lawyer, carrying forward with the same ethics, principles, and integrity that her family is known for. Her areas of interest lie mainly in criminal law, criminology, and in the application of psychological principles in the legal profession at diverse levels across the entire spectrum. She is currently working towards curating and developing a project that should delve into exploring and understanding the intersection that law shares with psychology, mental health, and related fields. This course will be launched under the banner of the organization Sci-Fi for a Healthy Mind. Apart from this, she identifies herself as a feminist in its true sense and is a strong advocate for women and child rights, mental health, and human rights. She is also working for the cause of indigenous people's rights. She worked on a report on the challenges faced by denotified tribes in India. Through her organization, she has worked extensively for the cause of mental health awareness and suicide prevention. Her work currently critically analyzes the concept of decriminalization of suicide in India and has been recognized among many platforms and news channels. Working for community improvement and social reform has always been her pleasure, and she has previously headed the community service club of her school and has also been the director of the Interact Club, student body of the Rotary Club. Thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Kohi. It's a pleasure for me to be sitting on a panel among such high dignitaries, being just a student right now. But I'm really nervous, but I'm excited as well to learn from each other.
Thank you. Lastly, we have Veena Ali ma'am, who is practicing in Delhi High Court for about 4 decades as an advocate. She is currently the organizing secretary of Samadhan, the Delhi High Court Mediation and Conciliation Center, and leads over 200 empaneled mediators. She received her basic training in mediation in India and her advanced training of trainers at the S.J. Queenie College of Law, University of Utah, USA. She is an accredited mediator with the CIR London and CIMIAT Singapore. She has also obtained special training of mediation in commercial matters by Bangalore Mediation Center in association with JAMS. Despite being a lawyer practicing mainly in the original side and doing commercial practice, she is especially known for helping parties and family and matrimonial disputes of all ages from 2 to 93, considered the most challenging jurisdiction in any court. More so in mediation where emotions run high and egos clash constantly between parties. Her Midas touch with people of all ages has become legendary in the Delhi High Court. She has also been appointed mediator in several important and large commercial and family disputes by the Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court. She has trained judicial officers, lawyers, students at various universities and other professions, and has also been invited specially to train counselors attached to family courts at various high courts because of her expertise in helping parties to resolve their complex family and business related issues. I have had the pleasure of interning under her, and it truly was an honor. It's a pleasure to have you, ma'am. We welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kohi. Thank you for this kind words.
Thank you, everyone. And now I'm Jigyasa, and I will be moderating the session. And just quick points. Uh, everybody else, please keep yourself on mute. Only the speakers or the panelists will be on unmute section. So the point, and there will be specific questions asked first, which will be going through the the flow of the conversation, and there will be questions and answers taken at the end of the session, which are from the audience, right? And yes, please just wait and listen, be patient, and have an open mind to listen to all the deliberations and critical thinking and opinions that the reformers of the present time, and who are defining the new future, are bringing on this platform. with all their work and effort and ground level work. So I think we need to reform the society by reforming the grassroots level. So that's where I'll start the panel from. So since we have such a high dignitary from the mediation side, right? So, ma'am, you have been like Samadhan has been your baby since I have seen myself, right? You have birthed it, and you have literally put together everything, in a setup like this, where you have grown and taken care of it throughout the time. Will you enlighten us more about Samadhan as a practice? For the as a practice platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Prerna. First of all, I would like to correct you here that it's not that I have been associated as an organizing secretary with Samadhan from the beginning. Of course, I am associated with Samadhan from the beginning, that is the year 2006. But I was given a grown-up child in my hands. Difficult to handle, you can say, an adolescent and then a teenager. So I am at that stage where now I'm the fourth organizing secretary in line, starting from Mr. JP Singh, then Ms. Sadhana Ramachandran, then Mr. Batra, and then myself now. Of course, I had the toughest time because of this COVID, when it was difficult for people to move to court and also attend mediations at center. At that point of time, shifting from physical mediations to virtual mode of mediation, making every party satisfied was a big challenge. But we tried our level best with our full support from our overseeing committee of Delhi High Court, and we have been able to help people to resolve their conflicts. I know you are doing a great job dealing with very sensitive issue, but at the same time, I would like to say that what you are trying to prevent is at the initial stage itself. But still, when a matter reaches up to a stage where people can't handle themselves, parties are landing up in courts because of those conflicts. And then courts also see that either there are elements of settlement or there are possibilities of settlement because disputes are between the relatives, siblings, husband and wife, they refer matter for mediation. And I would like to tell you today that mediation is just not vartalap, it is basically a vivad se samvad ki yatra. In the sense, people start from conflicts to disputes and then they reach up to samadhan to see how they can find out a resolution. And in Hindi, resolution means samadhan. They find out samadhan of their own problem. They go happily back, and that is the level of satisfaction we get, which we may not at times get even when we win our cases for our clients. So this is how we are trying to contribute to the society to make it more peaceful for the people who are part of this society, who are part of our country, to help them to resolve their own issues, help them resolve their own conflicts. That is the job of Samadhan. And I'm just trying to do my best in my capacity, in my capability as an organizing secretary of Samadhan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such an awareness. I would like to bring to your notice that as psychologists, we or mental health professionals, though we are talking of ground level work with preventing as a peer, we are also talking about resorting to therapy. The same proposition was made in front of one of the platforms of legal site, but I was, as a psychologist, I was denied, saying, "ये सब तो lawyers ही कर लेते हैं, आपकी क्या जरूरत है?" Right. So what will be, like you said, that you safeguard the last or the last resort when where people mediation happens and people go back happily ever after, or at least satisfied with the reformation. But what if, where there are some psychologists or some mental health professionals who are trying to come into hand in hand with legal system and say that hello, we are here to help you as well in the system, to just not target the situation but also to reform the situation. What are your thoughts about that, ma'am?
Rena, this question is to me.
Yes, Meera ma'am, I'm in the
Yes.
okay.
All
Yes,
right. See, what happens, we are living in a society where there are variant cultures, variant behaviors, even siblings of the same family, though they are nurtured in the same environment, but there can be some issues between two of them and they cannot be just similar. So such, you can say, variant behavior, variant cultures, variant personalities, situational differences generally lead to difference of opinion. When difference of opinion is left unresolved, they lead to disagreements. When there are disagreements which are not handled properly by the parties, lead to, you can say, problems. And when problems are left unattended, they become conflicts. So there is a long journey from, you can say, difference of opinion up to the conflict. What we see in courts is a dispute, and that is basically a manifestation of the conflict. But at the same time, why this conflict has occurred, why parties are before court, is never talked before the courts. Courts are just looking at the past, whether something wrong has been done by one particular person or not, and court passes a decree. With that, the relationship is put at stakes absolutely. Nobody looks at the relationship, how it affects adversely the relationship between the parties, because in our country, in our culture, we value relationship a lot. So what happens that when mediation is referred or parties are referred toward the mediation, they get a chance to start looking at the causes of that conflict, the root cause of the conflict, because it can be because of some needs were not met, maybe there were some psychological threats, maybe there were some financial threats, leading the parties landing up in courts, fighting against each other, but not even talking to each other. See, how do we fight? We fight with the help of the lawyers, and lawyers sometimes may not understand what exactly has brought you here, because he is focusing only one thing, that my client should win, or if I'm not having a good case to win, at least I should make all endeavor to see that the other party does not win. So it is a lose-lose position in courts. So what happens in mediation? You get a chance to speak to your opponent, because this process is a philosophy. This is a scientific process where you talk to your opponent. You communicate to your opponent. You talked in such a way that this is not a normal conversation. It is a communication which is called effective communication, which is called active listening. Not only you talk to the person, because vocal language, as per the studies at international level, it is just 7%. Rest is all body language, demeanor, tonality, and it conveys a lot. So we are, as mediators, trained to understand the total complete combo of communication of the parties, and similarly we put some questions to them by which they come and they resolve their disputes themselves. That is called party autonomy, that is called self determination of the parties, and they go happily by resolving their disputes themselves. And of course, since so far, we have been having court annexed mediation centers more popular in our country. When they go back to court, they get an order in their hand. So that order is written by them. So the level of satisfaction is the maximum. So that is how they get what they need. See, in courts, times you can get something which may not even still not look at your need. As human beings, our needs cannot be negotiated at all. We can negotiate on our desires, on our wants. So that is the possibility only in the mediation center. So what I say, that mediation is a process where a third neutral person helps you to talk to your opponent, look at the causes of the conflict, resolve them, and then try to build up your relationship. If it is not possible to build up relationship, at least stop further damage to the relationship. Whereas in court processes, the relationship is totally damaged, and sometimes it is so cemented that we look at our relatives, we look at our sister brothers only as defendant or plaintiff, accused or complainant. So that does not give us a peaceful society. So what we are doing, that since we all know that we have different variant, so you can say personality traits, and we are bound to have those conflicts. We must approach a process where we get harmonious decision made by us. That is, we make a win-win situation. So parties go happily back and they feel what they want, they have got it today. Yes, Prerna.
Thank you. My voice is better now.
Yeah, it's fine.
Right. So, drawing from, thank you, Reena ma'am, for your such a great insight of mediation as such, and explaining how mediation works. I will be drawing 3 or 4 terms like conflict, relationship, desires, wants, and come to a point where how women are exposed to the idea of I would say reconcilement, or abuse, reconcilement on the state of abuse, on state of domestic violence, etc. So the point here that I'm trying to highlight is, like, when the COVID-19 happened, the times had became difficult for everyone. Like, every living being in this world had experienced some kind of mental health disturbance, because we were so used to, or so routinized by our regularity, and by going, following a routine, by getting up and literally like working like machines, that COVID-19 brought us to an halt, and we did not know where to go from. So but the situation affected women a lot, where some women could make themselves understand, or the other family members could understand the burden of women, which happened to a very, very less percentage. The saddening fact was that there was glaring and saddening statistics that showed that there is an increase in the rate of intimate partner violence and domestic violence in Indian homes. Within 15 days after the national lockdown, just imagine, it was imposed. Just imagine, the National Commission on Women reported 100% rise in complaints of domestic violence cases. This also further led to, as we are trying to make a point, that this led to so much of development of mental psychiatric systems, the married women, you know, and even the children. I would say that ultimately they had no option, they were left to suppression, and that domestic violence could be like anything, anything. So, and this led to very high significant rise in attempted suicides among married women, right? So, Dr. Manjula ma'am, what will be your thoughts about the whole statistics, and about the whole situation of domestic violence that happens to women, and leading to attempted and completed suicides?
Domestic, first of all, thank you for inviting me to GYASA and other team members. And I also would like to congratulate you that you're having a discussion and a panel discussion on such a sensitive issue. Because as a teacher of law for so many years, I've always felt that psychology is very closely related to matters which deal with offenses, crime, sexual violence, and different kinds of problems that people face in their lifetime. In fact, I also suggested that all 5-year law courses, in all law schools, should have psychology as a subject, to be taught in the first 2 years, because it is so well integrated with law. Because without psychology, we cannot deal with human behavior. and psychology is required at every step. So when we talk about domestic violence, it is a social evil in our country, even abroad, in all foreign countries. Wherever you go, you'll find domestic violence. But looking at the issue during the COVID-19 period, it had really gone up because there were reasons where, women who were married or unmarried women, elderly women, even children, they were all confined to the household. So very often arguments must have triggered off and there must have been abuse. And naturally, the National Commission for Women did come up with statistics. So domestic violence is a cause for attempting suicide or a cause for suicide is one of the major issues that is prevalent in a society. And I feel that all of us are responsible for it because we fail to recognize domestic violence as a problem in our country. We deny it. Even though we have laws, even though we have, programs, seminars, talks, conferences, we've got a beautiful, Protection of Women Against Domestic Violence Act today, okay, which is essentially a civil law remedy. But even this particular act is not being used fully. For example, there is Section 14 under the Act, which talks about counseling. I don't think the magistrate ever calls anybody for counseling the woman. And also, the way a woman is called for counseling, he's called for counseling singly, not with a husband. And I think at the time of deliberations, which took place before the act came into place, there was a suggestion by many NGOs and lawyers collective, even NCW, that there should be mandatory joint counseling of the couple, married couple. But this was dropped, unfortunately. So what happens when the married woman is counseled alone? There is again pressure put on her. Continue staying in the family, you have children, you are a woman, you are more sensitive to things, you should be more tolerant, as if it's only her fault for doing everything, even for the violence that is committed against her. Okay, so
Right.
this aspect has to be dealt with. And another point that I would like to deal with you is that, when we talk about counseling, or maybe judges talk about counseling, in courts, counseling is not like, cut, counseling is done. Counseling is slow and steady. It is basically befriending a person. A person would be having suicidal tendencies for years and yet might have attempted suicide, or might be wanting to commit suicide. But if he's counseled or she's counseled properly, things would change. And let me tell you, nobody would really want to take one's own life. And a woman, so that is a very important factor which should play in the minds of enforcement agencies, all stakeholders in the legal system, whether it is the police, whether it is the prosecution, whether it is the judge, whether it is the lawyer. And they need to be sensitized in psychology, while dealing with clients of domestic violence or victims of domestic violence. So I feel very strongly that this discussion should be carried forward in every way.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This made me actually, while you were conversing, this made me recall one of the cases where I was part of as a counselor. I was in Sake District Court, and I'm just going to ask that, I'm going to draw a question from that. And that question will be for three people, starting with Manjula ma'am, since we are already in word with her, then Aditya sir, and then Veena ma'am, right? So, okay, so there was a headline, I don't know how many of you must have read, in April 2021, that a rape case got quashed and it was called Happily Married. Okay, so I was a counselor in that, and I did not say for a very long time. I was going through some hard period myself. I was at that time when it got released, I was diagnosed with COVID positive. So I stayed silent, and I was just going through the comments that people had put for that lady, without realizing what was the case was. They were
very, 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 I would say, demeaning, and having no dignity of the women, and saying, that women का तो यही चर्चा है, यही चलता है, कुछ नहीं होता तो रेप लगा दो, सब निकल जाता है. So the point is that rape has not become now. Rape is just a word with more sensitivity now. I believe it has just become like, a term which can be just used to either for protection or for, something, you can just get violated with, or, if nothing happens, okay, you put this. And this is not like, see, the point is that it is being misused as well. So I will not just completely agree, but the specific case was very, very different, very different. And the case was horrific. I know how I had to mediate in between. I got the lawyer changed, the judge changed, and the whole support system that she was having, the toxic support system that she was carrying, I got that changed because of the fact that she could be again confident, and she attended the last year for prevention, and that time that lady had so much confidence, and she spoke on camera like anything. So the point here is, when we talk about such cases where domestic violence is being discussed, where counseling is the matter of concern, where rape as a word has lost its sensitivity and is just used as a mark for safety, or just like how depression is today. What will be your thoughts on that?
Ask me.
Yeah. Starting with you, then we go to other people, and then
yeah, I agree with you fully that rape has become, very common these days, and where the judgments say that, a rapist can marry the victim. My God, the offense is being compromised. Okay, what is the scope of the offense? You are diluting the offense. You're diluting the very fact that the woman's soul has been hurt. It's not only being raped physically, it is much more. It is soul of the person. It is without consent. And that is why, when we talk about women's rights, and some of the judges have written actually beautiful judgments on this, okay? And, when I teach in class and I talk about those judges, especially the way the police treat the rape victims and the way they are, cross-examined, I feel rape should be taken very seriously, and nowhere should it be ever compromised. An offense is an offense. A rape victim needs rehabilitation. She needs counseling. She's broken. Okay, because the society would look at her as if she's nobody. She's been used. She's looked upon as property, not as a human being. And if you view it only as an accident happening, I am not very happy with it also. An accident may not have emotions. If you're having an accident or you fall down, you might be hurt physically, okay, individually. But a rape is something which the society is going to judge you tomorrow. And as it is, women are not judged properly even today. Okay. And I'll tell you, I've been a woman, I've been teaching law, I've been in academics. And I can tell you even today, when I drive on the road, I get comments even today that women can't drive so well. I mean, the situation is so bad. When will the mindset change? When? We are asking everybody. So the stakeholders in the system who encounter victims of violence, okay, they have to be sensitive. Even in domestic violence cases, when a woman comes before the magistrate, you cannot ask her very penetrating questions. And if she is, not showing physical signs of abuse, it doesn't mean that she's not being subject to cruelty. She's being subject to maybe various taunts. For a woman, even one slap may be domestic violence, and for another woman, maybe a few times beating would be domestic violence. It is relative, I agree. But then why show the might physically? There are other ways of confronting each other. That is what I mean to say, that here, domestic violence in our country is taken as, accepted. I did my PhD on crimes against women within the family. Okay, it was way back in 2004, and I did an empirical study on it. And I'll share my experience with you. I'd gone to various women's cells, And I spoke to even police personnel over there. And one of the police persons said that, ma'am, jab koi aata hai that I've been beaten up by my husband, we tell her to go back and we tell her कि सुबह तक ठीक हो जाएगा. You are not recognizing the gravity of the situation. He is a stakeholder. Police system, police is a stakeholder. If police is not sensitive in rape cases, in investigation, in seizure, in domestic violence cases, or identifying cases where domestic violence is being committed, how would this evil be eliminated from a society? We cannot change the mindset. That is why I say that when we have conferences on domestic violence, sexual violence against women, we must actually see that men participate in it, more and more men. The idea is not to segregate the sexes, that women are here, men are here. No, all of us together have to be on board. And more men need to be sensitized. Talk about sexual harassment at workplace. My God, many don't even know what is sexual harassment. What is the difference between harassment and sexual harassment? More so, I had delivered lectures at Haryana Institute of Public Administration to public prosecutors. Okay, I was shocked to know that they did not even know that Section 498A of IPC can be invoked even in situations where there is no dowry demand and only cruelty is committed. They said, ma'am, wo nahi likha hai yahan pe. I said, please read it, open the section. It is with or without dowry demand. And the way cruelty has been defined in different judgments, again, it depends upon what cruelty is perceived by the judges. That again is the mindset of the person viewing cruelty. You understand? A simple taunt may be cruelty for me. Throwing a plate at the wife and saying that what kind of food you've made could be cruelty for a particular judge, but it may not be for another person. Well, if you look at the judgments given by different high courts, you also see that some judges have said that all forms of harassment are not cruelty. Then do you want to reach a point where cruelty is so severe that the woman has no option left but to kill herself? And then when she doesn't die, then you put her in prison under Section 309 of IPC?
Exactly.
She needs care. She needs protection. She needs affection. She needs to be handled with, so much of love because she's very fragile. She's very fragile at that moment.
Exactly. Like how we have the boxes with handle with care. I think that
absolutely. You can't put her in jail for 1 year. She will die in any case.
Literally.
Because she's seeing life as hopeless for her, that she's got nothing to live for, and you put her in prison where she can't interact with, and you further tell her that you've committed a wrong. My God, she'll die. She'll be burdened psychologically. So this has to be addressed very urgently, and I'm glad that the Mental Health Act has done it. But in judgments, in the way the judges also deal with women, I think this aspect should be looked into. And I feel help should be taken from, expertise of psychologists should be taken into account. Definitely. And it's a long-term counseling thing, not 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. No, because, the person has to be taken back to his or her childhood.
Exactly.
Okay? I have 2 psychologists in my family, my 2 sisters. And because we've had so much of interaction and so much of exposure, I can say with confidence that, my sister often says that a child's personality is made within the first 5 years.
Yes.
So that child carries everything forward for the rest of his or her life.
Yes, indeed it is. That's true. Very true.
Yeah.
So, moving to Aditya sir. Aditya sir, first of all, congratulations. You're the only male, and your voice is going to be much heard today. So you have to make, points with real, that sensitivity and care. But I would like to congratulate you to be here and say second that, because of your classes that I used to hear while Prerna was taking online classes, I think online classes actually helped a lot of people to listen what happens in different fields actually. I don't know. That's my perspective. So I used to listen to your sessions and I was like, you motivated me to take human rights law. I got myself enrolled in PGDM course from NLU Bangalore in human rights law. My classes are starting from 20th September. But as we talked about the question, and ma'am highlighted it also, there was one thing, like, there's another side that I worked with was like the rape predators, right? The people who actually commit rape, and that were not just the adult rapers, adult predators, but also the younger ones, like, from I would say under 16 juvenile, right? So from your perspective, when we talk of such cases, and such cases predisposing people to the idea of taking their own life, and to opt for suicide, what do you think, like, from the as a human right professor, what will be your thoughts on this? Right. So thank you so much, Jigyasa. It's a pleasure to be seen finally. And I agree with Manjula ma'am also on this. The way we have to look at these things, there has to be a very nuanced approach. Now, considering how we are looking at minors also, and considering how we are looking at all the aspects of these issues that are there, I think pertinently it came out many years ago when there was an Nirbhaya case, when this student was raped and all those issues popped up. And one of the rapists, he happened to be a minor, and the Juvenile Justice Act was applied, and there was a lot of hue and cry that this should not happen, and there are certain heinous crimes for which people need to be punished, even if they are minors. The second thing that happened after that, the whole case, was that we have the Justice Verma Committee which sat, and they told us that they gave us certain recommendations, so we can look into criminal law, and we have to make certain amendments to the criminal laws, so that certain changes are made which make the society safer for women. Now, those are all punitive provisions. The biggest problem that came at that time was, after the whole issue had watered down, was that the committee which gave the decision to change certain laws in the country, in India for that matter, we only change the reactionary part of the thing. So if a crime happens, what has to be the punishment for this? So, right. So there's certain theories of punishment, so they were going for this one. Now, if we look at all the aspects of what drives a person, or what is acceptable in a society, or how things work, there have to be a lot of changes that need to be made from ground up. And of course, it's a society where we have seen that there are victims, there's victim blaming, there's victim shaming, all these issues are there. So we of course need a victim centric approach. We need to understand what the person has gone through, what she has gone through, and understand, just like ma'am was saying right now, we have to look at all the aspects. It's not like we can just give up on that and say that it is the fault of the person. The first thing that happens is the girl or the female, the person herself, she is blamed for anything that happened. And we have seen certain comments coming in from the society itself. So if something happens to the woman, then what kind of clothes was she wearing? Is that relevant? No, not at all. But that is what the society is looking at. Why are they asking these questions? Because the way of thinking is in that manner. And that needs to be the first thing we need to look into. You refer to even minors, like doing such things and getting into these things. So of course, it is all because of the fact that there is certain things in the society that need to be confirmed to, which need to be changed. And because these things need to be changed, there has to be some ground up work, some work from the ground up that needs to come in. So education is something that we always say that education would help, or even adding certain modules to, we already have good like education institutes and everything going on, but maybe work on the modules of it. Of course, we are referring to human rights over here, we are referring to psychology over here. Maybe those things will help sensitize the people regarding what the victim goes through, and of course would help prevent such issues also. If we are understanding this thing, this whole situation from the ground up, the ground reality is that the society is going to blame the victim, and that is the worst part, because that starts the cycle where it's even the victims are unable and unwilling to come forward. Yeah, Not that into the courts. Yeah. And that is the biggest problem. If it's victim shaming, most of the rape cases in India, they go unreported for that matter. And the ones that get reported, out of them, there's a small percentage that are maybe wrong, but those are the ones which get highlighted. And so how do we have to look at these things? There are a lot of factors that are pouring in. There can be, there has to be some sort of a principle which is enshrined within the people of the country, within the people of those who blame the victims for that matter. May the police system, as ma'am was just saying, that even the police, the law enforcement authorities also need to get more sensitized regarding such issues. Again and again, my mind is going to the Nirbhaya issue. When they were in the hospital, nobody was looking after them. They were just lying on the bed. And these issues ultimately will lead to a situation where the rights of the victims are not respected. And of course, this also affects them psychologically. It's very bad, of course. And so that would be my 2 cents on that. There has to be some work to be done from the ground up. Many aspects of these have to be looked into. But moreover, it's the society. There are changes that are needed, which change the attitude of looking at the victims who go through such heinous acts. So that's Right. Right. That's actually beautiful points, which made me think that, I don't know how will you agree to it, but movies like Aligarh, Chapa, Thappad, because I feel media plays a very important role in our lives. And I think these movies have somehow highlighted those issues somehow. They might not be justified in all sense. Okay, so media also have to have an open loop. They have to have that. But since they can't also be opinionated too much, the reformers actually, they think they can't be opinionated. But I feel that some kind of reformation is starting to come through media. If it's that true, what will be your thoughts on that? Aditya sir, like I'm in conversation. Like then I'll go to Veena ma'am. Yeah. I had muted myself. So of course, with respect to what you were saying, so again, it reminded me of the documentary which had come up later. It was India's Daughter. And, yeah. And there were a lot of, like the journalist at that time, I think she was from the BBC. She had interviewed the people, the perpetrators of that crime in Tihar jail itself. And their statements were very violent. It was very vicious. The way they still did not blame themselves. They said that it's all about she was doing this and she was doing that. The government of India banned it. Yeah. That was banned in India. And that is another way of looking. So of course we cannot be too open. Maybe reforms are hard to come by, but when reforms can happen, there are other issues that come in, because ultimately there can be a conservative society, there can be a liberal society, but because of all these problems, as you were saying, maybe reforms are also going to come up very slowly. It's a slow process. It's always a slow process. The India we have right now, maybe it has come up over a long period of time. But yes, if you look at the media and all these, they need to have an approach which is more inclusive and more empathetic to the rights of the person who is, of course, affected. And of course, they have to be very responsible also. And we have acts to regulate that. You cannot reveal the name of the victim. You cannot reveal anything that gives any information regarding that victim. We have such laws also. But ultimately, the whole side of blaming the victim herself, or maybe covering the news in a more empathetic manner, or doing those things, that help us more in the long run, rather than just pushing something in at once. So yeah. Veena ma'am, sorry. What do you think in pertaining to the case for mediation? This case that happened. This case was, 3 judges and 5 lawyers were changed at the district level, and in High Court the case was dismissed, saying that this case is not worthy enough. And in Supreme Court, finally, this woman got justice. And then again, the demeaning on media happened. Hopefully, she's fine and she's not got affected by the comments on that. But what do you think? What is from a mediator mediation lawyer, what will be your perspective about it?
Prerna, today we are in 21st century where we are providing best of education to our girl children, and still we are struggling at a point of time when we have to protect them. On the one hand, we have Vishakha guidelines. On the other hand, we have judgments which you just referred to. So see the imbalance between the two. And at the same time, we talk about equality at all levels, starting from our homes to our workplace. Still, we are struggling. If we look at it from mediation point of view and for resolution point of view, law does not allow us to sit across the table and resolve this or settle this or accept any compensation for this. We are really do not know how this matter was ultimately got resolved, which you refer to. But at the same time, uh, there are specific judgments even up to Supreme Court. There is no possibility of having settlement through the process of mediation in rape cases, and those FIRs are not even supposed to be quashed unless or until proper trial takes place. Sometimes, of course, we deal with people, we deal with women who come in front of us because we have all strata, all type of people coming to our mediation rooms where it is taken as a stigma, family pressure. What will we do? You won't be able to get married. Nobody in the society will accept you. So there are so much, you can say, points of pressure on that woman. She says, I want to resolve it, but law doesn't permit her to resolve. Maybe because we are really looking at transformation of our society now. And I think we are heading towards that, where all of us will be joining hands to see that women are protected, starting from their homes till the place they work, they move in the society, they go on road, they drive, as Manjula ji pointed out. It's really right. If you find a car moving on roads zigzag, you will find a comment, must be a woman is driving. So see, we have seen such type of comments, we have experienced such type of comments from the beginning, but we need to work together, join hands, and to provide security to our female children so that they have a lot of potential. We all know it because all multitasking things are in the hands of women, girls. So we have to protect them and we have to see that they are restored, they are given back their dignity, not only as we talked about domestic violence, not only within the house, even outside our houses, so that they can do their best for managing the society and rather the most difficult task in the society.
Exactly. This brings me to a point where I want to share that even I have road anxiety because of this statement that women can't drive. Women can't drive. I'm not. I am 27 and I still can't drive. I can do anything you can you ask me to. But when my father tells me, okay, get on the driving seat, I don't know. I can't. I'm unable to drive still. But moving forward to the younger ones who have been quiet like students till since listening their points. Jani, I want to congratulate you that you used the COVID time to a very beautiful reformation where you made law accessible to everyone, like to everyone, where you lawyers, to be listened and the people to listen to the laws that okay, this is also there. Okay, so some of the webinars were like really eye opening. If I was not directly there, I could hear the discussions because that's the advantage of being in a lawyer family, that you get to know everything what is happening in the law sector, day in day out. So yes. So what do you think that your platform that you started, virtual lawyer, how do you think that benefited both the mental health aspect and the law aspect in terms of accessibility?
Thank you, Jigasa, for having me here. And just a second, I think it's going to echo. Should I sit it up? 1 second, sorry, we're using 2 laptops, so just give me a
Yes. So one of you can mute, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's fixed now. Is it better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. So, all right. So basically, it started with my mother, and we were just sitting. So this was the first wave, right? And at that time we had no idea what is going to happen. And as you know, now that you're in a lawyer family, you know how we love our high court canteen sessions and meeting every day, and just talking morning till evening. And then drastically you take that away. So lawyers, I feel, are people's persons. Okay, this is one thing I've realized. Lawyers cannot work in isolation, they cannot work alone, they need to be surrounded by people, and that's how their life is, that's how their life
That,
functions.
that, true
So
that.
it was like there was like this gap, and there was like this void that was created in everyone's life, and everyone was in it together. So there were different ways in which everyone was trying to stay connected. And being the daughter of an academician, you'll get scolded if you look for ways which are just fun. You have to look for academic ways as well, things that are a little serious in nature. So then we were just sitting and discussing one day, and mom wanted to do some sessions, and there were a number of students from different colleges. So it was not one college; there were different colleges, and they wanted to attend her session. And so we thought that I'm on Instagram all the time, and I'm very good with the platform. And Zoom had not developed at that time. We didn't have Zoom.
Yes,
It reached
yes.
at a later stage. So then I thought we'll have a public profile, and we'll open it to all, so that students from across colleges can come and hear her. And then slowly there were other people who wanted to join. There were lawyers who wanted to join. And then our friends, families, and her colleagues, our seniors, all of them uh, we sort of just had a conversation and decided to like do this together, have these sessions, open it for all. And then over a period of time, we just kept making it more structured. Now, like you said, that some of the sessions were enlightening. Trust me, they were enlightening for me also. I also didn't realize it's going to be like this. So I was one of the people sitting there in awe and wondering ki, what is happening. So it was just one of those lockdown things.
Right, right, right. So now I'm going to like pose question to
I can't
Prerna.
hear you.
Is it? Am I audible now? Am I
You're
audible?
audible to us. Are you
I
audible
think
to
you
us?
have
You
kept
are
your.
audible to us. You are audible to us, Jigyasa.
Oh, awesome, awesome. So very okay. This might come as like this girl is all complaining about psychology and everything, but just one thing, and this is going to be a question for three people. I don't know how this discussion will open. So for Prerna, Manjula ma'am, and Aditya sir. Okay, this is because you are related to one institute in particular, and this can be a reformation to other institutes as well of law. Prerna is working for last 3 years on a project called Psychology, where we wanted to put psychology and law together to work around certain principles. And as ma'am mentioned, that counseling should have been the initial, part, or psychology should have been the initial part, or like how graduation is, like how other, I think social related fields have been. Have been there. Like economics, you read, sociology, you read, political science, you read, but there's no mention of psychology. So we were trying to work around, but I don't know, due to due to academic politics and everything, that gray area was achieved and was denied to us. Okay, that no, we are not going to move forward with it. But somebody took our idea, and how things happen, like took our idea, started reforming, and other organization, another institutes and other organizations have started working on the similar idea that we wanted to work upon. Now, my point is, when there are attempts like these, okay, so why is it when there's so much acceptance towards the subject, and there is trying to have, like, we are trying to work towards inclusion, and we are trying to understand the lawyers also. We are not denying the fact that the lawyers do not undergo stress, or the legal fraternity as such doesn't go stress. I think everybody undergoes stress, and nobody knows how to manage it, and that is why the stress management came inside. But so everything that happens, for a good period of time it happens for good, but then it is being accessed, and the meaning gets lost. But today, when we are trying for inclusion and we are trying for initiatives like this, we are again and again getting denied from the access, right? which I'm little upset with the law of fraternity as such as well. So what will be your thinking? We'll start with Prerna describing about psychology and her thoughts about it, and then we'll move to Aditya sir and Manjula ma'am, and then others can also add their points to this idea. Yes, Prerna. Prerna, you're not visible, but can you work on that?
I have made myself visible. I don't know for some reason.
Okay. Okay.
It is visible on my screen, but it is not visible on others.
Technical errors, but yes,
Yeah.
your voice.
So before I start with my discussion on this, I would really like to be very grateful, and I'm very honored because I am sitting on the panel with a few of my favorite teachers. So I have heard about Manjula ma'am so much from Neeru ma'am, and I have been so attached to her. And Aditya sir has always been an inspiration, and Janvi ma'am has also came up in the field. And I've always heard about Veena ma'am's true papa, and we have been connected on many occasions. So I'm really happy that I am sitting on the panel with all of you. Also, not to miss Miss Jigasa Tandon. She has been my sister and mentor, and she has brought me here wherever I am standing today. So thank you so much. Psychology is like psychology, that is the wordplay, and I have tried to work. I have working in the mental health spectrum since the last 4 years. I understood the gap, and I was able to see that how mental health was missing in most of the interactions of daily life. So even in a classroom setting, the ergonomics of the classroom were such that the thing that we were trying to eradicate, stratification, hierarchy, we were unconsciously perpetuating those same things. So people who were confident in public speaking due to the previous whatever, they had a background in public speaking or whatever, those who were confident in putting forward their views in the classroom were always favored by the teachers. Whereas I feel that each and every student has a host of opinions, and they have so many thoughts that they can share, but not everybody is as confident as the other to put forward it. And because the person who was confident enough was so forthcoming, that the other people somehow tried to back out from that. And even though they wanted to share, they were not sharing what they had in their mind. So this was because I think that institutions which are given the primary responsibility to inculcate in us basic principles of social interaction and prepare us for the exam of life, they have somehow uh, worked in the opposite direction. And somehow, in some ways, personally for me, the school has kind of broken down my confidence, which I am trying to rebuild slowly as I progress through life. So once okay, so if a person who has been appreciated in the school and has been given all the opportunities, once he steps into a new institution, that is the college, he is able to continue with the same enthusiasm in the classroom setting of the college. But those who have not been, they face a little bit of issues in coming forth and putting forward their views in a very confident manner. And the interaction or the reaction, I would say, of the teachers and the peers may inhibit them to actually try and uh, say something. So I feel that a positive parent and sorry, a positive teacher and student relationship has can only help in this regard, wherein a teacher understands from the other perspective, and he understands that the person might not be able to speak due to certain mental health issues that he has been facing, he or she has been facing. And instead of just asking only the few people to speak, different strategies may be adopted, wherein others are also given the chance to put forth their views. And I know I'm speaking from a very biased perspective here, from a perspective of a student, but and I know how hard it is for the teachers as well, especially in the virtual platform, wherein interactions are becoming really difficult with the students. But uh, I think that this is a point that I understood, and while interacting with my peers, I understood that not only with females. So right now we are majorly consisting of a female panel, but I have interacted with so many males who felt that they were not being accepted by others because they were not into science or technology, and they would rather like to talk about human sciences or psychology or behavioral sciences. And I have had friends who felt that they are not being accepted into their peer group because of the same issues. And similarly, if a male hangs out too much with the females, uh, the girls of the class, he is being labeled in a very uh, derogatory manner. And I feel that all these factors play a very important role in the mental health of the person. So that was one area that I wanted to explore, and I wanted to establish I wanted to address these challenges that are faced by students. So I have written emails, and my friend, I don't know if Lubna is here in the session with us. We have tried and we have talked to the teachers as well to start a counseling session, or to establish a more informal relation with the teachers, with the students, so that such issues can be more appropriately dealt with. Other than that, psychology also wants to psychology, the project wants to focus on a lot of other issues, like every spectrum of the legal profession. So if be it the victim or the offender, we want to make a effort to reform and rehabilitate rather than punish and uh, give a very unfavorable environment to that person. So that is the basic concept of psychology.
Right. Right. So that's the idea. But the sad part was when we tried to approach a lot of places, like I said, in law platforms, I think we have major areas. I would say we have been rejected, we have been denied, we have been saying no, this cannot be possible. What are our institution benefits? Why should we, give you the benefit, or why should we take you forward, or something like that? And we were discouraged, and we were demeaned. I have heard statements which were so demeaning. I can't even share on this platform, and I don't want to name the organizations as well, but they were there. So I want to understand from your perspectives, actually everyone, what do you think when we are trying to build an inclusive society? Like today also we are having conversation for peer for prevention. What is the usual take on this? And what could be the future of this?
No, as you said, as I earlier said also, that psychology should be made part of the curriculum of the 5-year law course, because 3-year law course, in any case, we have only law papers, LLB for 3 years. So it can only be taught in the 5-year law course. And most law schools have BA LLB honors, but a few of them have only BBA LLB, so that means they deal only with management courses plus law courses. But where social sciences are taught, like BA LLB honors, I think it's very important that psychology should be made one of the subjects instead of maybe some other subject. You can always keep it open for the students. The students can either take psychology or take sociology or take, maybe history or another subject, social science. But it is very important. I think the people who actually frame the syllabus, the course, they should be sensitive to it, because I've always advocated for psychology when I was at Jamia, and we had shifted from the 3-year law course to the 5-year law course. We used to have many deliberations, and we looked at a lot of, the syllabi from different law institutions. And at that point, I wanted to introduce psychology. It was almost done also at Jamia, but I don't know. Then the new dean, he came and he said, no, we will not, we'll maybe have another subject. So it was sad. It was sad, because I think it would have gone a long way. I feel even today, wherever I can get the opportunity, I would definitely, support that we should have it as a subject in the law school, because it is, you should have a perspective, while dealing with humans. Like law deals with human beings, and psychology also looks at human behavior.
Yes,
So that's,
yes.
yeah, so it goes hand in hand everywhere, whether it is in criminal proceedings, whether we are having civil proceedings. And when we talk about the reformative theory, we talk about, the rehabilitation of the convicts, okay, or rehabilitation of the victims, the offenders. Psychology plays a very major role, and because of the pressure of the society, stakeholders like the police, or doctors or nurses, all of them are very hard pressed. So we should have psychologists to deal with them. Psychologists, not psychiatrists. Psychiatrists are different. Okay. What a person would be requiring would be only befriending.
Yes, yes.
Befriending, being a friend. Okay, so
Yeah,
that is different from a psychiatrist. Maybe you don't need a psychiatrist. So a psychiatrist might give you medicine which you don't require. But a psychologist will not give you medicine, but will only talk to you and build up your confidence. And in rehabilitation, this becomes very important. And apart from this, I think every educational institution, every department, every faculty should have a psychologist, a counselor, because these issues between boys and girls, the negative strokes, the positive strokes, every day as dean of the law school, I had to hear, and I think it is important that the students can reach out to somebody and talk about their personal problems also, because it is at this stage that, they can build up the confidence and then go with their heads high in the mainstream, because tomorrow India is going to be on their shoulders. They are going to carry the nation forward, and we need a strong and healthy population. So we have young people, but they need to be mentally strong in every way.
I think Prerna has I'm sorry, I'm breaking the chain, but Prerna has something to say here. She has like raised her hand. Yes, Prerna, let's have a teacher-student conversation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, for not taking offense for that, because my purpose was only to put forward the concerns that are faced by the students today. Um, yeah, even in my institution, if I talk about, there have been efforts towards taking care of the mental health of the students, and a mentor mentee session has been introduced, and even before the pandemic, the counseling sessions were also introduced. But what I feel is lacking in this session is that it's still a conversation between a teacher who teaches us and a student, and that is something that we cannot be fully open with the teacher who teaches us. So for that we need a proper psychologist or someone who is trained in that manner, so that this thing can happen. And even after the pandemic, where it was exposed that the students in general are facing so many issues, and it was so difficult to cope up with the examination issues and all the things that were happening around, uh, even then most of the institutions today do not have a counselor, a guidance counselor, or a psychological counselor with a designated title and with a designated room to their service, wherein a student can actually walk in and talk about things very easily. Also, I feel that another NEP that is coming up in is a positive in this regard, wherein due to certain issues or mental health challenges, or financial issues or whatever family issues, a student can take a break and take a drop and then continue from that point. So I want to know that even after your continuous efforts to introduce psychology as a subject into the law curriculum, what do you think was something that held back the authorities to do that, or why are people still not ready to accept that it is an important subject? Because when I was choosing my subjects for 11th and 12th as well, my father told me that you should take psychology, because in the future when you're taking law, psychology will form a very important part of it, and it is very true. Even today, I feel so much, I feel that I'm able to interact with people in so much better manner because I'm able to understand and to see them not as my competition, not as somebody I hate. I cannot hate anyone in today's time, because I feel that they are coming from a certain place and they are dealing with their own issues, and I should give them that space and establish those boundaries with them, that okay, I'm giving you that space to grow and develop. So that is something that I wanted to ask. And
I think it is it was probably lack of understanding about the subject and awareness. I feel that how important psychology is to integrate it with law, because I feel that even if other subjects are being taught in the 5-year law course, like political science or sociology, the way they are being taught in most law schools, they're being taught separate from law, like sociology as a subject rarely teaches connected with law.
Right.
So my approach is that these subjects should be connected with law, so that it is, from a legal law perspective, that the students understand. In this regard, like for example, sociology of law. We had a very good professor, who taught us in LLM, Professor Pedro Bakshi. Veena ma'am would be knowing him very well. So he's done so much of work on sociology of law. So in this way only, the way psychology is taught, not as a subject, but integrated with law where it is required. So a proper syllabus should be created. But most of the syllabi which is existing, it's only theories of political science, theories of this, schools of that. But there should be some integration with law and make it different. That is what is lacking in, I think, the 5-year law course where they teach social science subjects. And also where we have BCom LLB or we have BB LLB, I think psychology should be as a subject there also. Definitely, it should be there. Yeah.
I think sir can add to this and can help us track a path for the formation of from the perspective of human rights and demand of psychology. What do you think, sir?
So thank you. And there are a lot of things that were coming to my mind while listening to the other speakers. So like ma'am was talking about how psychology has to be introduced to the curriculum and how it can be done. And you guys also highlighted that you had certain problems when you had gone to authorities to do that. So just to add to what ma'am has already been saying, so there are a lot of aspects that can be added to the curriculum itself. So where aspects such as criminal psychology, right? Those things help us understand how we have to, how crimes happen or what goes inside the mind of criminals. Sort of a preventive thing also, sort of to understand why crimes occur. There are also other additions that can be done. For example, if normal psychology, of course, is introduced, then when as advocates, you are dealing with your clients, and if the victims are of some certain abuse or they have some certain issues, then you would be more empathetic towards them. There would be a different way of looking at them if psychology was, of course, there in the curriculum. And of course, I guess when in the beginning, I think Prerna was saying that lawyers do undergo stress and they need to have stress management and all these aspects. So of course, that will also be part of the curriculum. So if that is added, that actually solves a lot of issues, provided that the module is made in a more practical and coherent manner. So that's the first thing. The second thing, of course, regarding the whole counselor thing, I think institutions did try this time. I only know about webs, and we had collaborated with Your Dost. It was some online platform with which we had collaborated, and we faculty members also and the students also, all of us were told that if you, in case you have issues, this was around May when the second wave was at its peak. So in case you have any issues, just contact them, they will help you out. And so in that manner, institutions were trying to help, but of course this has nothing to do with the curriculum. How a human rights approach can help in introducing psychology, to be very frank, if we refer to human rights, so if I
at one point, Your Dost is very good friends to me. I know them very well.
yeah.
But in 2000, this happened for you in May 2021.
Yeah.
We brought 2 whips in 2019, but we were denied.
Your Dost Right.
No. We brought sci-fi to WIPS.
Okay.
With the same approach in 2019, but it was denied because we don't have a popular name like yours does. So that is what I wanted to, raise voice for. I did not want the institution name to come out, but since you mentioned, but we brought this to, WIPS in 2019.
Right. So of course that is also one thing, and that had been done by the institution. But if we go further and if we look at the curriculum and how we can put psychology into the curriculum and everything, uh, if I take human rights law in itself, then under international human rights law, you do have a right to mental health, you have a right to mental stability and all these things. Before coming here, I had researched a lot on a right to suicide. There's no right to suicide in international law because that was the prerogative of this particular conference that we are having right now. But if we need to put in something from human rights, of course, there's a right to solidarity. All very basic rights are there. And from there, you can push psychology into the curriculum somehow. It can be there. It can be there. It can definitely be there. Because mental health is something which goes along your physical health and it is at par. We treat mental diseases at par with physical diseases, of course, and because the effects are very similar. Not in the sense of what happens afterwards, but in the sense that they are very detrimental to whoever is undergoing them. So, of course, if this needs to be done, then it can be under the purview of international human rights of law, of course. The new Mental Health Care Act has also been referred to in this particular meeting right now. But it can only be part of a particular model, or it can be part of the psychology model that ma'am is talking about. So that would be great. So those are my 2 cents on this.
Thank you. Jani, you wanted to say something. Yes, a wake up call. She's like, I was.
No. Basically, what I wanted to suggest, you'll have to mute it, otherwise it'll echo. Sorry, yeah. So basically, I want to say that what you're saying about psychology and law and the integration, right? I feel that the most important challenge at the core of it is what we face in our daily lives when we try to identify and compare tangible with intangible, right? Because I feel that with clients also, when we're talking of intellectual property rights, right? So they can see a building, they can buy a building, they understand that. They cannot see intellectual property at certain stages, so you do not understand how to purchase it, how to secure it, what is the law, whether it's required, not required. There are second thoughts because it is something new that has come up. Now, when it comes to psychology, I feel it is also the same because if you see euthanasia, the physician-assisted method, which is now legal in India, it only deals with what I've written it here. It's called intractable suffering, which is vis-a-vis physical pain. So you understand. So even physician-assisted, uh, you know, procedures is only with the reference of physical pain and suffering. There is no mention of psychological pain and suffering. Even psychological pain and suffering could be, you never know, it could be beyond help. It could be so hard that you can't live day to day. It physically pains because there are psychosomatic, things attached to it, right? So similarly, when you're trying to do psychology with law, you're going the challenges that will come are these, because if there is no method to measure the mental aspects, the mental health aspects, if there is no reference point, there is no procedure, then people will have many second thoughts before they actually finally decide to take the leap. So I feel, we need to devise a way in which we can quantify the unquantifiable, if I may say so, or, make the intangible tangible, and
Right.
then you can probably convince people in that aspect.
I think many people don't realize that the sufferings, why after being at a particular stage of physical sufferings, the point of revival is given up, or it is very, very difficult, or miracle things happen, is because, the physical is run by mental.
Yes.
Okay. So we need to understand. So emotional is what? Emotional is your feelings moving your body. right? So that is why, if you see why Piku was a very important movie for psychological reformation or helping people to understand that if you keep putting the pressure on it, you will not get a good pass through. Okay, but if you will start enjoying the similar thing, you will get passed through. So the idea that Amitabh Bachchan was like, Amitabh Bachchan's character was like, I want to die, but I don't want to die that kind of death, that others die. I don't want to die the death. My he was so scared and he was so guilty of what happened to his wife because of him, that he was like, I don't want to do that to myself. And and then he started giving all the liberties to his daughter, like, you can go and have you can have live-in relationships, you can have open sex relationships, and you don't have to get married, or you have all the rights and things. So for Deepika Padukone's character also, it was very normal to have that dad. Okay, if you will see at some point of place, that it was very normal to have that dad. That is why she was not trying to give up on her. The only thing that she was trying to put through him, that okay, I've understood that you made the reform, but try enjoying life as well. And now don't become a pressure on me, and let now what you have made me, let me also enjoy. And you come and be my company, because this is what you have made me like. So the point is that only, that you know the thing is that we can have stomachache because we are having anxiety. We can have stomachache because we had food poisoning. We can have stomach pains because it is an indication of PMS or menstruation. We can have stomachache because of pregnancy also. So why stabilize only to the bad things? Why not appreciate the mental health aspect?
And yeah, and not just that, even the question of insurance, what all does insurance cover, right? So whether it only covers medical expenses which deal with physical ailments, or will it cover mental trauma? And in mental trauma, will it cover only psychiatrists, or will it also cover counseling, psychologists, therapy? What all will it cover? There is nothing. There is no paperwork. It still needs to be defined.
Right. Right. With this, I'll come to the last question, because we will be having a media persona joining us. So you to join that session. We have Chandan Anand from, if you have seen Aam Aadmi Party, Aam Aadmi, sorry, political stuff here, Aam Aadmi Family. So he played the son there, and he's currently writing a lot of scripts on mental health portrayal and everything. So we will be having a word with him, and following that, we will be having a word with, if you know Ram Lakhan, if you have heard about the movie Ram Lakhan. So we will be having word with with daughter of the person who wrote Ram Lakhan, and the daughter is Formula 4 racer along with an actor. So this kind of reformation is possible as well. So we will be having a discussion there. But my last question is, like, I am right now writing a book, okay, for which is called Mental Health for Legal Fraternity or Law Fraternity. What, as from your position in the law setup, what do you think should be mentioned or should be highlighted in that book, so that it can cover that aspect? What voice should be heard? Anybody can start. Anybody, whoever feels like. It's an open question.
Writing a book on?
I'm writing a book on, mental health in legal fraternity. Yeah, in and for legal fraternity.
What chapters are you writing on? I mean, what kind of?
First, recognizing the need, like where the home is. And second is second section will be talking about the psychological principles, like conflict, why the conflict is there. Like, for example, a lot of people, in legal fraternity, not only in legal fraternity, I think in psychology also, we are the best of enemies, and we prove the best of enemies in classes, but we have to fight cases also. You have to maybe fight cases or teach the same class, and we might have this human possibility of saying bad words or creating a bad image of that person. So all of this will be taken into consideration. So that is what I wanted to ask, like, and then covering on what stress management or the life skills is, like why empathy should be a very, very important aspect for or empathy, communication skills, dealing with emotions, basic life skills should be very, very important in that in sector, and what could be the possible future if it's integrated and if it's picked up. What could be the possible steps? What will the possible future be, whether it's criminology, victimology, and trauma informed society. So that's the idea of the book that I'm writing. But besides this, what what if that would be an opportunity for you, what concerns would be writing about?
See, psychology would be required everywhere, whether it is in case of client counseling also, you need the application of psychology. When dealing with, criminals, then also you need psychology. As a judge also you need psychology. Okay, even as an, probably police and investigation procedure, how you deal with the investigation procedure, how you deal with the accused, how you deal with the victim. Then even during trial, where the equal representation of the victim is required, psychology would come everywhere, the sensitivity. But then you'll have to, it depends how you're going to, the chapter that you're devoting, it depends on that.
Like
you can talk to her after the session for a longer.
I just wanted to hear like common concerns that what lawyers would like to read about. That's what my concern is. Like
mental health and lawyer.
Health aspect.
Yeah, mental health.
A small example. Now you must have heard this phrase and dialogue from Anil Kapoor in Tashin, that first impression is the last impression. So why it happens is, like, impression formation, it has a very cognitive idea to it, which is like, if you will see, you can always remember the first few points in a list or in a data, and you can always remember the last some points and few data. But in the between, the middle phase is always remembered in parts, or not very as clearly as you you are able to process the first and the last part. This is because the first is so much of has undergone so much of procession and progression, so it reaches the long-term memory. So we have 3 stages. One is the sensory memory, short-term memory, and long-term memory. So it has gone so much back in your mind that you know it by heart now. And the last is that short-term memory. Like if you remember Gajni, the movie, he has short-term memory loss. So short-term memory is very, very important, because the amount of information that we can hold in short-term memory is very, very small. So that is why whatever is mentioned in the last is given that opportunity. Now you can relax and process it according to you, and it is very fresh in the short-term memory. But when we talk about the middle part, it doesn't, because we are processing in the first and the last part so much, that in between we are like, acha ha ye to hua tha, acha ha wo to hua tha, kind of thing. So this is also, this plays a very important role in teacher-student interaction, in client advocate interaction, in judge-lawyer interaction, in lawyer interaction, in any field, I would say. In any sense, maybe in mediation also, mediation also, it plays a very important role. It goes very well with empathy. So like this is one of the concepts I will be writing about. But what is your concern you want to hear more about from the psychology perspective, so that at least we can be like basic peers to each other, even till the time proper intervention from the psychology field can happen?
Jigyasa, I would just like to say that first of all, we are talking about mental health. We are at the end of the session, but we are looking for a healthy society. There can be no healthy society without good mental health.
Yes.
Right. So that's very, very important. And two things I want to point out, because we deal with human beings every day as a lawyer, as a mediator, and as a part of the society also. Manjula ji must be dealing with every type of students. There are two situations which are important. One is there is a diagnosis that there is something, and another is there is no diagnosis. So a person who has a diagnosis, he still deals with the situation. He copes up with all the difficult situations of his life. And if there is no diagnosis, he finds it difficult to cope up. So we might come across in our life with many people who do not acknowledge, and there is no formal diagnosis of any issue with regard to the mental health. So we need to understand the deep, you can say, deep into when we are talking to that person and having communication. And that is why from mediation point of view, you can always address that their communication is not simple conversation. There has to be active, effective communication, active listening, so that the person feels that he has been heard. We must understand the nuances of understanding difficult conversations, holding difficult conversations, asking certain questions, diagnostic questions, open-ended questions, to understand the deep rooted issue. You are talking about law. In law, we have only been taught about disputes. No one talked about conflict in 5 years course. Now today, when we are talking about psychology, when I am talking about mediation, we talk about conflict first. And what is manifestation of in court is not, it's merely a dispute. Maybe conflict is something else. I have come on the table on the before court because I want to teach a lesson. Maybe something else is there. So we need to understand all these things as a normal, you can say, part of society. And more particularly, since I am a lawyer, I am a mediator, I need to understand all those nuances, how to hold difficult conversations with parties who do not open up. Maybe they never got any chance to speak in front of anybody. Courts, judge doesn't listen to the parties. Only a lawyer is being allowed to participate in the court process. That lady, that man who has deep-rooted issues, conflicts, maybe even interpersonal conflicts sometimes. The person has been like, there are certain issues at home, that person has not spoken at all. So we must know all those nuances. As a part of our society, we have a larger responsibility. I as a lawyer and Manjula ji as a teacher, as a professor, because she is going to train many more people who are going to participate as lawyers in our legal profession. So I think we must understand how to hold difficult conversations with people who are basically, you can say, introvert and have never got any support from the society, that they have a place and they have a right to be heard. So once we are feeling heard, we feel light, and maybe sometimes we feel that now the problem is over, because by venting out, half of the problem can be managed. Rest you can empathize. See, we have to also differentiate. Nowadays we talk a lot about empathy. But still some people have to understand the difference between empathy and sympathy. Sometimes we just sympathize and we say that we are empathizing. So I will just use two specific Hindi words and they will make it very clear. One is sahanubhuti, and that is sympathy. Another is samanubhuti. मैं आपकी तरह ही feel कर रहा हूं, but I am not going to be in that situation, but I can understand that situation as if I'm there. So see, there we are now at this stage after growth of our legal profession for such a number of good years, where now we are having multifarious issues. We are understanding empathy. We are talking about empathy. This part is required everywhere, whether we start as lawyer, whether we start as mediators, whether we start as professionals for counseling or for any other thing, or even as human beings, as members of our family. We need to understand how to converse with people who are around me, immediate family members, my children, because sometimes we don't even interact with our children. We just talk. We do not even wait for the feedback, whether what message was going from me, whether that message has gone to the person or not. So that channel has to be paid to the people. Let us talk. वो कहते हैं ना, बेरुखी को मत छोड़िए खामोशी पर, बात करेंगे तो हल भी निकल आएगा.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What about you, Aditya, sir? Your opinion matters right now the most, because I think we are in a culture where criminology, criminal ideas, criminal laws, human rights, theories of international, human rights from international. Actually, human rights as such. I'm sorry, I'm focusing too much. Maybe I might be wrong with that approach. I don't know. Maybe I have to still start the course. But what I feel from my personal experience, I think we need that thing to be heard. Like we need masculinity to be heard. We need femininity to be heard. We need equalitarian to be heard. But that is exactly why we wanted to establish that kind of setup as well. So what do you think from your side? What uh, chapters, or what subject, or what areas you would love to hear about, or you would love to think about?
So yeah, thank you for that. So most of the topics have been covered by Veena ma'am and Manjula ma'am. So if I imagine such a book, the one which you are working on right now, and my understanding is it is for legal professionals, right? People who happen to be in the field. So of course you can dedicate it to, first of course, understanding what problems the lawyers go through. I think we have a very in some firms we have a very toxic law culture. There are issues, right? Very long working hours and how they manage all the stress and everything. So that can be one thing that you can look into. uh, of course there would be varied issues, but of course differ from various ideas such as gender, or what is sociological aspects, how the family takes it. Are you allowed to work for those long hours, and all those very varied aspects, and how you cope with that stress. Because immediately after passing out from law school, students are working very long hours, and that is going to impact them. So how do you manage that? Now, if somebody cracks the judicial exam, for example, somebody's in the judiciary, then that person is listening to the clients all day. They don't really talk. Judges, they don't really talk. Their job is to listen and look at that. So how will they tackle it? How they would deal with the stress, and what would the recommendations you would give to them? And what are the solutions? So you can maybe dedicate a whole chapter to how even social media can be a good way of venting out the frustration that comes in, and all those aspects. And so these are the basic aspects that could be in the book. I'm talking in that sense only, like what you can put in that particular book that you're working on, because that would give you two things. That will give you the problems, and if you give the solution, then that would be great. I would buy that book. So that would be nice. So that would be, yeah, that's all.
Right. And what about you, Nandi?
One second. We're just trying to fix the audio. Okay. So yeah. So if you make such a book, I would say just focus on one aspect, which I am personally very curious, and I'm going to like figure this out in a couple of years. How do all lawyers, whether they're introverts or not, turn into extroverts once they're in the fraternity? I just want to know.
You can have
Because they all yeah, because all lawyers end up having like large groups of friends, having that group in the canteen and then having those dinners and parties and dealing with clients. So how does it happen that because not everyone is an extrovert, right? When you enter the fraternity, you're not always going to be an extrovert. But over the years, all of them become extroverts.
बिलीव इन लीगल सो मच कि बचपन से हमें बस ये बोला जाता है कि तुम इंट्रोवर्ट हो, तुम एक्सट्रोवर्ट हो, तुम एम्बिवर्ट हो, तुम ये हो, तो तुम ऐसे ही रहोगे, तुम ऐसे ही रहोगे. Trust me, when I speaking in front of you, she was an introvert. But and she used to be like, no, I want to be introvert, I want to be introvert because of the peer influence and everything. And then I stopped making any attempt, and then I left for Chandigarh for my masters and everything, where maybe she would have realized and everything. And then she said, no, okay, let me work upon this. And today she is my right hand. I technically can't work without her today, because we work in that conjunction. Having a helping hand is very important for me as well. And now we have more people from psychology and not only psychology, actually students, children of lawyers actually coming to me for internships, and children of lawyers connecting to me because I am of that area as well, because I wanted to work in the legal field. But if many don't know, my grandfather was Roshan Lal Tandon, a very reputed lawyer in law fraternity. So he declined to be the judge because he wanted to practice, right? So he, I am his like his granddaughter, and when I was young, so I used to say, कि जब मैं कोर्ट आऊंगी ना तो सब लोग ये बोलेंगे देखना ये रोशन लाल टंडन की वो आ रही है, पोती आ रही है, या फिर ये विवेक टंडन की बेटी आ रही है. मुझे लगता है कि मैंने साइकोलॉजी शायद इसलिए ली थी कि मैं आऊंगी तो जरूर, बट किस वे में आऊंगी, शायद इस वे में आऊंगी तो जरूर, राइट? सो दैट इज व्हाई, सो हम लोग जब अपने टाइप के लोगों से मिलते हैं ना, तो हमारी कन्वर्सेशन जैसे बहुत फ्लो होने लग जाती है. जैसे आई कॉल्ड यू, आई हैड इनोवेशंस की क्या पता ये उठाएगी कैसे, बात कैसे करेगी, नहीं होगा, क्या होगा, बट यू आर फ्रेंडली इन योर अप्रोच, राइट? And we could connect. After that innovation was broken, right? That ice breaking thing happened. So मेरे को उसके बाद टेंशन नहीं हुआ. I said अच्छा ठीक है, इसके साथ my thing is sorted. I can approach her the way I want to. So that is very, very important. So when you don't get that kind of, and you're always bounded with rules and regulations and everything, that is bound to happen. That is actually, we have to come out of that label. So what is happening? We are telling everybody to be out of the box and out of the box. What are we doing? We are putting them into another box, which is out of the box. So
True.
that is
creating more boxes.
Yeah, having. So yeah.
Also, I feel that how people become introvert to extrovert from my personal experience is that once people get recognized or acknowledged for their opinions, they feel that okay, if I will say this, I may not be rejected, because introverts always live in the fear of being rejected or feeling rejected. And if I say that okay, if I will say this, and it will be accepted or it will be recognized or it will be considered at least by the other person, that kind of and law of fraternity gives you that opportunity, that audio altrum partum is there, so everybody has the right to hear, has the right to speak, so you will get the recognition. So that is, I think, one way, that because it forces you to speak, and that is why we actually speak and become
On a
that way.
daily basis, you're surrounded by waves of people in and out.
Correct.
So
Yes.
you lose your inhibitions in that process.
So we try to ripples, like small, small, small. It's not like the waves we have in life. It's the ripples that happens. So that is the difference between everything in life. Everything, metaphysically, everything is connected. Everything, a chessboard is exactly what life is, if you really understand. Thank you, all the panelists. It was lovely talking to you. And I just believe that I'm not overburdened or overboard you with my experiences and my complaints from the legal system. But I just spoke my heart out, and it was a very lovely and enriching discussion for me, like to hear law perspective happening, and to understand what you guys hold of of psychology, of mental health and inclusion and intersection of possibilities happening. Thank you so much, and hope you stay connected and we work on the book. Yes, that book is in place, the cover page is already there. I've already started writing the chapters. I'm looking for co-authors. So if you want to pitch in, I will be sending one chapters to you as well. I was thinking that I will be opening it for all the lawyers and judges and everything. So,
you know my chapter.
Yeah. So yeah, the book is already in place. It was started in May 2021. So yeah, things are in place. So that's something we are working on. I'm looking for good people to contribute actually to it. So thank you so much. And I think
Jigyasa, I highly appreciate your efforts to organize such a good seminar at such a young age, and very beautifully handled everything. God bless you.
Thank
And
you.
all the best wishes from my side.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Manjula.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and it was a
Pleasure connecting with you, Manjula ji and Aditya ji. It was
Yeah.
pleasure connecting with both of you as well. And Janvi,
Same
always
here.
a pleasant child.
Same here, Veena ji. Same here. Catch soon.
WhatsApp
Nice meeting you, Aditya. Yeah.
I have seen both.
Pleasure to meet
I
you.
have seen Jigyasa and Prerna,
Yeah.
from their childhood. So I'm really amused to see their growth, and I really wish them all the best Sky should be the limit for both of them. God bless you both.
Thank
Bye
you
bye.
so much.
Okay, Jigyasa, all the best.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. And I hope it was an enriching experience for you as well. It was talking about and touching base on some new perspectives that we have not really talked about. And I really hope nothing that I have said has been taken in a wrong sense. It was a very genuine attempt.
Not at all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, bye bye.
This I just want to announce we have Chandan Anand in our in our meeting, and Sumit Haran as well. And I will just I will not too much of introduction about them because I know them like I would say know them like 20s now. Sumit more closely, Chandan I still have to work on. I can't say too much about that. Too much claiming on the social this platform. But yes, so the session name is Let's Get Chandan. Now, just to make it easy for you to understand is that Chandan means what sandalwood, and it also means happy or being in that relaxed state and achieving something. So with that perspective, we had kept the name, and I'm so glad while I was celebrating the whole program, there were so many people who said no, and so many people who said yes, and somewhere or the other, that those people who got connected, somewhere or they have this the perspective to the idea. They did not ask me about so many other things which other people were demanding and asking for. And I think Chandan was one of them. We just had like half an hour conversation, and we said like after the event we must connect and we will have a long conversation. But that's how things happened. And yeah, Sumit is also like a dear friend. So let me just give you a brief that what will be the session's expectation. The idea is to understand from the role of an actor and writer what are the responsibilities which are gathered and carried, carried. And Sumit is a DOP, that means director of photography. He has a huge work experience, and we will be understanding from that perspective as well that what happens during the next two sessions are dedicated to those two perspectives itself. So looking forward, I'll take a 2-minute break here, and Sumit and Sagar or Freedom again. Like, yeah, I'll take a 2-minute break and need to drink water. So, Kohli, please, if you're there, can you have introductions?
Ma'am, I am here.
Oh, okay. Hi, Manav. Yeah.
We can take a 2-minute break, audience, and then we can come back to the session.
That'll be nice. I think we can return after 2 minutes. That'll be cool.
Yeah.
तो वीडियो ऑफ कर लेना है तब तक
आपको जो अच्छा लगे कुछ भी चलेगा.
Okay, cool.
Hi everyone, I think we can start. So as Jigyasa ma'am mentioned, we'll be talking about media and suicide and the relationship in different perspectives. For the speakers, we have Chandan Anand, and everybody is aware about him as an actor who played the role of a son in
अरे
this
मैं
film.
बता देता हूँ यार, सबसे सिंपल है, इट्स ओके, इवन इफ पीपल डोंट नो, तो मैं बता देता हूँ यार। मैंने एक शो है आम आदमी फैमिली करके, इट वाज क्रिएटेड बाय टीवीएफ एंड आई प्ले द रोल ऑफ बॉबी। द शोज नेम इज आम आदमी फैमिली। उसका अब चौथा सीजन बन रहा है, तो मतलब चल ही रहा होगा, राइट? तो उसमें आई प्ले बॉबी एंड उससे पहले मैंने ओए लकी लकी की थी जब मैं छोटा था बहुत, और फिर मैंने पढ़ाई और नौकरी के बोझ के तले दब कर एक्टिंग छोड़ दी थी। फिर इंजीनियरिंग और एमबीए करने के बाद, तमाशा देखने के बाद मुझे रियलाइज हुआ कि मुझे तो एक्टिंग करनी है ना यार, मैंने वो भी छोड़ दिया। तो फिर उसके बाद मैं सिर्फ अब एक्टिंग कर रहा हूँ 2019 से, एंड ठीक ठाक कर रहा हूँ। मतलब देयर इज अ शो बाय द नेम ऑफ इनसाइडेड सीजन 3, उसमें मैं हूँ, वो आने वाला है अभी। वी जस्ट रैप्ड द फिल्म जो कि इम्तियाज अली की प्रोडक्शन है। we've just wrapped that. There is a show for applause that I'm doing, and आम आदमी है, then there is a Sony Live show. तो मतलब चीजें हो रही हैं, ठीक है, तो not bad. और राइटिंग में मतलब मेरा एक लिखा हुआ शो MX प्लेयर पे निकल चुका है, जिसको किसी ने नहीं देखा, so that's fine. लेकिन मैं और 2 शो बना रहा हूँ, एंड थैंकफुली वो लोग देख लेंगे। वो एक फैमिली शो है दादा पोती का, और एक शो है वो प्रेगनेंसी के ऊपर है, पति पत्नी का, जो कि थोड़ा गाँव में फंस जाते हैं। सो दैट्स मोर अबाउट मी। अब सुमित, अपने बारे में आप कुछ बता दे तो अच्छा होगा।
सो चंदन और मैंने पहले भी काम किया है इन स्कूप वूप, और एज ए डीओपी मैंने अभी लास्ट में 9XM में था एज ए डीओपी एंड सिनेमेटोग्राफर। सो वहाँ पे अराउंड 6 ईयर मैंने काम किया है। उससे पहले मैंने और चंदन ने साथ में स्कूप वूप में कुछ वीडियोस किए हैं। सो तब से करियर चलता रहा। आई स्टार्टेड माई करियर एज अ फोटो जर्नलिस्ट। सो पहले फोटोग्राफी, देन केम इनटू सिनेमेटोग्राफी, देन प्रोडक्शन। सो होलसम काफ़ी चीज़ें, बट हाँ एज अ सिनेमेटोग्राफर ठीक है, थोड़ा टफ रहा है फेस। काम मिलना कई बार मुश्किल हो जाता है ड्यू टू पेंडेमिक एंड और काफ़ी इश्यूज हुए हैं। बट हाँ, जैसे चंदन एक्टर रहे हैं, आई ट्राइड इन एक्टिंग, बट इतना सक्सेस नहीं मिली हमें जैसे चंदन को मिली है।
कोई नहीं भाई, अभी इसी पे बात होगी, सक्सेस क्या होता है यहाँ पे।
ये जरूरी है यार। बट हाँ, चंदन और मैंने आई थिंक 6 या 7 साल पहले काम किया था साथ में, और ठीक है, लेट्स सी, आगे भी काफी काम करेंगे।
या
चंदन, सबसे पहले आप ही बताओ, हाउ इज योर जर्नी एज एन एक्टर? जैसे आपने बताया ओए लकी लकी ओए से ये सब चीजें, बट हाँ कितना डिफिकल्ट रहा?
यार बहुत डिफिकल्ट था यार, मतलब अभी भी डिफिकल्ट है, कुछ आसान नहीं है। एज एन आई वुड से दैट आई ऑलवेज वांटेड टू बी एन एक्टर। मैं हमेशा से चाहता था, लेकिन वही बात है ना कि मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से आते हुए थोड़ा सा हल्के में लिया जाता है एक्टिंग वगैरह को, क्योंकि वो है ना अंधेरी वाली जगह है, अंधेर नगरी वाली। मतलब मैं अंधेरी वेस्ट में रहता हूँ, तो मेरे घर पे तो बोला था यार तुम क्या अंधेरी में जाके रहोगे, लाजपत नगर से निकल के, शर्म करो। तो वैसे वाले मेरे को टॉन्ट पड़ते थे कि तुम पढ़ाई लिखाई करो, इंजीनियरिंग करो, एक पक्की नौकरी लो एमएनसी में, कि तब तो सब एमएनसी होता था ना। तो वो थॉट प्रोसेस था मेरे घर वालों का, एंड जो कि सही भी था, वो अपने पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से करेक्ट थे। वरना पता लगा बच्चा बिगड़ जाएगा, फलाना धमकाना हो जाएगा, तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी। बट मेरा मन एक्टिंग में था, तो घर वालों ने मुझे कहा कि कर लो अपनी पढ़ाई। अब वो पढ़ाई करते करते यार वो समाज के पीयर प्रेशर में मैंने थोड़ा बहुत नौकरी वोकरी कर ली और ये सब हो गया। बट फिर इवेंचुअली वो एक थॉट शायद मेरे दिमाग में जो सबसे ज्यादा टाइम तक चलता रहा, वो ये था कि what would happen if I am going to be 35 and I'm going to be unhappy? I'm going to be probably married, I'll have a kid or two, and I'm not satisfied. Because if that happens, yeah, I will be bitter from inside, and I don't want to be that bitter person. मैं फेल होने को तैयार हूं, बट अपने टर्म्स पे, राइट? मैं वो नहीं चाहता कि मैं रोज सुबह जा रहा हूँ एक जगह पे नौकरी कर रहा हूँ और मैं खुश नहीं। मुझे खुशी वो वाली चाहिए थी कि मैं जो काम कर रहा हूँ एटलीस्ट आई शुड गेट एनर्जी आउट ऑफ इट। आपको वो काम करके मजा आना चाहिए। और मतलब इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि कॉर्पोरेट में मैं गंदा काम करता था, मैं वहां पे सिर्फ टीटी खेलने नहीं जाता था, मैं काम करता था, अच्छा काम करता था यार। बट बट यार नौटंकी में मजा आता है ना यार, स्टोरी टेलिंग में मजा आता है, किसी को हंसा दिया, किसी को रुला दिया, किसी को बेवकूफ बना दिया, चलो वो तो कॉर्पोरेट में किया हुआ है, बट उसमें मजा आता है, दैट्स द फन पार्ट, यू नो, क्योंकि आप रोज एक नई कहानी देख पाते हो, घर में भी सुना पाते हो, और वो चीज मुझे एंटाइज करती थी। तो 2018 में मैंने वो वाला एक स्टेप लिया, जहां पर मेरा भी रिसेंट प्रमोशन हुआ था फास्ट ट्रैक पे, और मैं और मेरा बॉस साथ साथ बैठे, और मैंने एकदम से उनको एक मेल टाइप करके भेज दिया रेजिग्नेशन का, और एकदम से उन्होंने मुझसे पूछा कि अरे चंदन, तेरा सिस्टम किसी और ने लिया है क्या? मैंने कहा नहीं, क्या हुआ? कह रहे रेजिग्नेशन का मेल आया है। मैंने कहा नहीं नहीं, वो मैंने भेजा है, आई वॉन्ट टू रिजाइन। फिर क्या हो गया, पागल हो गया क्या, सब ठीक है कि नहीं है? तो मेरे को स्पेसिफिकली सब कुछ बंद कर करा के वो नीचे लेके गए हैं चाय पिलाने के लिए। क्या हो गया, सब सही? घर पे कुछ चक्कर, दुबई भेज दें तेरे को, साउथ अफ्रीका भेज दें, मतलब वो जो लालच होते हैं ना कॉर्पोरेट में कि तेरे को ऑन साइट भेज देते हैं, कि तेरा प्रमोशन करवा देते हैं, वो मेरे को वापस मिलने लग गए थे। बट देन आई हैड रियलाइज्ड बाय दैट टाइम कि यार मैं अब कॉर्पोरेट जर्नी अपनी कंटिन्यू नहीं कर पाऊँ। थोड़ी बहुत मैंने सेविंग कर ली थी, मुझे ये था कि मैं बॉम्बे आके अगर 2 साल निठल्ला भी बैठता हूँ तो भी मैं सर्वाइव कर सकता हूँ, और वो पॉइंट था शायद जिसकी वजह से मैं वो स्टेप ले पाया, क्योंकि मिडिल क्लास बैकग्राउंड में सेविंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ना, मतलब घर वालों की सबसे बड़ी सेविंग ही है, उन्होंने हमारे को ये सीख दी थी कि यू हैव टू बी सेंसिबल। तो हाँ यार, मैं बॉम्बे आया एंड थैंकफुली थिंग्स वर्क, थोड़े बहुत ठोकर खाए, थोड़े बहुत ठोकर खा रहे हैं, बट या इट्स गुड। एंड मतलब 2019 के बाद 2020 में तो देखो फिर पैंडेमिक आ ही गया, जो कि बहुत अमेजिंग था इन अ वे, इन द सेंस कि यार मुझे फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम रियलाइज हुआ घर वालों की इंपॉर्टेंस, क्योंकि मैं ना बहुत ऐसी फॉर ग्रांटेड वाला हिसाब किताब था मेरा लाइफ में, एंड व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड स्पेंडिंग दैट मच टाइम विद देम, एंड तब मुझे पता लगा यार कि मेरे असली दोस्त कौन है, मतलब हु चेक अप ऑन यू, मतलब कि तुम्हारा रिलेशनशिप स्टेटस भी क्या है, घर वालों का क्या है, तब आपको काफी रियलिटी चेक वगैरह मिला। एंड दैट वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम जब शायद मैंने अपनी स्किल के ऊपर काम किया, मतलब चाहे वो एक्टिंग हो चाहे वो राइटिंग हो, क्योंकि मैंने कभी यार एक्टिंग और राइटिंग के लिए कभी पढ़ाई नहीं की थी, मैंने बाकी दुनिया जहां की चीजों के लिए पढ़ाई की है, लेकिन जो करियर बनाना था उसके लिए आई वॉज नॉट स्किल्ड। So I think pandemic happened, and the good thing was कि I was able to use it in the right way. उस टाइम पर मैंने एक शो लिखा, डायरेक्ट किया, एक्ट किया, एडिट किया, म्यूजिक दिया, सब कुछ किया, बेचने पे आ गए, एमएक्स के साथ डील हो गई, फिर आखिर में मतलब रियलाइज हुआ यार ये तो बहुत टट्टी बना है, आई एम सॉरी फॉर माई लैंग्वेज, आई मीन, बट इफ आई से इट इन इंग्लिश इट विल स्टिल बी ओके, इट वाज शिट, राइट? बट देन द थिंग इज कि आप, क्रिएटिविटी इज वेरी सब्जेक्टिव, मतलब आप अपना ब्रांड कैसा बनाना चाहते हो इस स्पेसिफिक इंडस्ट्री में, एक्चुअली किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में योर ब्रांड इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, जैसे मैं अगर अभी बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं लाइफ में ऐसी बात करता हूँ यार, तो वो मेरा ब्रांड है, आई एम कैजुअल दैट वे, तो राइट, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। सो आई जस्ट डिडंट वांट दैट मीडियोकर काम से मैं और ज्यादा एसोसिएटेड रहूं, बिकॉज मैं एस्पायर कुछ और कर रहा हूं। सो लॉकडाउन हेल्प इन दैट सेंस, एंड पोस्ट दैट थिंग्स वर्क, एंड अभी भी जर्नी चल रही है, तो मतलब अभी पता नहीं जर्नी कैसी है, बट अभी तक तो ठीक
चलेगी, अच्छी खासी लंबी चलेगी।
Sorry. I'll just make a small request. Can you show us the picture जो वॉल पे बनी है?
यार ये तो एक विंडो है।
हाँ, बट बहुत it is speaking volumes actually.
और ये और ये तमाशा है, तो बेसिकली
समझ में आ गया। अगर आप इम्तियाज अली का देखोगे तो उसका भी ट्रेन में छोटा बच्चा ट्रेन के बाहर देख रहा होता है, सो दैट इज व्हाट आई वाज, मेरे को लगा वही है शायद।
No, that's actually विंडो सीट फिल्म्स, जो उनका प्रोडक्शन हाउस है, वो उसका उन्होंने लोगो पोस्टर वो बनाया हुआ है।
उसका एक स्टोरी भी है, मैंने सुना था इम्तियाज अली को। सो
ये इस पे हम चर्चा करेंगे।
हाँ जी, हम बहुत चर्चा करेंगे, पर अभी सुमित चर्चा करेगा आपसे।
Okay, so Chandan, yeah, so as a actor, if you play some role, or as a writer, if you write about some character, सो उसमें इन्वॉल्व होना, पूरी तरीके से घुसना वो जरूरी है, और उस कैरेक्टर को प्ले करना, उसके बाद उस कैरेक्टर से निकलना वो भी बहुत जरूरी है। सो हाउ डू यू डील विद इट, क्योंकि वो पूरा एक मेंटली आई थिंक अफेक्ट करता होगा काफी एज अ एक्टर आपको या एज अ राइटर, पूरा उसमें घुसना, उस कैरेक्टर को फील करना। सो हाउ डू यू डील विद इट?
यार देखो, अगर मैं सच्ची सच्ची बोलूं तो जब मैंने स्टार्ट की थी एक्टिंग, मैं ऐसा कुछ नहीं करता। मतलब मैं तो लाइन पढ़ता था, बोल देता था, और दैट यूज्ड टू बी द थिंग। बट देन स्लोली स्लोली रियलाइज हुआ दैट यार फील करना चाहिए ना। अब वो फील करने के लिए आप रिलेट करते हो किसी ना किसी तरीके से, एंड उसके लिए हर किसी की अपनी अपनी टेक्निक होती है। कोई अपनी कोई मेमोरी को यूज करता है। अगर मान लो कोई एक सीन है जहां पर ओके, लेट्स जस्ट डू इट इन अ स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे। आपने मेरे को बोला कि कोई अगर एक कैरेक्टर है उसके लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं, तो प्रिपरेशन के लिए क्या मेथड एक रहता है। सो जनरली आप उस कैरेक्टर की साइकी को समझने की कोशिश करते हो कि वो किस बैकग्राउंड से आता है। तो यार मैंने अभी रिसेंटली थोड़ा मेंटल हेल्थ के बारे में पढ़ना स्टार्ट किया, और तब मुझे समझ आया कि एवरीथिंग इज रूटेड टू योर चाइल्डहुड। आज आकर इस पे आ जाते हैं कि जो है आपके बचपन में है, जो वो गड़े मुर्दे हैं वो सब वहीं पे। सो बेसिकली वी ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड उस इंसान का जो एक सेटअप है, कल्चरल सेटअप, उसके घर का सेटअप, उसकी क्या इनसिक्योरिटीज हैं लाइफ की, उसके क्या फियर्स हैं, ऐसी कौन सी चीज है जिसकी वजह से वो चेंज हुआ, वो समझने की कोशिश करते हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ आई हैव टू ब्रेक डाउन माई सेल्फ, कि चंदन की लाइफ में ऐसे कौन से इंसिडेंट्स हैं जो सबसे क्रिटिकल है, राइट? मैं क्लास 6 से पहले मैं बहुत ही इंट्रोवर्ट किस्म का इंसान था। अभी पिछली जो डिस्कशन थी वो इंट्रोवर्ट एक्सट्रोवर्ट की चल रही थी, मैंने कुछ कुछ सुना ऊपर से। तो बहुत इंट्रोवर्ट था मैं उस टाइम। बट माय ग्रैंडमदर पास्ड अवे and that changed everything because I was very close to her, and I felt that if I do not talk about my feelings to the people I love, then nothing's gonna matter. And when I came to class 7th, मैं हद से ज्यादा एक्सट्रोवर्ट हो गया। मतलब अब आई डोंट नो हद से ज्यादा क्या होता है, बट मैं हर काम करने लग गया, मैं बकवास करने लग गया। आई बिकेम द मोस्ट नॉटी चाइल्ड इन द क्लास। ऑल माय टीचर्स हैड अ प्रॉब्लम विद मी। अब जब मैं पीछे देखता हूँ मुझे लगता है कहीं मुझे एडीएचडी तो नहीं हो गया था या हाइपर एक्टिविटी तो नहीं हो गई थी, बट ठीक है, आई थिंक वो मेरा अपना एक तरीका था कोप अप करने का, राइट? तो वो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हिस्सा था। सिमिलरली आप उस कैरेक्टर को समझने की कोशिश करते हो बेसिकली, एंड अपने कुछ इंसिडेंट्स को अटैच करते हो। फॉर एग्जाम्पल यार, हाउ टू ब्रिंग बैक दैट इनोसेंस। अगर मेरे को किसी लड़की को प्रपोज करना है फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम, राइट? आज के टाइम पर तो वो वाली फील ही नहीं है ना यार कि आप किसी इंसान को देखकर आप उसे ये बोलना चाहते हो दैट यू जस्ट लाइक देम अ लॉट, राइट? तो आपको वो अपना बचपन का प्यार याद करना पड़ेगा या वो क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा। सो देयर आर टू थिंग्स दैट वी डू। वन इज यूज योर ओन एक्चुअल मेमोरीज, सेकेंड इज इमेजिनेशन, राइट? क्योंकि हर चीज आपके साथ हुई हो, इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी, तो उस केस में आपको इमेजिन करना पड़ता है। और मतलब जब मैंने फिर एक्टिंग की थोड़ी क्लासेस ली और मुझे थोड़ा ज्ञान मिला, तो मुझे समझ आया कि यार इमेजिन करना बेटर है, क्योंकि जब आप अपनी खुद की मेमोरीज को यूज करने की कोशिश करते हो तो थोड़ी गड़बड़ हो जाती है। वहां पर जो आपने पॉइंट बोला ना कि आप कितना अफेक्ट हो जाते हो उस चीज को लेके। सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मैं रोने के लिए मेरे पास है 2-3 मेमोरीज, मैं बार बार उनको यूज करता हूँ और फट से रोना आ जाता है ना? लेकिन फिर उसके बाद उसका इम्पैक्ट रहता है, राइट? सो इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू जस्ट टू जस्ट कीप टॉकिंग अबाउट इट, दैट आप जो भी प्ले कर रहे हो या आप जो भी सीन करने वाले हो, आप उससे पहले थोड़ा सा कंडीशन हो जाओ, क्योंकि वो एक्शन और कट के बीच में तो शायद आप वो एक किरदार निभाने की कोशिश कर रहे हो, लेकिन उसके बाहर आप खुद हो, राइट? इट शुड नॉट play with your mind when you're going back home to your family. So it is important that you keep talking, and वो बात कर करके उसको जस्ट निकाल दो, फ्लश आउट कर दो। अब ऑफ कोर्स इसमें फिर वही वाली चीजें यार, कुछ एक्टर्स के मेथड होते हैं कि अपने आप को भाई बंद करके रख लेते हैं। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल नो एग्जांपल्स ऑफ हीथ लेजर जिन्होंने जोकर की प्रिपरेशन में भाई अपने आप को बहुत टाइम बंद करके रख लिया. इवन वॉकिंग फीनिक्स ने वही किया था, क्रिश्चियन बेल ने किया था. यहाँ पर मुझे पता नहीं किसने किया था बॉलीवुड में, शायद नवाज ने किया था रमन राघव के लिए. इवन रणवीर सिंह ने किया था फॉर वो खली बली वाली. बट देन उसके फिर रेपरकशन होते हैं बिकॉज यू आर लिविंग विद दैट साइकोलॉजी फॉर अ लॉन्ग.
I'm really sorry to interrupt. You're muted.
I think
वो मेरा पॉइंट है.
या कंटिन्यू.
अरे कहीं पे भी आपको लगे ना कि मैं बेकार बात कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को बता देना.
नहीं अभी एकदम अच्छे से. या कंटिन्यू.
चलता है वो.
या कंटिन्यू. You were saying something. Hello. Hello. Hello Chandan. Hello.
Yeah. Mic testing. I can hear you.
All that. Yeah. So yeah, continue. You were saying about the characters, and you were on like Nawazuddin and thing also.
हाँ. So यार I think वो उनके अपने अपने प्रोसेसेस हैं. तो अभी जो मैं पर्सनली करने की कोशिश करता हूँ वो यही है that you know first understand about that character completely कि उसकी क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स है, और मैं खुद अपने नोट्स you know उसके साथ अटैच कर देता हूँ कि हर इमोशन के लिए मेरे पास क्या क्या मेमोरीज हैं, क्योंकि इट हैज टू बी पीपल दैट आई नो. उनके साथ में फिर कुछ ना कुछ क्रिएट करता रहता हूँ सो दैट आई हैव अ गुड रिलेशनशिप विद दोज कैरेक्टर्स. उसके अलावा यार देयर इज अ वे ऑफ यूजिंग म्यूजिक थेरेपी. तो म्यूजिक थेरेपी के अंदर आप हमेशा ना कुछ सॉन्ग्स होते हैं जो आपके अंदर फीलिंग इन्वोक करते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल अदनान सामी का एक गाना था तेरा चेहरा करके, राइट. ये जमीन रुक जाए आसमां झुक जाए तेरा चेहरा जब नजर आए. ठीक है. तो मैं वो गाना जब भी सुनता था मैं रो देता था, क्योंकि फर्स्ट रिलेशनशिप में बहुत रुलाया उस गाने ने, और मैं वही गाना सुनता था. तो यू नो यू कीप योर सॉन्ग्स विद स्पेसिफिक मेमोरीज so that you can get into that zone just before your take is about to happen and you need to be in a particular space. So you listen to that piece of music and get into that particular mood. उसके अलावा यार या उसके अलावा तो मतलब मैं नहीं करता. यही दो चीजें हैं.
Cool. So as a good actor काफी बार अच्छा काम मिलता भी होगा, काफी बार रिजेक्शन भी सहनी पड़ती होगी.
मैं एडजेक्टिव अच्छा लगाया आपने, मैंने देखा है आपने.
नहीं, that's a good thing. I work with you, so I know you are a good actor.
Okay.
So yeah, as a good actor, so कई बार अच्छा काम मिलता भी है, कई बार रिजेक्शन भी मिलती होगी. So how do you deal with it? कि रिजेक्शन में क्या मतलब अगर कंटिन्यू अगर if I'm saying कि 3-4 बार लगातार काम नहीं मिल रहा और रिजेक्ट हो रहे हैं, तो how do you deal with it?
यार बॉम्बे में रिजेक्शन ज्यादा है, सिलेक्शन कम है. मतलब मैं ये इसलिए बोल सकता हूँ क्योंकि मैंने आईआईटी का एग्जाम भी दिया है, मैंने कैट भी दिया है, और वहां पर मतलब आईआईटी में मतलब काफी अच्छी परसेंटाइल हुआ करती थी. एक्चुअली परसेंटाइल तो क्या ही थी वहां पे, लेकिन एमबीए में परसेंटाइल थी, राइट. यहाँ पर बहुत रैंडम है बिकॉज it's not necessary that you will get selected because of your look, because there are just too many variables. If you are getting one thing that I personally learned was that a rejection here does not mean that you are good or bad. It just means that right now you're not fit for that part, or you're not matching the description or the way a person has imagined. मेरे को एक बहुत अच्छी बात मेरी एक दोस्त ने बोली थी कि उसने अपनी लाइफ की पहली एड 300 ऑडिशन देने के बाद की थी. मैंने कहा बहन मैंने 300 ऑडिशन नहीं दिए अभी तक, तुमने 300 ऑडिशन देने के बाद पहली ऐड की है. मैंने अभी तक लाइफ में 300 ऑडिशन नहीं दिए यार. तो आई थिंक इट रिक्वायर्स अ लॉट ऑफ पेशेंस एंड स्टेइंग पॉजिटिव. सो आपका जो पॉइंट है वो ये है कि हाउ डू यू डील विद रिजेक्शन. आई थिंक दैट इज अ वेरी मच पार्ट ऑफ आवर जॉब. It's majorly rejections, and then sometimes there are where people say that yeah you are selected. What is important is कि आप shortlist हो जाओ, डायरेक्टर को समझ आ रहा है कि भाई बढ़िया कर रहा है, फिर बातचीत करते हो आप, फिर आपकी लुक वगैरह मैटर करती है कि वो इंसान जा रहा है कि नहीं जा रहा है, राइट? फॉर एग्जाम्पल, नवाज भी तो बहुत बार रिजेक्ट होता है ना। 15 साल अगर उन्होंने स्ट्रगल किया है, 15-18 साल, तो वो कॉन्स्टेंटली रिजेक्ट होते रहे ना बड़े पार्ट के लिए। इट वॉज ओनली लेटर जब अनुराग कश्यप ने उनको ढूंढ के भाई कहा कि चल गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर में कर कैरेक्टर, और वो चमक गए। अब वो एक सिंपल सा एक और चीज जो मैंने सीखी थी वो ये थी यार कि अगर आप नवाज को कोई भी अमीर कैरेक्टर, अमीर मतलब जो शायद ऋतिक रोशन टाइप के कैरेक्टर है थोड़े, यू नो, वैसे वाले करवाओगे, लोग एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे। और वो हुआ भी है ना, उन्होंने जितने भी ऐसे कैरेक्टर है वो एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर पाते। सो इट इज फाइन, रिजेक्शंस आर फाइन, ऑल यू हैव टू डू इज डू योर वर्क। आप खुद बस अपनी स्किल पे काम करते रहो, एंड आई थिंक एवरीथिंग एल्स विल फॉल इन प्लेस। क्योंकि आएगा ना वक्त, कभी ना कभी तो आएगा, यू हैव टू जस्ट कीप एट इट।
ओके, जैसे आपने अभी बताया था कि एमएक्स प्लेयर का जो आपका शो आया था, जिसमें आपने लिखा भी था, आपने एक्ट भी किया था, म्यूजिक भी था, सब कुछ किया था, ठीक है। बट आफ्टर अ वाइल आप सब कुछ करने के बाद रिलीज भी हो गया, लेकिन
नहीं, वो वाला रिलीज नहीं हुआ भाई, वो तो मैंने कैंसिल कर
नहीं
दिया।
हुआ।
जो रिलीज हुआ है वो मैंने लिखा है, खाली एक
ठीक है।
रिलीज हुआ है जो मैंने लिखा है।
चलो लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल, आपने जो शो लिखा, ठीक है, या इवन आपने किसी शो में एक्ट किया, आपके फ्रेंड्स ने देखा है, किसी भी ने भी देखा, और आपको आगे मतलब उसके बारे में गलत चीज की, मतलब उनको अच्छा नहीं लगा, ठीक है, और कुछ लोग का मजाक भी उड़ाते होंगे, काफी चीजें होती होगी। सो काइंड ऑफ ऐसे मजाक उड़ाना ठीक है, दोस्तों के लिए ठीक है, बट अगर बाहर से कुछ ऐसा लग रहा है कि यार मेरा कैरेक्टर, मैंने इतनी मेहनत की है, इतना एफर्ट लगाया, पूरा दिन रात एक किया, उसके बाद भी ऐसा लाइक महीनों लग जाते कई बार कोई कैरेक्टर के लिए, उसके बाद अच्छा नहीं निकलना और लोगों का मजाक उड़ाना, काइंड ऑफ ट्रोलिंग एंड ऑल, तो कैसे वो अफेक्ट करता है लाइक मेंटली?
यार ट्रोलिंग तो बहुत अफेक्ट करता है। आई मीन एज एन एक्टर, most of us are very insecure in terms of, you know, our looks or our acting or things like that, and at the same time we are very vulnerable. जो भी इंसान स्टेज पे आ रहा है लोगों को हंसाने के लिए, रुलाने के लिए, उनका तो एक्सेप्टेंस के लिए रहे ना यार, that people should accept us, right? And the moment people do not accept you, then you start to question yourself. Okay, am I good enough or not? Should I do this or not? या मेरे को तो फिर बदल देना चाहिए यार, पापा ने जो वो नौकरी सेलेक्ट करवाई है वही कर लेनी चाहिए, मुझे तो गन्ने के खेतों में नौकरी करनी चाहिए, यू नो, थिंग्स लाइक दैट। तो बेसिकली रिजेक्शंस की वजह से ये मतलब ट्रोलिंग की वजह से ये हो जाता है दैट आपकी जो इनसिक्योरिटीज हैं उस टाइम की ना, वो जो इतनी सी है वो उस वक्त इतनी हो जाती है। सो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू बी सराउंडेड बाय पीपल who can give you an objective feedback also, right? आप हर किसी की बात को नहीं सुन सकते। अगर आप हर किसी की बात सुनोगे तो भाई कूद जाओगे कहीं से, बिकॉज देर इज मोर नेगेटिविटी देन पॉजिटिविटी, राइट? तो चुनिंदा लोगों की बात सुनो जिनको आप ट्रस्ट कर सकते हो, क्योंकि एक्टर्स यार नंगे हैं, मतलब वी बेयर आवर एंटायर, यू नो, सोल इन फॉर अ कैरेक्टर, right? So it is essential that we are hungry for that, you know, acceptance. लोग बोलते अरे यार वो बहुत सही था यार, मजा आ गया, we just want that, and उसके प्रोसेस में बहुत कुछ जाता है। अब आखिर में अगर कोई कह देता है ना यार दिस वाज शिट, तो आपकी वो इनसिक्योरिटीज हर्ट होती हैं। तो आई थिंक वो बहुत एक डार्क फेज में इंसान चला जाता है, जहां पर यू नो यू जस्ट बेसिकली स्टार्ट टू क्वेश्चन योरसेल्फ।
एक और चीज मेरे दिमाग में ये भी, जैसे आप किसी कैरेक्टर को प्ले कर रहे हो, आपके साथ के जो आर्टिस्ट हैं, काफी बड़े बड़े आपने आर्टिस्ट के साथ काम किया है, बट कई बार ऐसा हुआ है कि जो आपके सामने वाला है वो काफी सीनियर है, और मतलब उनके डायलॉग के साथ साथ कई बार डायलॉग भूल जाना बिकॉज ऑफ द प्रेशर के सामने वाला इतना बड़ा आर्टिस्ट है, तो ऐसा कभी कुछ हुआ है कि इतना प्रेशर आना?
आई थिंक वो सिर्फ आम आदमी के टाइम पे हुआ, बिकॉज आई वॉज रिलेटिवली न्यू। अब वो चीज नहीं होती है, बिकॉज अब वो आप बाय हार्ट करके जाते हो अपनी लाइन, दैट इज द प्रीरेक्विजिट। वहां पर आप सेट पे चाहे कुछ और लाइन बोल दो, इम्प्रोवाइज कर दो, दैट्स सेपरेट, बट लाइनें तो आपको पता होनी चाहिए। नर्वस आप हो गए यार, एंड इट्स ओके, मतलब मैं अभी भी नर्वस हूँ यार, मतलब माने अपने बाल ठीक कर रही है, आप मेरे से क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो, जिज्ञासा की वीडियो ऑन नहीं है, मैं नर्वस तो हूँ, बट उसको ओवरकम भी तो करना पड़ेगा ना यार, अगर बात करनी है तो वो नर्वसनेस हमेशा रहती है। मेरे साथ शुरू में काफी होता था कि उनकी एक जो एनर्जी उन्होंने मुझे दी है अपने डायलॉग्स के साथ, मैं उस एनर्जी को अगर मैच नहीं कर पाता था तो मुझे डांट पड़ जाती थी, क्या कर रहे हो, सीन गिरा रहे हो तुम। तो मैं कहता अच्छा ठीक है सॉरी, एक और टेक कर लेते हैं। तो वो होता था, बट या अब थोड़ा सा कम होने लग गया, थैंक्स।
ओके, जैसा न्यूज में कई बार आता है कि इन जनरल एज अ लेमैन पर्सन कि मुंबई में काफी एक्टर्स काम नहीं मिल रहा है, उसकी वजह से कुछ ना कुछ लाइक टेंशन में आ जाना या डिप्रेशन में आ जाना काफी वगैरह, ऐसी न्यूज सुन के लाइक अफेक्ट होता है कि हाँ यार, मतलब अगर इनके साथ ऐसा होता है, इन्होंने इतने साल इंडस्ट्री में स्पेंड करने के बाद भी अगर इनको काम नहीं मिल रहा है, तो मैं तो अभी जस्ट आया हूँ, अभी मैंने करियर स्टार्ट किया है, तो मेरे साथ आगे क्या होगा, कुछ मतलब ये थॉट्स आना, और फिर उनको नहीं नहीं यार ठीक हो जाएगा, लाइक हाउ डू डील विद इट?
ओके, आई जस्ट टेल यू व्हाट, मैं जब नौकरी छोड़ के यहाँ पे आया सब खुश थे, मेरी एनर्जी बहुत हाई थी। फिर जैसे ही थोड़ा न्यूज में कोई अगर एक्टर के साथ कुछ हो गया, यू नो, इफ देव गॉन इनटू डिप्रेशन और इफ देव कमिटेड सुसाइड और एनीथिंग, आपके यार दोस्त रिश्तेदार सब आपको फोन करने के लिए, जो तो अच्छे होंगे, वो तो कहेंगे बेटा देख ले, छोड़ दे, कोई बात नहीं, अभी भी नौकरी है, कर लेंगे, ये कर लेंगे, तू ठीक है ना, कोई टेंशन, मतलब देयर इज दिस फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन who will call up every, you know, second weekend and check up on me still, आज भी वो फोन करके, भाई चंदन भाई को दिक्कत तो नहीं है ना, भाई कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं लेना लाइफ में, कुछ भी हो आपका भाई बैठा है बता देना, राइट, बिकॉज दे नो दैट हमारे यहाँ पर ठीक है यार, आई मीन डिप्रेशन, आई थिंक मीडिया लाइन में डिप्रेशन मुझे पर्सनली लगता है because of the pressure and because of that, you know, hunger for acceptance and creating something new, थोड़ी सी ज्यादा है, in the sense that you everyone has some kind of an anxiety, right, or probably they develop paranoia or they go into depression, वो बाकी फील्ड्स में भी है, यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा वो लाइमलाइट में आ जाता है, है ना, तो वो उस वजह से शायद घर वाले जो है उस चीज को थोड़ा नेगेटिवली भी देखते हैं, एंड खुद को भी डर लगता है यार, ऑफ कोर्स लगता है, मतलब it's difficult to say that, you know, why would any person not take help, right, if you know that, you know, अगर आपको पता है कि आप डिप्रेशन में हो, why would you not take help? बात करनी पड़ेगी ना, बॉटल करके नहीं होगा यार, if you bottle it up it will not help, it will just make things worse.
So बात
चंद्र, ऑडियो चंदन, आवाज, हेलो, माइक टेस्ट।
Sorry.
Sorry, are you able to hear me? Yeah, sorry. So I mean, for example, I took my first therapy session just 2-3 weeks, 1 month back. ठीक है, I was more curious. I am the kind of person जो कुछ भी अगर पढ़ता है ना तो अपने आप से रिलेट करने लगता है, तो मैंने जब फर्स्ट टाइम ADHD पढ़ा, मेरे को लगा ये तो मेरे को है यार, मैंने पढ़ा एंजाइटी, ये तो मेरे को है यार, मैंने पढ़ा भूत, अरे भूत तो मेरे को भी दिख जाते हैं इसमें, तो मुझे लगा यार ये तो सब मेरे को है, आई बिकेम लाइक अ हाइपोकॉन्ड्रियाक, जो पढ़ूंगा वो मेरे को है, राइट, तो आई थॉट मे बी एक बार देखते हैं दैट हाउ प्रोबेबली, यू नो, थेरेपी वर्क, बिकॉज okay, this is going to sound stupid, but this is something that came out of my therapy session, that I have had, all my relationships were with people who were depressed at some point of time in their life, right, because मेरे साथ वो damsel and distress वाला एक syndrome था शायद, कि मुझे था कि मैं तुम्हारे को निकाल के लाऊंगा यार, एंड जब मुझे पता है कि तुमको भाई करेगा, ये क्या बात कर रहे हो, so when I went to therapy, I think एक ही चीज उन्होंने समझाई, दैट यू हैव टू स्पीक क्लियरली एंड ओपनली एंड कम्युनिकेट। सारी दिक्कत ही भाई वही है ना कि हम बात नहीं कर पाते।
करेक्ट।
अगर बात नहीं करेंगे तो ब्रो कुछ नहीं होगा, तुम कुड़कुड़ करके मर जाओगे और कुछ नहीं होगा। यू नीड टू टॉक। इफ समथिंग इज बॉदरिंग यू, यू नीड टू टेल इट टू समबडी। मम्मी पापा भैया दोस्त किसी को भी बताओ,
बट या
को बता दो। मैं ये फॉलो करता था यार, मैं स्ट्रेंजर्स से लंबी लंबी बातें कर लूंगा, लेकिन अपने दोस्तों को जो इंपॉर्टेंट मुद्दे की बात है ना वो नहीं बता पाऊंगा। घर मतलब घर वालों को, भाई को कम्युनिकेट करने की आई लव देम, आई विल नॉट बी एबल टू से दैट। लेकिन मैं दुनिया जहान की सारी बातें थर्ड पार्टी को बताता हूं बिकॉज आई हैव टू मीट देम। पैसा वाला।
बट वो भी तरीका अच्छा होता है यार, लाइक किसी थर्ड पर्सन को बताना, उससे डिस्कस करना कि बिल्कुल स्ट्रेंजर है तो कुछ मतलब ही नहीं है, लाइक वो क्या जज कर पाएगा हमें।
वो एक तरीका होता है अपनी भड़ास निकालना, बस अपने आपने अपने आप को हल्का कर लिया जब किसी को बोल दिया, वो तरीका
कह सकते हैं।
तो या
तो चंदन, अगर इफ यू आर नॉट डूइंग एनी एक्टिंग पार्ट, लाइक कोई कैरेक्टर नहीं प्ले कर रहे हो, या इफ यू आर नॉट राइटिंग समथिंग, सो व्हाट यू डू, लाइक अगर अभी
यार आई प्ले
व्हाट?
I play squash, I play badminton, I play TT, I play cricket, I play football. इंडोर गेम्स मुझे पसंद नहीं है, तो मैं यही खेलता हूँ यार। मतलब अभी भी सेशन खत्म होगा तो मैं अभी स्क्वॉश ही खेलने जाऊँ। तो
बड़े शौक, बड़ी बातें।
नहीं, it's not that. It's just that यार, I've realized that this is that 1 hour, 1 or 2 hours where you're relaxed. You're just focused. All your energy is focused on that one ball. मतलब जैसे अगर मैं स्क्वॉश की बात कर रहा हूँ, या अगर चिड़ी छिक्का खेल रहे हो तो चिड़ी के ऊपर आपका ध्यान हो जाएगा, राइट? तो आपका सारा का सारा ध्यान, आपकी सारी एनर्जी उसके ऊपर है।
करेक्ट।
एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ। हम लोग एक इमेजिनेशन एक्सरसाइज करते थे, तो उसमें ना आपको इमेजिन करना है कि आपके हाथ में कप है, कुछ भी हो सकता है। मैं तो इमेजिनेशन में भी स्क्वॉश खेल रहा होता था, तो मैं खेल रहा हूँ और एक पॉइंट के बाद मुझे लिटरली बॉल दिखने लग जाती थी। It is all about that belief that you're putting it in that moment of time, your focus, your concentration into that. तो मुझे लगता है कि मेरे लिए पर्सनली वो बेटर है मल्टी फोल्ड्स में, क्योंकि फिजिकल एक्टिविटी हो जाती है जो कि मैं जिम में नहीं कर पाता। दूसरा ये है थोड़ा फोकस बेटर हो जाता है। तीसरा ये है यार दैट जो भी मेंटल प्रेशर अगर है वो निकल पाता है ना। And last but not the least, it just keeps my competitive spirit on. I'm very competitive, that way. So वो रहता है।
चंदन, कभी कभार ऐसा होगा कि लाइक कुछ ऐसे लोग मिले होंगे जो जिनसे आपका मन नहीं करता होगा बात करने का, कभी मिलने का भी, बट बिकॉज ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री उनसे काम मांगना, लाइक कि नहीं है बट ठीक है, अपना वही ना, काम के टाइम पे किसी को भी बात बनाना पड़ता है, तो वो वाला थिंग। कि कभी ऐसा होता है कि लाइक जिस लाइक ईगो को साइड में रख के काम मांगा या ऐसा कुछ हुआ है, लेकिन नहीं यार ठीक है, मैं पहले था ऐसा, लेकिन अब बिकॉज ऑफ द वर्क कि चलो यार ईगो को साइड में रख दी, मैं कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, मतलब दैट अफेक्ट्स आल्सो कि बट कैसे, लाइक कभी ऐसा हुआ है?
यार एक्चुअली मेरी पर्सनालिटी ना थोड़ी सी अलग है। मतलब मैं वैसे बहुत फ्रेंडली तरीके से बात करता हूँ, बट मैं ना फॉलो अप नहीं करता हूँ, इन द सेंस आई डोंट चेक अप ऑन पीपल। एंड काम मांगने के लिए तो खासकर, क्योंकि मेरी खुद की इनसिक्योरिटीज ऐसी हैं कि मैं अगर स्पेसिफिकली किसी ऐसे इंसान को जो मेरा दोस्त नहीं है, जिसके साथ मैं लाइफ में चिल नहीं करता, या मेरे पास टॉपिक्स नहीं है बात करने के लिए, सिर्फ काम के रिलेटेड, मैं उनको नहीं मैसेज कर पाता या फोन कर पाता, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि सामने वाला जज करेगा कि ये तो काम के लिए मैसेज कर रहा है या ये वो फलाना। सो वो खुद के इश्यूज है। बट हाँ, जब स्पेसिफिकली वो करना पड़ता है, व्हेन इट इज प्योरली प्रोफेशनल, देन ऑफ कोर्स देन यू हैव जस्टिफाइड इट इन योर हेड कि इट इज प्रोफेशनल। तो उस केस में ईगो नहीं आता। ईगो है लाइफ में, ईगो ना अच्छी बात है, बुरी बात नहीं है। जनरली पीपल दीपांशी कैन रिलेट, that's nice, that's good to know. ईगो ना अच्छी बात है बिकॉज इट इज जस्ट द फ्लिप साइड ऑफ योर सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट ऑल्सो। अब वो फिर वही बात है कि इट इज हाउ यू लुक एट इट। हम लोग की अलग अलग लेंसेज हैं यार, हमारा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू अलग अलग, राइट? अगर कोई भी चीज इन्फ्लेट हो जाती है तो वो गड़बड़ कर जाती है। स्वाभिमानी ज्यादा हो गए तो आनंद हो गए, ईगो ज्यादा हो गए तो कुछ और बन गए, है ना? तो क्या करेंगे? सेम जज किया उन्होंने तो क्या करेंगे? मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं यार, जज करना कर लो आप। तो एक नई चीज, एक फंडा मैंने सीखा है, एक दोस्त है मेरे, तो उन्होंने बहुत प्यारी बात बोली कि यार हम ना जहां पर भी जाते हैं, लोगों को 3 से 5 सेकंड लगते हैं तुमको जज करने, और वो करेंगे यार। लोगों का काम है जज करना, on the basis of your appearance. Why is it that when you go for a corporate job interview, you have to look pitch, right? Because वो perception आप create करवा रहे हो ना यार। मतलब आप, हम सब लाइफ में जज करते हैं, मिठाई अगर अच्छी नहीं दिख रही है हम वो नहीं खरीदते हैं, क्योंकि हम जज कर रहे हैं ना। जिसका मेन्यू अच्छा नहीं है, मतलब मैं बिग चिल मुझे बहुत पसंद है, मैं दिल्ली का हूँ, राइट? तो वो डिश आते ही मेरा मन खुश हो जाता है, एंड मेरे अंदर जो सारी भावनाएं हैं, ग्लटनी जो है वो मतलब ओवरटेक कर लेती है। अब वही अगर गंदा होगा तो मेरा मन नहीं करेगा। तो जज हम सब करते हैं, लेकिन कहाँ पे करना है कहाँ पे नहीं करना चाहिए वो थोड़ा सा
सब है, दिखाता कोई नहीं।
पिज्जा रोल्स या वो कलकत्ता रोल्स जो रास्ते पे मिलते हैं। तो या आई थिंक तो जजमेंट से बेसिकली अपने आप को फ्री कर लो यार। देख, हर कोई जज करने वाला है, तो तुम अगर उस चीज का स्ट्रेस लोगे कि सामने वाला मुझे जज कर रहा है, तो तुम ना अपना मेंटल प्रेशर बढ़ा रहे हो। एक सिंपल सी बात बोली जाती है कि जब कंधों पे बहुत ज्यादा भार हो ना, तो गर्दन अकड़ जाती है। तो अपनी गर्दन को भाई फ्री रखो ताकि हर जगह देख सको। अपने कंधों पे दूसरों की जजमेंट का क्यों लोड लेना यार।
तो चंदन, कभी ऐसा हुआ है क्या किसी ने लाइक, ठीक है, एक रोल के लिए बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं, ठीक है, ऑडिशंस होते हैं, काफी कुछ होते हैं, बट किसी ने लाइक कि यार ठीक है ये काम तू नहीं कर सकता चंदन, या तेरे बस के ऐसा कुछ ने डिमोटिवेट किया हो, या नहीं, मतलब बिकॉज ऑफ कि मैं वो रोल ले लूं कि तुम्हें ना मिले, मतलब ऐसा कभी कुछ हुआ है कि इवन नॉन फ्रेंड्स में ही, लाइक इंडस्ट्री के अंदर ही, कि आपके जान पहचान का कोई हो कि हाँ यार वो सामने से तो यार मेरा दोस्त है तू, अच्छा, बट जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ वर्क तूने मेरे साथ ऐसा किया, सब कुछ ऐसा कुछ हुआ है? अगर ऐसा कुछ हुआ है तो, या
मतलब आई डोंट नो, ऑन अ मीननेस हुई ना, ये तो कोई इंसान बहुत ही मीन हुआ तो वो करेगा। आई एम नॉट पर्सनली फेस दैट, बट देन देयर हैव बीन सर्टेन हार्श स्टेटमेंट्स मेड बाय माय ओन फ्रेंड्स व्हिच आई रियलाइज बाद में वर ट्रू। जैसे मेरा एक बहुत अच्छा दोस्त है, मेरा बचपन का दोस्त, उसने मेरे को बोला, भाई चंदन तू ना यार गरीब रोल किया कर, लोअर मिडिल क्लास, तेरे पे ना सूट करेंगे। तू हाई फाई जीके वाला बनने की कोशिश करेगा ना ब्रो, तो होगा नहीं यार। और ये बात बहुत करेक्ट है इन अ सेंस। उसका रीजन ये है कि आप जब जितनी भी एड्स देखते हो, राइट, वो सारे के सारे ना टेम्पलेट चेहरे हैं, राइट। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर सुमित तुम हो और मैं दिखाऊं भाई कि एक बहुत बड़ी कॉर्पोरेट के इंटरव्यू के लिए तुम आए हो, और तुमने मतलब सूट टाई वगैरह पहना, और तुम्हारे बाल इतने लंबे हैं और दाढ़ी वाड़ी बड़ी हुई है, और तुम उसके बाद भी सिलेक्ट हो रहे हो,
करेक्ट,
राइट, तो वो कंपनी के बारे में कुछ कह रहे हैं, या तो दे आर एक्सेप्टिंग यू फॉर हु यू आर, बट इफ दे वांट टू प्रेजेंट द इमेज दैट वी आर वेरी प्रिम एंड प्रॉपर, तो वो फिर गलत कास्टिंग हो जाएगी। उसके लिए उनको चाहिए भाई एक आर्मी कट टाइप का थोड़ा सा लड़का होगा, कपड़े अपने ब्लू शर्ट पहनी हुई है, टाई पहनी हुई है, नीचे ब्लैक पैंट है, और वो स्वीट स्माइलिंग वाला, तो वैसा वाला हिसाब किताब। तो आई डोंट थिंक मेरे साथ वैसा कुछ मीन हुआ है, बट जो स्टेटमेंट्स मुझे मिली है वो कहीं ना कहीं किसी लेवल पे सही थी, एंड वो मेरे खुद के जनहित में जा रही थी। दैट्स ओके।
ओके, सो अभी जिन लोगों ने लाइक पहले आपको रिजेक्ट किया हो कभी, बट अभी वो आपको काम लाइक ऐसे कुछ हुआ है कि जिन जस्ट हाँ कि यार मैं पहले इनके साथ अच्छे से रहा हूँ, काम किया है, उस टाइम पे तो रिजेक्ट कर दिया कि यार यू वर न्यू दैट टाइम, बट हाँ अब आ रहे हैं काम करने के, यार नहीं यार अब तो यार चंदन यार हमारे साथ काम करो, यार तुम्हारा रोल ऐसा हो सकता है, ये सब कुछ ऐसे ऑफर्स वगैरह
वो होता है, वो यार हवा बदलती है तो लोगों का रवैया भी बदलता है। जो जिनके आगे पीछे शायद आप कल घूम रहे थे, आपका समय आएगा तो वो लाइन लगा के खड़े होंगे, तो विधि का विधान है, तो उसमें तो हम कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते, राइट। बट यस, आई विटनेस दैट के जहां पर after a show came out or after something came out and all of a sudden they want you because you are in demand at that point of time. तो वो होता है यार, मतलब आई थिंक, बट उस टाइम पे मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि मैं वो वाला पुराना बायस ना रखूं, वरना फिर फर्क नहीं रह जाएगा ना यार दोनों में, अपने को तो मेंटेन करके रखना है ना यार.
ओके, आफ्टर सक्सेसफुल शो कोई जैसे कि आम आदमी फैमिली है, बट होता है ना माइंड में ऐसा कि यार मुझे अब लाइक एटलीस्ट ऐसा कैरेक्टर तो करना ही है, करना कुछ ऐसे कभी कुछ होता है कि
हाँ यार, मतलब आई थिंक मैं तो जितनी आई लव वॉचिंग मूवीज, तो मैं जो भी अच्छी फिल्म मेरे को लगती है, मुझे तो नियो भी करना है, मैट्रिक्स का, मुझे सेविंग प्राइवेट रायन का ओन विल्सन भी करना है, हो गया है जो आदमी, मुझे लुटेरा का रणवीर सिंह भी करना है, मुझे राजेश खन्ना भी करना है यार, अवतार में थे ना जिसमें
अवतार में थे, अवतार गिल नाम यार.
सो यार वो तो हंगर है कि मुझे तो सब कुछ करना है. अब वो तो जो चीजें मिलेंगी वो ये वन थिंग एट अ टाइम, वो तो यार यू जस्ट गिव इट आउट इन द यूनिवर्स के मुझे यार एक वो ना आर्मी वाला रोल दिलवा, तो फिर वो अपने आप कुछ खिचड़ी ऊपर पकेगी, फिर आपको कुछ ऑडिशन आएगा, फिर
या कोई अभी तक ऐसा रोल जो आपको करना हो, लाइक कुछ सोचो कि यार मुझे ये तो जरूर करना है, कि ऐसे एक माइंड में कि हाँ यार मुझे ऐसा कैरेक्टर तो डेफिनेटली करना है, भले उसके लिए मुझे कुछ भी करने पड़े, कुछ भी प्रिपरेशन करनी पड़े, आई विल डू इट, बट ये तो मुझे करना है लाइफ में.
यार ओके, I'll tell you what, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल आई वांटेड टू प्ले अ मेंटली चैलेंज्ड गाय, an autistic guy, right? Because I think autistic भी कहना गलत होगा. फॉर एग्जांपल फॉरेस्ट गंप मूवी थी, जिसका भी हिंदी रीमेक बन रहा है, लाल सिंह चड्ढा, राइट? सो आफ्टर आई वॉच द मूवी मुझे लगा यार ऐसा कुछ करना तो बनता है, ये लाइफ में अगर तुमने कर लिया तो मजा आ जाए, राइट? तो दैट वाज वन ऑफ माय विश लिस्ट. देन आई थिंक यार ये विश लिस्ट बहुत लंबी है यार. आई मीन ऐसे बताना है कौन सा रोल आप करना चाहते हो. मैं तो आर्मी वाला एक रोल करना चाहता था यार, जिसमें तुम हेलीकॉप्टर से बाहर आ रहे हो और जैसे ऋतिक की एंट्री होती है, मतलब ऐसा कुछ मामला हो तो मतलब सीटी बचेगी, तो तब फील आता है, तो वो भी करना चाहता था यार मैं. था नहीं, सॉरी, हूँ, इट्स स्टिल एक्टिव ड्रीम.
सो या अभी क्या लाइक लुक फॉरवर्ड है आपका कि लुक आउट मैं मूवीज में जाऊं या वेब सीरीज, जैसे अभी वेब सीरीज आ रही है काफी, मतलब वेब सीरीज में है अच्छा खासा करियर है, वी कैन से दैट कि
यार
अभी
ऐसा है कि नहीं एक्टिंग करियर है, ये तो मीडियम्स है,
राइट? बट कभी बार लगता है ना कि पैसों को लेके, जैसे कि मतलब ऑफ कोर्स अभी के वेब सीरीज में भी इवन ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म्स में जाएंगे तो वहां है मनी वाइज, एक बार कई बार जाते हैं दिमाग आपका कि यार मैं पैसा देखूं या कैरेक्टर देखूं, कभी ऐसा हुआ है कुछ?
ऑफ कोर्स हुआ है यार, मतलब हर किसी को पैसा तो चाहिए, बट एट द सेम टाइम आपको कैरेक्टर भी चाहिए, यू नो. शायद मैं उस स्टेज पे अभी हूँ जहां पर पैसा डजंट मैटर मच, क्योंकि उतना ज्यादा मिलता ही नहीं ना यार, तो इट्स ओके.
बट मुंबई है, मुंबई में सरवाइव करना,
नहीं वो ठीक है, वो ठीक है. आई मीन व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से हियर इज कि at my stage I am still at a stage where I have to prove myself as an actor, right? So पैसे से ज्यादा रोल इज इम्पोर्टेंट, यू नो, क्योंकि यहाँ पर ऐसा होता है कि आपका एक रोल अगर फेमस हो गया, राइट, देन मनी विल कम. यू शुड जस्ट गो टुवर्ड्स द फैक्ट कि आपकी स्किल बाहर आ जाए, जिसमें मैं अपनी स्किल दिखा पाऊं, मैं वो चाहूंगा. वरना पता लगा हीरो का दोस्त बन के रह गया मैं, राइट, और फिर पॉइंट ही नहीं है कोई.
करेक्ट करेक्ट करेक्ट. सो अभी कुछ क्वेश्चन है जो जिज्ञासा पूछना चाहती है आपसे.
जी जिज्ञासा प्लीज.
तो जिज्ञासा, या ओवर टू यू.
या सॉरी, मेरा कैमरा नहीं चल रहा है सुबह से, तो मैं दिखूंगी नहीं, बट मैं मेरी फोटोग्राफ देख लो, शायद लोग मैं इसी पे क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहती थी कि जैसे अब अभी ये फोटोग्राफ है, तो काफी लोग, ये फोटोग्राफ मेरी प्रोफेशनल फोटोग्राफ है, मतलब कहीं पे भी होगा तो मतलब ब्लू साड़ी वाली अगर किसी की फोटोग्राफ है तो वो जिज्ञासा टंडन.
ओके.
तो अभी द थिंग इज दैट पीपल गेट कभी डर जाते हैं, कभी इंटरमीडिएट फील करते हैं, तो ऐसे जैसे कैरेक्टर्स हमने डेवलप किए. आई एम वेरी मूवी ओरिएंटेड पर्सन, ठीक है. जब हम बात भी कर रहे थे, आई सेड कि आई हैव लर्न मेनी थिंग्स फ्रॉम मूवीज एंड स्टोरीज ऑफ कैरेक्टर्स, एक्टर्स, एंड जो ये फिल्म कंपेनियन आता है या जो भी आजकल ये जो इंटरव्यूज हैं, इनसे मैंने काफी काफी कुछ सीखा है कि पीआर के लोग कैसे बोलते हैं, पीआर स्क्रिप्टेड क्वेश्चंस क्या होते हैं, ओरिजिनल क्वेश्चंस में कैसे बोलते हैं. तो ये काफी मैंने ऑब्जर्वेशन लर्निंग करी है. तो आपके हिसाब से अगर ऐसा कोई कैरेक्टर है तो आप उसके ऊपर थोड़ा सा मतलब हाउ डू यू थिंक दैट गेट सस्टेन्ड?
क्या कैसा कैरेक्टर?
जैसा मतलब ऐसे कैरेक्टर्स हम डेवलप करते हैं ना कि मतलब राइट नाउ इफ आई से ओके यू रिमेंबर सम दैट द पर्सन हु प्लेड द सन इन आम आदमी फैमिली, एवरीबॉडी विल बी हाँ हाँ वो तो बहुत अच्छा था, उसका रोल बहुत अच्छा था, ये था. सो आई सेड यू नो व्हाट, ही इज कमिंग टू माय सेमिनार एंड ही इज बीइंग पार्ट ऑफ द पैनल एंड एवरीथिंग. Oh wow and everything, and many people said yes, 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 yes. So this character remembrance basically, दैट पिक्चर जो रह जाती है किसी के दिमाग में आपकी कैरेक्टर की, आपका इम्पैक्ट किसी पे रह जाता है, तो उसके ऊपर आपका क्या थॉट रहेगा?
आई थिंक यार देयर इज अ कॉन्शियस एफर्ट कि आप पहले चाहते हो कि पीपल शुड रिमेंबर यू विद योर कैरेक्टर्स और बाय योर कैरेक्टर्स, राइट? समटाइम्स इट इज इन योर हैंड, sometimes it is not in your hand. ऐसा पर्दा पीछे स्टेप पर नीचे. हाँ क्या? तो
कोई बात नहीं अगर एग्जॉस्टिव क्वेश्चन हो रहा है तो कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं.
नहीं, आई मीन सो जो आपका पॉइंट था वो ये था कि
हाँ सॉरी मतलब मैं कहना चाह रही थी कि जैसे कभी कभी हम जस्ट याद रह जाते हैं ना किसी चीज को. मतलब जैसे मैंने बोला अगर किसी को ब्लू साड़ी वाली पिक्चर साइकोलॉजी या मेंटल हेल्थ बैकग्राउंड का दिखेगा तो वो कहेगा अच्छा ये तो जिज्ञासा की पिक्चर है, या अच्छा ये जिज्ञासा है. तो जैसे मैंने आपको बोला कि मैंने आपका ये रेफरेंस दिया कि आपने ये जाना कि ये जो कैरेक्टर किसने प्ले किया, तो हाँ हाँ ये बहुत अच्छा कैरेक्टर था, इसका रोल बहुत अच्छा था, ऐसे ऐसे करके. तो आप किसी ना किसी की मेमोरी में एक बहुत पॉजिटिव एक इमेज हो, स्पेशली जैसे मेरे मॉम के लिए, मेरी सिस्टर के लिए, काफी लोग जैसे जिन्होंने मेरे से कनेक्टेड थे उनसे बात किया, ठीक है. और आपका नेचर भी वैसा ही है, जैसे सुमित ने आपके साथ काम किया वो उसने कोट भी किया. तो जैसे कभी कभी ऐसा होता है ना कि यू आर दैट पर्सन ओनली and you're just playing out yourself only. Like काफी बार speakers मुझसे पूछते हैं what do you want me to speak? I say you speak whatever you want to. Like you be yourself only. Why do you want me to be directed here?
यार इसमें एक सिंपल सी चीज है जो मैंने सीखी थी. So the first time I was doing a big show. Doing that show. तो उसमें ना ये था कि how do you make a character, right? या तो आप इतने फाइन एक्टर हो कि आपने उस इंसान की एक अलग मेमोरीज और सेट और सब कुछ बना के. अदरवाइज the other way is to be honest. Honest is how you are feeling in that moment, right? वो because आज आकर ना honesty दिखती है. मतलब मेरे को अगर कोई सवाल नहीं समझ आ रहा तो मैं आपको honestly बोल सकता हूँ, और वो that is the connection है. Universal truth तो वही है जो आप फील कर रहे हो उस मोमेंट में, right? So one should try to play themselves शुरू में, right? क्योंकि पहली बात तो हम लोग अपने आप को खुद को नहीं जानते उतना ज्यादा. It is only by the situations that we are put in हमको समझ आता है कि अच्छा मैं ऐसे भी रिएक्ट कर सकता हूँ क्या. जैसे एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन कोट का बन क्या था, वो था कि in this world nobody is a nice guy. The moment it is dark or they put on a mask, they're all the same.
Yes.
ये same चीज Dark Knight के अंदर यूज की गई. Right? So it is relatable on that level also. That आज आकर यार हम सारे सारे same है, just how we pretend to be half of the time. So अगर मुझे ethical dilemma में डाल दिया जाए that if I have to, I'm a person who hates violence. But if I have to save a friend of mine and I have to kill somebody, that will be the time I will be tested. whether I have it in myself or not. For example, अगर मुझे मेरी शादी की रात पे पता लगे that a girl that I'm marrying, she loves somebody else, she wants to be with her, she will die if she is gonna marry me, and she will put the blame on me. मतलब ऐसा हुआ नहीं है.
नहीं, I'll just tell you, this reminded me. So I don't know, I instead of Western shows or something, I watch a lot of Asian shows. ठीक है, तो मैं पाकिस्तानी shows बहुत देखती हूँ. ठीक है, बहुत ज्यादा. ठीक है, उसमें से एक शो है जो अभी बहुत अच्छा था, प्रेम गली. और ये फराद सही, जिसने अब गाने बहुत फेमस है, फराद सईद, और उन्होंने अभी मतलब हल्का हल्का सुरूर का भी उन्होंने वो किया था, आई थिंक रीमेक किया था, एंड ही इज अ न्यू प्राइम एक्टर एक्चुअली इन पाकिस्तानी इंडस्ट्री. तो एक ये शो था प्रेम गली, वेयर इट वाज अ कॉमेडी series, but it had lot of cultural values to talk about. Okay, and I think comedy series have always been like this only. ठीक है, तो लाइक कॉमेडी सीरीज अगर है तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कॉमेडी के साथ बहुत ज्यादा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आती है, बहुत ज्यादा. तो वो शोज में मतलब कॉमिक में ही काफी कुछ कहे जाते हैं. तो उसमें ही एक कैरेक्टर था वेयर देयर इज 4 फैमिली ऑफ 4 मेल्स, जिनमें एक बेटा होता है और बाकी तीनों की वाइफ की डेथ हो जाती है. ठीक है, एंड जो विमेन साइड है उसमें भी देयर इज नो मेल. there are 4 they are divorced basically. Okay, divorced or left alone or something like that. So उसमें एक कैरेक्टर है जो चाचू का रोल प्ले करता है, and he is like, I was forced to marry a girl because I fell in love with that person, but she was in love with somebody else, and she committed suicide on the day, or like while she was waiting for me to come, like सुहागरात में जो होता है. So वो चीज में उसने she drank poison and killed herself. तो मतलब ऐसे रोल्स जैसे आप बात कर रहे हो कि जैसे अभी आपने बात की, will that person kill herself or will strive or thrive with me or maybe reform the love with me. तो ऐसी चीजों के बारे में जैसे इंडस्ट्री में बहुत कम बातें होती हैं, या बहुत कम, और जब करी भी जाती है तो बहुत वुमेन पर्सपेक्टिव लिया जाता है. अगर मैं बात करूँ अभी ये डॉली किटी के चमकते सितारे में बात हुई थी, तो ऐसे चीजें बहुत कम बात की जाती है, या मेंटल हेल्थ सुसाइड के बारे में चीजें बहुत कम बात की जाती है. इवन चिचोरे में मतलब काफी अच्छा काम था, बट वो चीज अच्छे से बाहर नहीं आ पाई. तो आपका उसके ऊपर क्या व्यू है?
यार मेरा टेक उसमें ये है दैट इंडियन ऑडियंस they like happy stories more. जो जनरल पब्लिक है, तभी तो भाई की पिक्चर इनमें चलती है ना यार. जो भी आप सेंस बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हो, मतलब मे बी अ मैच्योर ऑडियंस इज एबल टू टॉक अबाउट मेंटल हेल्थ, दे आर एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड, राइट. मतलब अभी भी अगर मेरे नेटिव प्लेस के पास अगर जाकर बात की जाए दैट that a person is in depression, तो पता ही नहीं है भाई डिप्रेशन क्या है. मतलब ठीक है, सही हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. दैट इज द माइंडसेट. तो आप अगर एवरेस्ट पे चढ़ना चाह रहे हो, आप धीरे धीरे करो, एक बार में नहीं चढ़ सकते. आप अगर पूरा हेवीली मेंटल हेल्थ के ऊपर बना दोगे तो वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री बन जाएगी. अगर कमर्शियल फिल्म बनाने की कोशिश करो तो there's a chance कि वो ना चले. Indian audience never looks at critically acclaimed movies with lack scientific temper. Through Lubna ji, that's correct. ये हम ही हैं जिनकी बात हो रही है. Indian audience. तो मतलब generic level पे थोड़ा grasp. Okay, I just give you an example. This is थोड़ा सा off. I was in a discussion बीच में where they were talking about acceptance of people. It was more on the LGBTQ level and how our youth is not doing enough. They're just using he, she and pronouns and what not. And it was said that जो हमारा यूथ को और ज्यादा करना चाहिए. I could not relate to that because I do not come from that background जो इतने affluent हैं जहाँ पर इतनी acceptance हो. मैं जहाँ से आता हूँ अभी भी अगर आप बोलते हो कि आपको लड़का पसंद है, लड़के को लड़का पसंद है, तो नहीं सब ठीक है, उनको बीमारी वाला लगता है, उनको ये नहीं है. There is no acceptance for that. Same is for mental health. It is only by education and slow progress कि आप उसको normalize कर सकते हो. Right? There is some time where you can properly just talk about it. Yeah, because it is rude, it is tough, and it is stupid because once you make a character who is going through mental health problems or challenges, लोग उसको बहुत आराम से पागल बोलते हैं.
तो आई थिंक इस वे में पाकिस्तानी मीडिया काफी अच्छा काम कर रहा है. यू शुड वॉच. आपके रोल्स के लिए काफी अच्छे preparation hoga. There is show called
Pakistani cinema makes a lot of dramatic and female centric shows.
Female centric, yes. बिगुल का काफी अच्छा है. मतलब उनकी तो राइटिंग्स काफी अच्छी रही हैं, बट वही मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि ये चीज इंडिया में कब आएगी, यही हमें सोचना है.
वो तो हमारे प्रोड्यूसर्स से पूछना पड़ेगा.
वही
तो फिलहाल पैसा बनाना है. But then okay, नहीं, but wait, they are trying to tackle things like that. For example, मुझे पता नहीं, मैं टीवी देखता नहीं यार, मैं टीवी का टेम्परामेंट नहीं. मेरा टीवी का टेम्परामेंट था जब ऑफिस आया करता था, जब देख आया करता था, मैं उस
ट्रिविया ऑफिस के असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर जो है, मैंने आपको उस दिन भी बताया था, इज माय अंकल, माय maternal sister aunt's husband actually.
Yeah. तो मुद्दा बस ये है यार, they are trying to pick up topics. जैसे कोई Nana is this Lado something like child marriage वगैरह तो pick किया, right? They are trying to address things, but it will be slow यार. उनको अपनी TRP चाहिए, उनका पैसा लग रहा है, they want to make profit out of it, so they cannot just take that bigger risk.
Right. Top and now this is like, I'll just ask the last question before concluding, and also I'll make you meet Manisha ma'am, who is also here, your fellow fraternity member. She's also Manisha Kelkar is here with us. She's already in the meeting. So yes. So the point is that what I want. The question was like top 3 scenes or dialogues which motivate you at any given point.
यार मेरे घर पे तमाशा
का क्या मतलब, what are the dialogues?
I think it's not dialogue, it's the scene. For example, dialogue होगा तो dialogue will be तू क्या है जो अपनी कहानी मुझसे पूछ रहा है, where Ranbir is asking Piyush Mishra, right? Similarly, there's this scene जहाँ पर ये अपने पापा मम्मी को कहानी सुना रहे हैं. एक टाइम हीरो हुआ करता था, and just telling about their journey. Similarly, Kal Ho Na Ho I love, and one of my favorite.
My things. Oh my God, मैं रो दूँगी. Kal Ho Na Ho is with scene Kal Ho Na Ho.
So Kal Ho Na Ho में there is that scene जहाँ पर ये ऐसे उंगली करके रीमा लागू वहाँ से पीछे आ गई है. नहीं माँ, मैं नैना से प्यार नहीं करता. मैंने नैना का प्यार करते तुम. तो वो एक सीन है मुझे बहुत टच करता है, वो पूरा सेक्शन जहाँ पर वो झूठ बोलता है. And then I mean the last is अंदाज अपना अपना में जब वो डांस करते हैं, पापा अब हम क्या करने वाले हैं बेटा, अब हम यहाँ पर जाने वाले. So that entire vibe, so this just got a different contrast.
I think Andaz Apna Apna teaches a lot of things about life, lot of things. I think whatever you mentioned, Tamasha, Kal Ho Na Ho, I think this Andaz Apna Apna, they have spoken so much about the society in a raw form ना, कि हम लोग नहीं समझ पाते कि अच्छा कैसे करना है इसके आगे. तो वही चीज. Thank you so much, Chandan, for being with us, and it was a great great thing to have you. Maybe the in-meeting participants are less, but we are running live on YouTube as well. और मैं सिर्फ इसलिए बोलना चाहती थी कि कई लोग सिर्फ ये मांगते हैं कि स्पीकर मतलब पार्टिसिपेंट्स कितने होंगे, but you were so chill in talking to 18 people as well.
Yeah.
Because लोग थक गए थे तो वो YouTube में देख रहे थे आपका सेशन. तो
right, what is important is the topic that we are talking on, rather than कितने लोग अभी उसको सुन रहे हैं. That's okay. एक इंसान पे भी अगर उसका कुछ impact आता है, I think that's worth it, you know. But thank you so much, Jigyasa, for having me. Sumit for tolerating me. Sagar also for tolerating me. And Koi and everyone who's there in the session. Yeah, thank you so much. And Manya, yeah, I mean, you were online. So yeah, thank you so much.
I just make you meet a fan of yours. Prerna, mama है क्या? Yeah.
कहाँ तक फैन फॉलोइंग है?
अरे नमस्ते आंटी, कैसे हैं आप? आप म्यूट में हैं वैसे तो.
Yeah.
कैसे हैं आप? मतलब ज़्यादा बोर तो नहीं किया मैंने?
No. I am there from the very beginning.
अरे आप थक गए होंगे फिर तो काफी सुनते.
मैं तो कल से सारे सेशन सुन रही हूँ. And I was also part of the discussion in the panel discussion also.
अरे क्या बात है? ये तो काफी बढ़िया बात है. Yeah, great. I mean, it's lovely.
It was lovely.
By the way, आपकी जो सीरीज है आम आदमी फैमिली, वो ना ही सिर्फ मम्मी ने, हमारे नाना जी ने भी देख रखी है और एंजॉय करी है.
नानू ने भी देख लिया क्या? अरे भाई, ये हुई ना बात. मतलब, I think that's cool है. I'm happy.
अब तो अगला सीजन पक्का करना पड़ेगा.
जल्दी बहुत वेट कर रहे हैं.
We are eagerly waiting. उसके लिए वेट कर रहे हैं हम.
मैं भी वेट कर रहा हूँ शूट स्टार्ट होने का.
राइट. ऐसे 2-3 हैं सीरीज जो बहुत क्लोज टू हार्ट है, जो वेब सीरीज में आ रखे. आम आदमी फैमिली, गुल्लक, व्हाट द फोक्स, ये मेरी फैमिली, एंड दे हैव बीन सो क्लोज टू द हार्ट. एंड हम सब ने फैमिली ने साथ में ही बैठ के देखी है. मोस्टली सारे नाना जी ने भी देखे हैं. सो वी वर सो एक्साइटेड टू हैव यू ऑन बोर्ड. And I am Prerna. So hi, I am Prerna Jigyasa's sister.
अरे क्या बात है. गुल्लक और मेरी फैमिली तो बहुत ही एपिक है यार. Hi Manisha ma'am, finally you're here.
Yeah, hello. I was there. You guys were a little busy, so I thought I should not disturb in between.
I'm so sorry. थोड़ी बकर ज़्यादा लंबी चल गई.
No, that's great. Yeah, of course, you spoke really well. I was there for some time. I heard you. Amazing. Yeah, thank you for that.
Now over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, let's see how it goes.
It'll go awesome. Yeah.
Sure.
Awesome. Good energy, good vibe happening. Manya. Yeah. Thank you, Chandan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chandan. Bye.
Sumit, अपना नाम admin से सुमित कर ले. You are like cool. Manya, please, over to you.
Ma'am, I'd like to go forward with an introduction for Miss Manisha Kelkar, if that's all right. So she's an Indian actress and a trained Kathak dancer. Her parents worked in the Indian film industry as well. She's the daughter of noted writer Ram Kelkar and Jeevan Kala, who was an actress and a trained Kathak dancer as well. She has appeared in Bollywood and Marathi movies and also works as an anchor for many shows and events. She had made her acting debut with the multi-star Marathi movie Dhyancha Kahi Name Nahi, directed by Kedar Shinde. Banduk critical acclaim is her Bollywood movie debut. She has also done one Telugu film named Friend Request. She has hosted many events like the Time of India Red Carpet, Asian Film Festival, Times Marathi Film Technical Awards, Comedy Express, and Marathi Film Award on eMarathi, as well as the Cricket World Cup host on Zee's 24 Hours and other shows. She was also a strong contender in the first ever reality show, Zunj Marathmoli, the first ever adventure Marathi reality TV show on ETV Marathi. It's a pleasure to have you with us today, ma'am. Over to you.
My pleasure, dear. My pleasure. So, guys, thank you for inviting me here. I'm just here to share my experiences, and in whichever way it helps anyone, even one person has helped, I'll be really glad. And hi, Sumit, how are you? It's been really
Hey,
long.
hi, Manisha. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. How about you? By the way, nice hairstyle.
So tell me, what questions you have for me?
Hi, Manisha. I'll be moderating this session,
Okay.
and in the panel with you will be Sumit. And as we all know who Sumit is, so I'll directly jump on to the questions, if that
Sure.
is fine with all of you.
Fabulous. I'm
Yeah.
all yours.
All right. All right. Manisha, let me start with that. We both are actually matching in color. I'm also wearing
Oh,
blue, and
lovely.
I consider, yeah, and I consider blue to be a very lucky color for me.
Oh,
So
lovely. I hope I'm lucky for you.
I hope so, ma'am. And let's start with the question, and let me start with that.
Can
You
can
have
you hear
been.
me clearly, or should I put my microphone?
It's perfectly fine. It's
All right, cool.
perfectly fine.
Cool.
Yeah. So let's start with that. Sumit, you have been in cinema, you have been a cinematographer, and Manisha, you have been an actress, right? So how does the world, ये पर्दे के पीछे की दुनिया कैसी लगती है, और सामने जो हमारे सामने आउटपुट आता है उसको बनाने में कितनी मशक्कत लगती है, क्या-क्या चीजें होती हैं?
Should I start?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Please.
It's, I think Sumit will agree with me that it's like any other form of work or career you choose, basically, lot of hard work to put in, like anyone does in their own specific particular careers. We do the same. Me as an actor, I will talk about me. But I would just say that one chooses a career which one likes, So you have to be happy doing whatever you're doing, be it acting, be it camera, be it you are an engineer, you're a doctor, or whatever. Into management, sales, you should love what you're doing. Then things become easier. That's about it. It's very simple. तो पर्दे के पीछे की दुनिया क्या होती है? It's I like it. It's fun because I enjoy my job, if you can put it that way. Yes, it has its ups and downs. um, I go through mad emotional turmoils at times, be it prepping for a scene, or be it getting a dream kind of a role. Maybe you sometimes you get a character and you're auditioning for it, and you really want it, and you're waiting that period of wait that happens. No one talks about that. Actors go through that. That because it's a teamwork, and everyone should uh, like be sure that this is going to work. That period of wait, and then when you're shooting, uh, the pre you're prepping for the scene, and how will it go. You're in front of I, an actor is mostly in front of the camera or in front of the mirror, prepping it to make it as better as possible during the scene. I am totally into it. So but later on, at times I don't watch the monitor. I completely trust my camera people. This Mr. Theran would agree to me. I used to be like, is it okay? You're like, yeah, okay, fine. So I trust them completely because after all, it's a teamwork. Everyone wants to get the job done properly, and you need to have a little bit of trust in each other. If you don't, it becomes bad. Yeah, I must say, trust in each of them. Meet the makeup person, the hairdresser, camera, the director. All of them. It's a teamwork. It's fabulous. और आपने पूछा कि पर्दे के पीछे क्या होता है और आगे क्या दिखता है. So of course you see the final product, which is
I guess we lost Manisha.
yeah. Wait,
Yeah,
one second. Can
we
you hear
lost
me?
you in a bit. Yeah,
Are
yeah,
you back?
yeah,
Am I back? So
yeah.
whatever you see, the final product, both require a lot of hard work, and not from one single person. It's a teamwork. So lots of energies, positive, negative, lots of emotions on a film set. and all those, if the energies are going good, it's a fun thing to do, and you get a great movie to watch.
That's an amazing answer. And what's your take? आपका क्या take है सुमित भाई इस पे?
Yeah, I totally agree with the Manisha because it's a team effort. मैं ये नहीं बोलूंगा कि अकेले या एक्टर ने काम किया या एज अ डीओपी मैंने काम किया या डायरेक्टर ने काम किया. एक पूरी मूवी के लिए, इवन एक शो के लिए, इवन एक दिन का, चाहे वो एड शूट हो या म्यूजिक वीडियो, कुछ भी हो, कोई भी शूट हो, उसमें पूरी एक टीम एफर्ट लगता है. उसके लिए हमें स्टार्ट से विद द स्क्रिप्ट राइटर हमें बैठना पड़ता है. उसके बाद एज अ डीओपी उसका मूड क्या होगा, मुझे डायरेक्टर और एक्टर के साथ बैठ के डिसाइड करना है. लाइटिंग क्या होगी, किस टाइप का मूड होगा, उसको पूरा सेटअप करने के लिए इट टेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम. उसके लिए इवन हमें रिसर्च करनी पड़ती है, और यू कैन से नॉट ओनली रिसर्च, रैकी पे जाना, उस एरिया को, उस लोकेशन को देखना, उसको पूरा लाइक फील करना कि ऐसे क्या होगा, मतलब इस पॉइंट पे हमें सेटअप करना है लाइट का, तो इस पॉइंट पे एक्स्ट्रा ना आए, एक शैडो कट करना, मतलब काफी चीजें मैटर करती है. अगर मैं बोलूंगा कि हाँ एज अ डीओपी के मुझे बस मेरे को एक दिन में जाके काम हो जाएगा, नहीं, वो पूरी एक टीम एफर्ट है. उसके पीछे लाइक लाइट मैन से लेकर एक स्पॉट बॉय, सारे सारे मिक्सअप होते हैं.
Right. That's an amazing way to put it across. Manisha, हमें पता चला है from our sources that पर्दे के पीछे आप एक Formula 4 driver भी हैं. You are a racer, Formula 4 racer. So I want to know that, please enlighten us. Please enlighten all of us that, about you being a Formula 4 racer and identity that you have made for yourself.
So what exactly do you want to know about it?
I mean, see, I'll be dead honest with you. I do watch Formula One, and I'm a big Max Verstappen fan right now, right? So you coming from racing world, like as an acting and racing, how do you manage both the things, and probably what led to what? So did you pick up the acting career first, or you were a Formula 4 racer first?
Yeah, I got what you were asking. Yeah, many people ask me this, like, oh God, how are you managing two careers? I just have one answer to that, because like I started off, when I said you have to love what you're doing, and then everything falls into place. So of course I love my acting. But before that, as a child, I was always fascinated with cars. I have two brothers, and they had all these miniature cars. So more than dolls, I have played with cars and guns. So anyhow, but my parents were also car crazy. So so those days it all started from there, the craze for cars, and we had during my school time, karting had started in Bombay. So it all was just for fun and stuff. But once you get into it and you realize it, man, there is something which is pulling you towards it. And I did a few races then, but it wasn't such a big thing then. And due to lack of knowledge, and till now, till date, I'll tell you more about it. The information that there is for motorsports in India is zero, complete. Very few people, only people with parents who are involved in motorsports know about motorsports. So I was clueless. I did my graduation in microbiology. I did my postgrad in filmmaking, got into acting, and I was having fun there. Suddenly, but there was something inside me, I used to watch all the F1 races like you. I was a big fan. And something inside me used to tell me I need to go race there. I need at least sit in that car, like a fan. And I used to ask people, guys, if any which way I can just be next to the car, sit in the car once or something. And I believe in this one thing: the universe hears you. If you really want something desperate, it hears you. And there was this competition in front of me where they were selecting girls from all over India for Formula 4 racing, and some around 600 or 900 women participated, and 6 were chosen, and I was one of them. Then we got trained and trained for a year, and then we were there for the national level championship, and here I am. That was my journey. It has just started, I would say. I'm quite late into it. People start as children, But nevertheless, I'm loving it, giving my fullest. Fingers crossed, might go for an international race. So yeah, super excited. So go at basic thing is go for whatever you love there.
Right.
And really, if
Right.
you're passionate, it will work out. One career, two careers, one life.
Right.
That you have to keep in mind. One life. So do whatever you want to and
Right.
give your best.
Right. That's an amazing way to put it, and I guess I personally believe in this philosophy that you are never too late, because see what you want to vouch for or what you want to do, right? A lot of people are not able to do that, and you are actually setting an example by doing it, right? So that's so amazing. And on the similar note, सुमित भाई मैं आपसे अगला सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा कि at the time when you were deciding your career path, मतलब जब आप सोच रहे थे या when you were getting into it या आप धीरे धीरे जैसे आगे बढ़ रहे थे, तो वो प्रोसेस कैसा था, क्या था वो प्रोसेस या कैसा रहा वो प्रोसेस, अगर आप थोड़ा बताना चाहेंगे तो.
Okay, like as general parents are saying कि हमारा बेटा डॉक्टर बनेगा, इंजीनियर बनेगा, so even my parents were like कि यार you just come into the science field और बस इंजीनियरिंग करो या फिर डॉक्टर बनो. But I know myself कि यार मुझसे ये नहीं होगा. But still I did BSc Computer Science honors. Then I came into you can say software thing and all. I learned a lot. उसके बाद आई डिड जॉब इन HCL, बट वो ना कि आप कहीं नहीं आपको समझ नहीं आ रहा था करना क्या है. देन आई डिड मास्टर्स इन मास कम्युनिकेशन. देन आई गोट एन आइडिया कि हाँ यार मुझे अब इस फील्ड में एटलीस्ट ये है मेरी फील्ड. सो वहाँ से आई स्टार्टेड माई करियर. देन आई ज्वाइंड एज अ फोटो जर्नलिस्ट. देन आई स्टार्टेड माई करियर. उसके बाद विद कमर्शियल फोटोग्राफी, देन फैशन शूट्स एंड ऑल, देन अपैरल इंडस्ट्री. सो आई कवर्ड सो मैनी एरियाज. उसके बाद जस्ट आई गॉट अपॉर्चुनिटी टू वर्क विद स्कूप बुक. सो स्कूप बुक में काम किया. देन आई वर्कड एज अ सिनेमेटोग्राफर. वहाँ से आई गॉट अ कॉल फ्रॉम 9XM. देन आई केम टू मुंबई. सो मुंबई आने के बाद पता लगा यार ये सिटी है जहाँ पे आई कैन डू समथिंग. सो मुंबई आने के बाद आई मेट लाइक वेरी गुड पीपल लाइक मनीषा ऑल्सो. तो हमने इवन काफी काम किया है साथ में. और वहाँ से
बहुत मजा किया है, बहुत मजा किया.
एक्चुअली काम के साथ हमने मजे भी काफी किए हैं. सब कुछ वहाँ पे फन रहा है. कितने टाइट शेड्यूल में हमें काम करना पड़ता था, बट हम करते थे. तो मुंबई आके आई फेल्ट लाइक यार हाँ यही फील्ड है जो मुझे, भले ही अगर मुझे थोड़ा टाइम भी लगेगा इसका करने में, कुछ भी सक्सेस मिलने में, बट आई एम एंजॉयिंग दैट फील्ड ओनली. मैं उस फील्ड में नहीं कर पा रहा. एज अ सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर है, मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाऊंगा. बट हाँ यहाँ पे अगर मुझे कम पैसा भी मिलेगा, बट आफ्टर अ व्हाइल एट द नाइट कि हाँ यार मैं सो अच्छे से रहा हूँ, एक अच्छे काम के बाद सो रहा हूँ, मैं खुश हूँ कि हाँ ये काम कर रहा हूँ. तो थोड़ा सा लंबा प्रोसेस रहा, बट नाउ आई एम गेटिंग गुड वर्क. वो बेस्ट है.
Right. And we all actually I'm actually watching a lot for you कि आप आगे इसी तरह का बढ़ते रहें. और मैं इसलिए भी वॉच कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं एक बहुत ग्रीडी इंसान हूँ और मैं चाहता हूँ अगर आपको कोई आगे काम मिले तो मुझे भी आप साथ में थोड़ा मतलब ले चलें. तो सुमित आपने मेंशन किया जैसे टाइट स्केड्यूल में काम करना, राइट? तो मेरा नेक्स्ट जो क्वेश्चन है वो आप दोनों के लिए है कि टाइट स्केड्यूल में आप लोग अनसर्टेनिटीज कैसे हैंडल करते हैं? हाउ डू यू हैंडल अनसर्टेनिटीज इन अ टाइट स्केड्यूल?
Let me add to what just Sumit said, okay? So मजा तो बहुत करते थे, but I'll tell you how hardworking is Sumit, really. मतलब मस्ती मजाक तो ठीक है, but he used to set up the light properly, सब कुछ, because they have a camera person is someone who comes before an actor and leaves after an actor, you know, उनका काम बहुत ज्यादा होता है हमसे. And this person was so worked up बेचारा. So हम बीच में जब भी हम लाइंस करते थे हमारे, मैं और मेरा को एक्टर, तो he used to take a nap वहीं पर and said okay सुमित हो गया, हाँ okay चलो, and then he used to be ready again. So imagine the kind of जो worked up आपने कहा, but still being there. So सुमित मैं तुम्हारी तारीफ ही कर रही हूँ.
Thank you so much.
So but that's how he was. And alert again, if you see the footage, everything is perfect. And he was like ऐसे नहीं कि बाबा मुझे अभी थोड़ा break दे दो, ये कभी नहीं था सुमित का. So always there. So worked up अगर बोला जाए, so एक इंसान worked up ना mentally होता है, okay? मुझे ऐसे लगता है, that's what I have gone through. I get worked up. A lot of times I get worked up. मतलब maybe it's not at the time of shoot, it can be before, it can be the prep, क्योंकि तुम अपने आप को इतना उसमें इन्वॉल्व कर देते हो और बहुत सारे एक्सपेक्टेशंस होते हैं खुद से, मतलब दूसरे करे ना करे एक्सपेक्टेशन, खुद से ही बहुत एक्सपेक्टेशंस होते हैं. अरे आई हैव टू गेट दिस राइट, ये ऐसा ही होना चाहिए, वैसा ही होना चाहिए. आई बिलीव आप इन चीजों से भाग तो नहीं सकते. इट हैपेंस बिकॉज यू आर पैशनेट अबाउट योर वर्क, बी इट कैमरा, बी इट एक्टिंग, कुछ भी हो. बट you have to learn to balance, you know. एक point में you have to tell yourself, okay, I have done my bit of prep, this is it, आगे देखते हैं, कुछ अच्छा हो सकेगा तो we'll do it, but don't over stress yourself. ये खुद को बोलना आना चाहिए. I have learned it the hard way. Even my racing, when I started off, you won't believe, guys, racing takes up a lot of, like, it's so stressful. Imagine, you know, 28 cars at a speed of 200, and at the edge everyone is like bang dhab do banging, and you're like still want to get ahead of the other car. It's crazy. And initially I used to get a locked jaw when I used to come back from the race. I used to be like, sure, help, I couldn't speak, it was that bad. So, and all this was because of me being worked up, like, fuck kya hone wala hai, oh fuck kya hone wala hai. Sorry for the word. So it's everywhere. You have to relax. Any profession you are, you just have to relax yourself, balance it out. Anxieties and all, ठीक है यार, होता है. We are humans, we can't run away from all these worked up things and stress and all. होता है, सबको होता है. I go through it, but you need to balance it out somewhere, and you have to find your way.
Yeah, I'm adding something with Manisha. जैसे कि हमने कई बार ऐसे काम किया तो हमें टाइट शेड्यूल में काम करना पड़ता था. लाइक हमें एक दिन में 3 to 4 एपिसोड्स कवर करने पड़ते थे. बट वी हैव डिसाइडेड कि नहीं, 3 तो कर लेंगे, बट 4th वन होगा तो ठीक है. बट ये नहीं कि हमें प्रेशराइज करना है कि हाँ करेंगे ही करेंगे. नहीं यार, हमारी अपनी भी लाइफ है, हमें रिलैक्स करना है. तो ऐसे नहीं है, प्रेशर में काम करना पड़ता है. हम 1-2 घंटा एक्स्ट्रा काम कर सकते हैं, बट डजंट मीन कि यार बस लाइट ही लो और बस काम करते रहो. क्योंकि कई बार आपको जैसे इन आवर अर्ली स्टेज हम कई चीजों से कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर लेते हैं. या चलो ठीक है, 8 की जगह 10 घंटे काम कर लेंगे, 12 घंटे काम कर लेंगे, बिकॉज हमें काम चाहिए और सामने वाले के नजरों में कि हाँ यार हम बहुत ज्यादा काम कर सकते हैं. बट वो कई बार नेगेटिविटी हो जाता है कि आपको सामने वाला बहुत लाइटली लेता है और बस करते रहो. तो यू हैव टू से कि हाँ यार बस इससे ज्यादा मैं नहीं कर सकता. हर चीज का एक लेवल आता है. और शायद मनीषा के करियर में भी बहुत बार ऐसा हो गया, कई बार उन्हें मैनेज किया होगा, बट आफ्टर वाइल के नहीं भाई अब मुझे नहीं करना है. नाउ आई हैव टू गो टू माय प्लेस.
You have to draw a line. Right. So मेरा जो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन था वो इसी लाइंस पे था. एंड सिंस यू बोथ हैव बीन इन द फील्ड फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम और आप लोग जानते हो कि उसको मैनेज कैसे करना है, एंड यू बिकम इवेंचुअली हैबिचुएटेड टू वर्क अंडर टाइट टाइमलाइन. तो जब कोई इनिशियली एंटर करता है इस फील्ड में, बीट एज अ सिनेमेटोग्राफर, बीट एज एन एक्टर, बीट इन एनी अदर वे, तो प्रेशर मेंटली कैसा होता है और कैसे डील किया जाए? लाइक हाउ हैव यू डेल्ट? मतलब आपने ये बताया कि यस यू हैव टू बैलेंस इट आउट, बट हाउ डू यू पर्टिकुलरली बैलेंस इट आउट एज एन इंडिविजुअल?
Okay. So what I did was, I'll tell you my experiences. I spoke about my racing. So I used to get really stressed, and so I also have sinus. Okay, so I'll just give you a little brief about कैसे होता है the whole race suit. एकदम कोयम्बतूर और दिल्ली, okay, Delhi is still better. कोयम्बतूर की गर्मी में हम रेस कर रहे हैं, and the suit is like this thick, 4 layers. It's a fireproof suit. It's madness. Then we have a balaclava inside. We are covered. We have a helmet. We have gloves, shoes, everything. You name it. There is an inners. So I used to feel very claustrophobic. You know, super claustrophobic. And what used to happen is we have to sit on the grid. Okay, you know, the race line hota hai. Race shuru hone ke pehle all the cars are lined up in the grid, and you have to wait for those 5 minutes. And those 5 minutes used to be like I can't tell this to people in the racing scenario because they'll feel what the hell. And I used to be claustrophobic. And it used to be difficult ki baba chalu karo or I'm going to die. It was that bad. Because I wasn't used to it, and all that. And I am a very hyper person. I love the adrenaline rush and everything. Once the car used to go, I used to fly. I was like in the clouds and enjoy the race and everything. But those initial first movements, and when I used to come back with a locked jaw and all, I was trying to find out why are these things happening to me. I tried to talk to a few people. They were not revealing their problems or whatever. So then I spoke to one of my teammates. He is a national level champion, amazing guy, huge guy and all. And I saw him. He told me, Nisha, you need to relax. I saw a few videos of him. Like when I am racing, I'm like, initially. And when I saw him, his face used to be like so relaxed, and the gear shift used to be like, why am I giving you details? Is because it is all here. Mentally, you have to tell yourself, don't stress, dude. Do not stress. Balance it out. Like, enjoy the process without getting stressed. There are going to be points where you're going to get stressed and stuff, but you need to come back. And you need to find your own ways how you can do that. During my if I talk about my acting, so when I'm getting stressed, I start singing, and I start dancing. You'll find me in my vanity most of the times singing and dancing. It helps me. It helps me to relax, calm my mind, and focus back on my work. So you have to find your own way, whatever else. What is there for Sumit? How do you manage, Sumit?
इवन अगर मुझे सिर्फ 2 मिनट का पावर नैप में मिल गया तो लाइक ठीक है, मेरा पूरे 4-5 घंटे की मेहनत के लगे थे, हाँ ठीक है, रिलैक्स हुआ। मुझे स्ट्रेस आउट करने के लिए आई लाइक टू स्लीप फॉर अ व्हाइल आल्सो, कि हाँ चलो 2 मिनट या 10 मिनट का भी पावर नैप मिल गया। अदरवाइज मैं या तो सिर्फ बाहर चल जाऊंगा, या मैं कुछ गाना गाने लग जाऊंगा कुछ भी अलग से, या किसी के साथ बातें करने लग जाऊंगा। तो दैट्स द वे आई डू, कि हाँ यार ठीक है, मेरे लिए ये ठीक है, काफी के स्ट्रेस आउट करने के लिए मैं ऐसे कर सकता हूँ। या फिर थोड़ा सा 2 मिनट के लिए बाहर चला गया, एंड सबसे ज्यादा मेरे लिए होता है चाय। कुछ भी है ठीक है, अगर मुझे एक टी ब्रेक मिल गया, सो आई कैन डू वर्क फॉर लाइक 4 more hours। और मुझे एक तो है, जैसे आई हैव सीन शूट्स पे कई लोगों को गुस्सा बहुत आता है, अगर काम नहीं हो रहा है तो स्ट्रेस आउट करके वो लोग चिल्ला के गुस्सा निकालते हैं, बट मुझसे कभी चिल्लाया नहीं जाता। आई कांट शाउट ऑन एवरीबॉडी कि यार ठीक है चलो, मैं कर रहा हूँ, एफर्ट कर रहा हूँ, सामने वाला भी कर रहा है, वो भी 100% दे रहा है। तो जरूरी है कि यार इक्विपमेंट्स बहुत होते हैं, कई बार ऊपर नीचे कुछ भी हो सकता है, उसमें चिल्लाने से कोई फायदा नहीं है। बट ठीक है, सबकी अपनी अपनी थ्योरी है। कुछ लोग चिल्ला के कहते हैं हाँ यार चिल्लाओगे नहीं तो काम जल्दी नहीं होगा, बट आई नो कि यार ठीक है, मैं अगर पोलाइटली भी बोलूंगा तो सामने वाला मान जाएगा। ऑल्सो हिज ए ह्यूमन ऑल्सो, कि उसको कोई मतलब नहीं है, मतलब इवन मुझसे उम्र में भी बड़ा है, एक्सपीरियंस में भी बड़ा है, बट दैट डजंट मीन कि अगर वो मुझसे थोड़ा पैसा कम कमा रहा है तो दैट डजंट मीन कि मैं उस पर चिल्ला गया तू ऐसे कर नहीं। आई टॉक वेरी पोलाइटली कि हाँ चलो ठीक है भैया, आप करोगे, आप भी जल्दी घर जाओगे, मैं भी जल्दी घर जाऊंगा। तो यही मेरा तरीका है कि बात करने का। हाँ, सामने वाला बंदा कह जाए चलो ठीक है यार, मतलब बात तो सही कह रहे हैं, तो वो भी काम निकल जाता है। और स्ट्रेस ये सब चीजें कर करके, हाँ आराम से बात करके, कोई नया बंदा है, इवन आई डोंट केयर कि वो चाहे साउंड दादा है या स्पोर्ट बॉय है, कोई मतलब नहीं बनता, उससे बात करके टाइम पास करके निकल जाता है। आई नो कि अगर कास्ट को अभी 20 मिनट है मेकअप करके आने में, कुछ भी है, तो मैं जस्ट गो आउट एंड टेक अ वॉक, के हाँ कोई भी मिल गया यार, चलो बताओ यार आपकी लाइफ में क्या चल रहा है, कुछ भी है। तो ऐसे रैंडम लोगों से नई नई स्टोरी सुन के अच्छा ठीक पीछे से आ जाती है कि यार शॉट इज रेडी, ठीक है चलो वहां चलते हैं। तो वो मैं बस अपने आप को दिमाग में सिर्फ काम डाउन करके, हाँ ठीक है स्ट्रेस क्या है, ये शूट अगर कंप्लीट हो गया, मेरे दिमाग में बस ये चलता है कि अगर ये शूट कंप्लीट हो गया और अच्छे से प्रोडक्ट निकल के आया तो सब कुछ ठीक होगा। अगर स्ट्रेस लेने के बाद, गुस्सा करने के बाद, चिल्लाने के बाद और प्रोडक्ट फिर भी निकल के नहीं आ रहा तो क्या फायदा। तो सबसे बेटर करता है कि एंड में, कि एट द एंड प्रोडक्ट क्या है। तो होता है, अभी मनीषा और हमने जैसे काम किया कई बार ऐसा लगता है यार ठीक है शूट हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया, एट द एंड के प्रोडक्ट अच्छा निकल के आएगा। मैं हर वीडियो को मनीषा को पर्सनली व्हाट्सएप करता था कि यार देखो इस टाइप का कुछ है, अगर आपको कुछ लग रहा है कुछ पे चेंजेस करवाना है या कुछ कट करवाना है। तो कई बार हो जाता है कि यार कैमरे का है, स्क्रीन में कई बार मुझसे भी कुछ मिस हो सकता है, कुछ ऐसा एंगल या कुछ भी कि हाँ मनीषा को नहीं चाहिए कि यार ये चीज कुछ दिखे। तो मैं एक्टर्स की परमिशन भी लेता हूँ कि हाँ यार कुछ ठीक है, हर फ्रेम से पहले इवन डायरेक्टर टेल मी कि यार ये फिल्म अच्छा लग रहा है नहीं, बट आई सजेस्ट हिम कि एक बार एक्टर से भी कंफर्म कर लेते हैं।
But that is so sweet. I must add to this. That is so sweet. Very few DOPs do that, but that very good DOPs do that because they want. It's again. I come back to it. It's a teamwork.
Exactly,
So they
exactly.
want the whole product to be good, and sometimes what happens is actors know their angle, you know.
True.
And हमने भी कितना discuss किया था, and really it was fun to work with him because और discussion से of course अच्छी बातें आती है, not that you are right or I am right, ऐसे कुछ नहीं होता है, discussion से कुछ अच्छी बातें निकलती. And जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि ओ गॉड बीच बीच में हम स्ट्रेस उतारने के लिए एक दूसरे की बहुत खिल्ली उड़ाते थे, मतलब बस चालू रहता था, लाइक किसी को आके बोलना पड़ता था अभी बस बस ना, चलो बैक टू वर्क.
वैसे कुछ भी रीजन नहीं हो सकता यार स्ट्रेस के लिए. जरूरी नहीं है कि एक बंदा फिक्स है कि अगर मैं गाना गाता हूँ या मैं गाना गाऊंगा या रैप करूँ, कुछ भी नहीं. वो इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द मूड और सिचुएशन पे यार, कुछ भी करके स्ट्रेस रिलीज कर सकते हैं.
राइट. मतलब मैं एक तो मेरे को बहुत खुशी मिल रही है जिस हिसाब की आप दोनों की जुगलबंदी है. मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि द वे यू बोथ आर इंटरैक्टिंग एंड मेकिंग दिस सेशन मोर इंटरैक्टिव. अच्छा सुमित और मनीषा, जैसे आप दोनों ने मेंशन किया, और ये क्वेश्चन शायद हमने चंदन को भी पूछा था कि जब कोई एक बहुत सीरियस रोल आता है, राइट, कि आपको उसमें बहुत डीप डाइव करना पड़ता है and sometimes it becomes very difficult to come out of it. तो सबसे पहला, how does it impact you and how do you come out of it, how do you try to come out of it as a cinematographer as well and as an actor as well? क्योंकि मुझे जहां तक लगता है कि सिनेमाटोग्राफर भी उस चीज को वो देख रहा है, परख रहा है, अगर वो भी उस चीज में घुस रहा है तो कहीं ना कहीं उस पर भी बहुत ज्यादा प्रभाव पड़ता है. इट इम्पैक्ट्स हिम और हर एज वेल.
वेरी ट्रू. क्योंकि सिनेमाटोग्राफर क्यों, ऑडियंस जो फिल्म देखती है उन पे कितना प्रभाव पड़ता है.
Exactly.
You know, we go through hell, like when I'm watching a very film which really touches my heart, I go crazy for days. मतलब ऐसे पागल हो जाती हूँ मैं, मुझे संभालना पड़ता है. My friends know, like, have you seen some bad film? They call it bad, but for me it is a film which has moved me, you know.
Right.
And when you're in front of the camera and doing something like that, bapre, I got shivers right now. So yes, I have experienced it. It is crazy. The prep, the shoot, and what happens is when you're in front of the camera and actually performing that scene, the whole body goes through madness. You know, it's crazy what you experience. I can't put it in words, but it's actually traumatizing and very stressful. Abhi ye stress to aap avoid kar hi nahi sakte, because you have to feel those emotions to portray them in front of the camera. नहीं तो लोगों को वो फीलिंग आएगी नहीं, और तुम आपको एक एक्टर को उस इमोशन से गुजरना ही पड़ता है. एंड I have realized this once. You know, when the director says cut, you're still inside. It is difficult to come out, but as I said, you need to draw your line, as Sumit said. There also you need to snap out of it. Yes, it will take time for your body. Physically, yeah, I'm saying. Mentally, you have to just say khatam. It's cut. Physically, जो होता है वो रहेगा थोड़ा time. But if some people just don't come out of it, it is very risky for them. I'm telling you, really. I have learned. I am blessed. I think I am snapped in and out. हो रहा है मुझसे अभी. Initially थोड़ा difficult था. But more you get into it, you know, it gets a little difficult. I totally agree. Over to you, Sim.
लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल. अगर जैसे इससे पहले वाले सेशन में चंदन ने बात की थी रमन राघव की. रमन राघव में अगर नवाजुद्दीन इज अ गुड एक्टर, बट वो ये कि अगर एज अ सिनेमेटोग्राफर वो लाइटनिंग, वो डार्क कैरेक्टर को दिखाने के लिए हमें 10 चीजें, एंगल, कैमरा एंगल सोचना, लाइटिंग कैसी होगी, बैकग्राउंड कैसा होगा, वो सब चीज डिसाइड करना एज अ डीओपी. आई नो कि वो कितना प्रेशर में रहते कि यार अगर हल्का सा भी कुछ भी दिक्कत हुई तो वो पब्लिक को दिखेगा और वो एक सीरियस कैरेक्टर हो सकता है वो फनी कैरेक्टर के निकल के आ जाए. तो वो दैट्स नॉट गुड फॉर मूवी ऑल्सो, फॉर अ कैरेक्टर, फॉर अ आर्टिस्ट ऑल्सो, फॉर एनीबडी. अगर देखिए जोकर मूवी में भी आपने देखा कि एक्टर ने अपनी तरह से प्रिपरेशन की है, बट उतना ही काम चाहे वो डायरेक्टर हो, चाहे सिनेमेटोग्राफर हो, चाहे कोई भी हो, वो उतना ही काम अगर म्यूजिक प्रोड्यूसर बोले वो म्यूजिक बैकग्राउंड लगाना, यूज करना, किस लाइन पे क्या क्या रखना है, किस सीन के ऊपर बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक कैसे क्या आएगा, हर डिपार्टमेंट उतना ही काम कर रहा होता है उस टाइम पे। अगर वो उस प्रिपरेशन के लिए 1 महीना या 2 महीना 3 महीना लग रहा है, तो वो सारे डिपार्टमेंट उतना ही काम कर रहे होते हैं। एज अ डीओपी मैं अगर पहले रैकी कर रहा हूँ सब किसी भी शूट के लिए, अगर कोई डार्क कैरेक्टर दिखाना है, कुछ भी करना है, तो जस्ट ऑन द शूट मुझे पूरा टाइम लाइक ऐसे रहेगा कि यार कुछ भी ऐसा ना हो जाए कि ये थीम से हट जाए। जोकर मूवी की जैसे बात कर रहे थे, उसके अंदर लाइटनिंग से खेलना, अगर वो थोड़ा सा एंगर दिखा रहे हैं तो उसके लिए अलग लाइटनिंग होगी, सॉफ्ट दिखा रहे हैं इसलिए अलग लाइटनिंग होगी। अगर आप कलर पैलेट पे जाएंगे, रेड ब्लू, ये सब कलर थीम्स अलग अलग मूड ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन को सबको डिनोट करती है। सो वो डिपेंड करता है कि आपकी थीम क्या है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग पूरी लाइटनिंग से लेकर एंगल्स वगैरह बहुत डिसाइड होते हैं।
राइट, राइट। अच्छा मैम, जैसे आपने मेंशन किया कि जैसे आपको आपके फ्रेंड्स को पता चल जाता है कि प्रोबेबली यू हैव वॉच्ड अ मूवी व्हिच हैज इम्पैक्टेड यू अ लॉट,
Yeah.
राइट? तो कहीं आपको ये नहीं लगता कि शायद जिस नजरिए से आप मूवी देखते हैं एज एन एक्टर, एंड आप उन चीजों को देख पाते हैं कि शायद जो एक आम ऑडियंस या पीपल हु आर नॉट फ्रॉम दैट पर्टिकुलर बैकग्राउंड आर नॉट एबल टू सी इट, ठीक है, और आप वो चीजें देख पाते हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको ये नहीं लगता कि अ, थोड़ा जो ऑडियंस है क्या शायद वो उस हिसाब से नहीं देख पा रहा है, एंड प्रोबेबली डू यू ट्राई टू convey the same to the people, or probably that's why it impacts you a lot as well?
नहीं नहीं
That is
नहीं
one
नहीं,
of the
ऐसा ऐसे
reasons.
नहीं है। एवरी फिल्म impacts someone or the other in different ways, you know. You never know
Right.
कौन सी फिल्म कब क्या impact कर जाती है. It is about how you feel about that particular subject, you know. और आप कहीं से कुछ relate कर देते हो और वो impact होता है. And friends are the best thing ever to happen to you, I believe. I used to go through this anxiety, you know. I still do. मतलब बहुत कम हो गया, but I still do. I have this, I won't call it a problem, it is there, you know. Like when I see such a film, like Joker देख के भी हुआ था मुझे, and there's this other many films. So I used to feel like मुझे पता नहीं था ये हो क्या रहा है मुझे, you know. Um, uh, like when we talk about mental health and things like that. So even when I read so much, I have attended so many lectures, met people, spoke, but फिर भी I was unaware कि मुझे हो क्या रहा है. I thought the film is affecting me, but ये क्या हो रहा है? It was सांस फूलती थी. I couldn't breathe. I used to feel there is no oxygen in the room. Bloody hell! Imagine the kind of mental, emotions that brain plays with you. And I used to run outside. Okay, I need to take some air, and all that. And then friends, as usual, came to rescue. All are reading what is happening to Manisha. And then we figured out, yes, it is anxiety and very common, and you need to find your ways to deal with it. So mine was to be with my people, calm down, talk to a loved one, and breathing helps. Oh God, breathing is magic. So yoga is magic. Breathing really helps. Like all that anxiety. Now I know I get anxiety. Yes, I still get with a flick of button. I'll get an anxiety attack, and I know how to control. So that's also a good thing, that you know what you're going through. You should know what you're going through. Everyone goes through something or the other, and you know how we'll control. That's it.
सुमित, आपका क्या टेक है इस पे? लाइक
ओके, सो फ्रॉम अ लॉन्ग टाइम आई डिडंट नो व्हाट्स एंजाइटी, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसे कभी कुछ हुआ नहीं। और सही बोलो तो मुझे ना रोना बहुत कम आता है। लाइक आई डोंट क्राई सो मच। इवन घर में अगर मैं बोलूँ कि किसी पे लाइक पेरेंट्स ने डांट दिया, या इवन बचपन में अगर जैसे मारा वाला, की ऑफ कोर्स हम भी काफी नोटिस रहे हैं, उल्टे सीधे काम करने में सब रहे हैं, तो कभी मारा वगैरह भी उस तब रोना नहीं आता था। स्टडी को लेके कभी रोना नहीं आया। बट हाँ, इफ आई वॉच सम मूवीज स्पेसिफिकली लाइक आर्मी रिलेटेड मूवीज,
Oh, I love them.
मतलब अपने आप ऐसा लगता है कि ओ अच्छा यार, इवन आई वाज अबाउट टू क्राई आफ्टर सीइंग शेरशाह मूवी। तो लास्ट सीन में वाज लाइक ओके, और मैं देखता हूँ कि यार मुझे कोई देखे ना, क्योंकि मैं अपनी तरफ से कि यार ये इमेज बनी हुई है कि यार मैं रोता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मुझे लगता है यार कोई देखे ना, ठीक है। सो मैं उठ के पानी पीने चला जाऊंगा, कुछ भी मैं ट्राई करूंगा, कुछ भी कि कोई देखे ना मुझे रोता हुआ। तो वो चीज मुझे बस वैसे लगता है यार, अगर हल्का सा किसी ने कुछ बोल दिया ना, ऐसे आंसू निकल जाएंगे। और ये सिर्फ मूवीज देख के होते हैं, और सही बोलो तो टिपिकल बॉलीवुड मूवीज देख के भी होते हैं मुझे यार। आई डोंट नो, अब ये फनी भी होगा, बट आई क्राइड आफ्टर सीइंग हम आपके है कौन, हम साथ साथ हैं। तो कई बार कुछ ऐसे
I
मोमेंट्स,
didn't cry on that.
जैसे मोमेंट्स आते हैं कि हाँ अच्छा, मैं कल होना मूवी इसलिए नहीं देखता कि यार मैं रो पड़ूंगा। तो मैं,
Oh.
हाँ कई बार ऐसी मूवीज होती है कि हाँ ठीक है, और लेकिन वो इतने, और सबसे अजीब होता है थिएटर में देखना। यार थिएटर में जाके देख रहा हूँ, मैंने कहा शिट, इतना ऐसे स्ट्रॉन्ग बन के जा रहे हैं। यार रॉकस्टार में जाके मैं रो पड़ा था।
अरे
तो
मैं
सुबह
भी
मुझे,
मैं भी.
तो
So
ऐसा
good films also, you
एग्जैक्टली,
cry when you watch something good. Wow, कि
हाँ
क्या देख लिया यार.
एग्जैक्टली, वो हर
वो
इमोशन
तो
लेके, अगर
मूवी हो जाता है.
हॉरर मूवी होगी तो डर भी उतना ही लगेगा, अगर ऐसे इमोशनल मूवी होगी तो रोना भी उतना ही आएगा। और स्पेसिफिकली जो कुछ आर्मी मूवीज वगैरह होती है ना, वो बहुत टच करती है मुझे, और उसमें तो ऐसा लगता है कि स्टार्टिंग में ऐसे एग्रेशन आएगा यार, कल ही आर्मी ज्वाइन करता हूँ, और एंड में जाते थे यार रो पड़ा मैं। तो वो मूवीज देख के मुझे बहुत रोना आता है। सच बोल तो लाइक कुछ ऐसे पर्सनल रीजंस होंगे तो उस पर रोना इतना नहीं आएगा, बट मूवी देख के बहुत रोना आता है। और एक चीज पे और मुझे रोना आता है, लाइक अगर इफ समबडी लाइक से समथिंग बैड अबाउट माय वर्क, तो वो मुझे बहुत अफेक्ट करता है। मतलब मेरा, आई विल टेल यू कि आई थिंक मेरा आई थिंक 2 टाइम्स मेंटल ब्रेकडाउन हुआ है, और दोनों बार जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ माय वर्क के यार किसी ने मुझे काम को लेकर कुछ बोल दिया है। तो वो मुझसे हैंडल नहीं होता, मुझे नहीं पता यार, क्योंकि मैं कभी किसी के सामने रोया नहीं हूँ, और तो कैसे किसी को बोलूँ। और लगता है कि अगर घर में कुछ बोलूंगा तो यार घर वालों को टेंशन होगी, फ्रेंड्स के सामने बोल नहीं सकता, उनको लगेगा कि अबे तू तो रोता नहीं था। तो ऐसे कर करके ना मैं कई बार बस अकेले रूम में बैठा रहता काफी टाइम।
That's wrong.
सो आई डोंट नो कि कैसे उसको डील करना है कई बार। बट हाँ, फिर मैंने अपने फ्रेंड से डिस्कस किया, यार ऐसा हुआ, ही वाज इनसाइड इन द रूम, और मैं बाहर वाले ड्राइंग रूम में बैठ के रो रहा हूँ, और लिटरली मैं वॉशरूम में जाके रो रहा हूँ। और आई वाज लाइक यार रो क्यों रहा हूँ मैं, मतलब ठीक है अपना आंसू निकल जा रहे हैं, निकल जा रहे हैं, निकल जा रहे हैं। फिर बाद में वही कि कोई भी मुझे अगर किसी काम के लिए बोलता है, इवन दैट हैपेंड इन 9XM, मनीषा यू वर देयर, बट आई डिडंट टेल एनीबॉडी कि हुआ क्या, ठीक है मेरे काम के लिए किसने बोला, तो मुझे बहुत अफेक्ट करता है। सो मुंबई में रह के, माइट बी बिकॉज ऑफ के मैं अकेले रहता था वहाँ पे, इतने फ्रेंड्स नहीं थे वहाँ पे, क्योंकि मोस्टली फ्रेंड्स सारे दिल्ली में थे, वहाँ पे गिनती के फ्रेंड्स थे, तो मिलना वगैरह कम होता था। या अब ये कह लो कि टाइम के साथ आप मेच्योर हो रहे हो, आप जबरदस्ती सोचते हो कि हाँ मैं समझदार हो रहा हूँ, बट आपको फ्रेंड्स चाहिए एट द एंड, आपको डिस्कस करना पड़ेगा। तो वो मैंने धीरे धीरे फील किया कि नहीं यार, अगर रोना आ रहा है तो जस्ट रो ले, बट एटलीस्ट किसी के सामने बैठ के रो ले कोई, या कुछ भी, कुछ तो डिस्कस कर ले। तो ना आई फील लाइक कि हाँ यार, मैं अपने अंदर के निकालता हूँ भड़ास सब कुछ, कि हाँ यार मुझे
Sumit, you can call me anytime and cry.
डेफिनेटली डेफिनेटली
No, but I let. Sorry to interrupt,
या
but Sumit, it's wrong to just keep your emotions to yourself. Find एक बंदा या बंदी, सबको मैं बोलती हूँ, पकड़ो उसको, एंड ऐसा बंदा बंदी जो तुम्हारी सुने, और उसके सामने रो, हंसो, सब कुछ, मतलब डोंट फील अशेम्ड. अरे ह्यूमंस यार, इमोशंस है, बुरा लगता है, सबको लगता है, तो बट वो इमोशंस बाहर निकालो, तो
आई
यू विल.
ट्राइड। मैं कह रहा हूँ मुझे रुलाना इट्स सो इजी कि अगर कोई सामने से बातें करते करते ना मैं रो भी पड़ूंगा, बट वो एक कई बार लगता है कि नहीं ठीक है, मैं अंदर ही अंदर वैसे आंखों फील होगा, लेकिन मैं बस कुछ भी ऐसे इमेजिन कर लूंगा और चुप हो जाऊंगा।
ये लड़कों के साथ ज्यादा होता है. इफ यू अग्री विथ मी, लड़कियां तो कहीं भी, मतलब दे बी ओके, बट लड़के बेचारे, दे सफर दिस ट्रॉमा, दे कांट. उनको बचपन से सिखाया जाता है कि लड़के
लड़के नहीं
रोते नहीं.
रोते हैं।
दैट इज सो रॉन्ग. लड़के रोते हैं यार, क्यों नहीं रोते, क्या अलग है उनमें, और रोना चाहिए, हंसना चाहिए, वैसे रोना भी चाहिए.
वो
देयर
आई
इज गुड,
ट्राइड समटाइम्स कि हाँ,
एवरीथिंग.
वो ये कि अंदर कई बार भर इतना जाता है कि यार ठीक है अब, जैसे ये जब मैं मेंटल ब्रेकडाउन की बात कर रहा हूँ, ऐसा हुआ मेरे साथ 2 बार मुंबई में। अभी उसके बाद दिल्ली आके, आई मीन इन द पेंडेमिक आई लॉस्ट माय फादर एंड ब्रदर कोविड में। सो उनके बाद ऐसा लगा कि यार, मतलब सीरियसली इवन आई डिडंट क्राई दैट टाइम आल्सो, कि आपको घर वालों को संभालते संभालते ये सब चीजें होता है यार, कि यार मतलब आपको रोने का ही टाइम नहीं मिला, कि आपके घर में और भी है अब सबको देखने के लिए। वो अंदर अंदर इतना भरता गया, इतना भरता गया, इवन आई टुक थेरेपी सेशन आल्सो, कि यार कुछ तो निकले। आई डोंट, क्योंकि मैंने लोगों से सुना कि यार थेरेपी में ये होता है वो होता है, सो आई वेंट देयर। बट इवन थेरेपिस्ट वाज लाइक कि आप वो के इशू क्या है, मतलब रोना इशू है, घर में इशू है, यू लॉस समबडी वो इशू है, ऐसे मिक्स मैच हो गया था कि लाइक अभी भी ऐसा लगता है कि यार ठीक है अंदर भरा हुआ है, निकलेगा नहीं निकलेगा, आई डोंट नो। इसलिए मैं ट्राई टू गो आउट, कुछ भी चिल करना है, रिलैक्स करना है। बट हाँ, as Manisha told me कि रोना भी जरूरी होता है अगर आ रहा है तो वो मतलब मैं किसी को सजेस्ट नहीं करूंगा कि चुप रहे, छुप जाए या मतलब हाइड करे. जस्ट टॉक टू समबडी, और रोना आ रहा है तो रो या कुछ भी करो, बस अंदर से निकालो, क्योंकि मैंने
सुमित, यू
काफी
हैव
फील किया है.
टू, सुमित या कोई भी हो, यू हैव टू रियलाइज अंदर अपनी आवाज अपने को बताती है देयर इज सम प्रॉब्लम.
एग्जैक्टली.
एंड राइट नाउ आई एम टेलिंग योर सबके सामने, यू 24/7 दिस फ्रेंड इज हियर फॉर यू.
थैंक यू
कुछ
सो
स्टूपिड
मच
से
यार.
स्टूपिड चीज बतानी है, प्लीज गिव मी अ कॉल. ठीक है,
पक्का
अपनी
पक्का.
टेक्नोलॉजी है, आजकल मिलने की भी जरूरत नहीं होती है, सब हो जाता है. तो यू जस्ट
अरे
नीड दैट वन
पक्का.
पर्सन. आई एम ब्लेस्ड. आई से माय ट्रेजर इन लाइफ आर माय फ्रेंड्स. फ्यू फ्रेंड्स, इट्स नॉट लाइक अ बिग जिंग बैंग, फ्यू फ्रेंड्स, बट मुझे पता है कि मुझे कुछ भी हो एक फोन कॉल पर, वो है मेरे लिए, यू नो. वो लाइफ का सबसे बड़ा सिक्योरिटी.
So,
That's so wonderfully said, मैम. और सुमित भाई जैसे आपने भी बताया, और it is such a big message for all of us कि रोना कितना कई बार ज़रूरी होता है. एंड men sometimes are subjugated कि they have to be strong and all, they have to uh, come out as a particular person in the society and all. Moving on, माहौल को थोड़ा हल्का करते हैं बिकॉज बहुत ही ज्यादा सीरियस हो गया. तो आप वो कौन हैं जब आप वो नहीं हैं जैसे दुनिया आपको जानती है, या आई शुड पुट इट एज कि व्हाट यू डू when you are not what people know you as.
I am I don't fake anything in front of anyone. The way I am, but जो मुझे लोग ज्यादा जानते हैं या मुझसे प्यार करते हैं, मेरे दोस्त, मेरी फैमिली, उनके सामने I am a mad joker. Like they call me a joker. I love to laugh at myself. I love people laughing at me. I am always there cracking some of the other stupid joke or whatever. मतलब वो मैं करती नहीं, वो हो जाता है. You know that kind. So that side, I keep it to them because professionally, you know, we are working, we are discussing work and all. So I don't want to just mix it. That's about it. But I don't. मैं एक मुखौटा वगैरह लेके नहीं जीती हूँ. आई डोंट फेक समथिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ कि बाबा अभी मैं प्रोफेशनली लोगों से मिल रही हूँ तो मुझे ऐसे बर्ताव करना है. नहीं नहीं. बट व्हेन आई एम विथ माय पीपल, आई एम मैड.
सेम है विद मी. लाइक अगर मेरे फ्रेंड्स मेरे साथ हैं तो आई कैन डांस, आई कैन सिंग, इवन आई एम अ बैड सिंगर, बट जो करना है कर सकता हूँ मैं. दोस्तों के साथ तो कुछ भी चलेगा. लाइक इवन अकेले भी आई एंजॉय माय टाइम लाइक अलोन. मुंबई में काफी ऐसे अकेले में घूमा हूँ मैं काफी. साइकिल लेके चले गए मरीन ड्राइव या कुछ भी. लाइक आई लाइक टू गो अलोन एनीवेयर. कुछ भी एक्सप्लोर करना है, जस्ट गो आउट. तो चलता है. मतलब अगर कुछ नहीं कर रहा हूँ या कुछ कोई फ्रेंड भी इवन नहीं है साथ में, तो इवन आई लाइक टू गो अलोन आउट एनीवेयर ऑन ट्रैकिंग या कुछ भी, जहां भी लाइक आपको बस शांति मिले.
Right, 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 right. That's a wonderful way to put it. On a concluding note, आप हमारे व्यूअर्स को या हमारे जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं साथ में, उनको जाते जाते क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे? और एक कुछ ऐसी चीज जो आपको हमेशा इंस्पायर करती है, which you think will inspire our viewers and our participants as well, that you would like to share?
There's so many things, yeah, but सबको, everyone who's listening, I will just say, गणपति पप्पा आए हैं. You know, so I start my day, me and Moma, we start our day with सुबह उठते ही गणपति पप्पा मोरया जोर से चिल्लाते हैं, and we start our day. But it's not just that. You have to find your energy. वो कुछ भी हो, फिर वो बापा हो, आपके पप्पा हो, या एक पेड़ हो सामने, you find that energy in something and express. मेरा मानना है कि आप एक्सप्रेस करो यार, तो you know you will also realize कि क्या है जिंदगी, पॉजिटिविटी क्या है. It is what you give, you will get it. You know, तो सिर्फ बोलो मत कि कोई पॉजिटिव नहीं है, कोई अच्छा बर्ताव नहीं करता. You start. कोई कैसा भी हो रहा है, you start, बिंदास रहो, मजे लेके जियो, and don't स्ट्रेस होगा लाइफ में, एंजाइटी होगी लाइफ में, सुमित जैसे लोगों ने सब बोलेंगे तुम्हारा काम गलत है, ये है वो है, अग्रीड, ट्राई एंड लर्न समथिंग बेटर एंड बी बेटर एट इट. स्ट्रेस लेके क्या फायदा है, और बुरे हो जाओगे. सो जस्ट एंजॉय लाइफ.
राइट सुमित भाई.
यार लाइक आई विल से कि जो करना है करो, भले ही हंसो रो, डांस करो, गाना गाओ, जो करना है करो, जिससे खुशी मिले वो करो, दैट्स इट.
परफेक्ट.
जिससे खुशी मिले वो करो, चाहे उसके लिए आपके साथ घूमना हो या इवन आपको लड़ाई करके खुशी मिले, जो करना है वो करो, बट जिससे भी खुशी मिले वो करो.
बट
किसी को
उससे
हार्म मत कर देना लड़ाई करके.
उससे दूसरे को तो नहीं खुशी मिल रही ना.
अपने यार अंदर से ना, जैसे होता है ना, आई हैव सीन फ्यू मैनी थिंग्स. अभी दिस ऐप क्लब हाउस, आई हैव सीन, वहां पे लोग अपना गुस्सा निकालने के लिए एक दूसरे से सिर्फ चिल्ला रहे हैं, लड़ाइयां कर रहे हैं. या मतलब ऐसे मैं रिसर्च कर रहा था उस पे कि क्लब हाउस क्या है, तो लोग आपस में लड़ रहे हैं, दे डोंट नो ईच अदर. हाँ, बस अंदर से फिर एक दो लोगों से पता लगा, जिससे पूछा कि यार पूरा दिन भर का स्ट्रेस निकालने के रात को हम ऐसे यहाँ पे बस एक दूसरे से लड़ते हैं, गालियां देते हैं.
Oh God.
मैंने कहा ओके, ये अलग ही कुछ सुनने को मिल रहा है. तो लोग कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, बस हाँ जिससे आपको खुशी मिले, डू दैट थिंग.
And do not harm the other.
या डोंट हार्म एनीबॉडी.
राइट.
बाकी किसी को कुछ भी परेशानी हो, जस्ट कॉल मनीषा.
Manisha, for sure, your Instagram will have a lot of DMs after the end of the session, right?
I am there, yeah. People need definitely. अगर आप मतलब कुछ भी थोड़ा 4 लोगों को हेल्प कर पाऊँ तो why not?
अरे सच में यार, जब हम साथ में काम करते थे, इट वाज लाइक यार हाँ बड़ी जल्दी दिन खत्म हो गया.
हाँ.
खाना पीना, मजे करना,
सब
काम
साथ
करना,
में.
सब कुछ साथ में होता था. और जब निकलते थे ऑफिस से यार विद अ स्माइलिंग फेस, क्या यार जल्दी से अगला शूट करेंगे और अगले हफ्ते जरूर मिलेंगे. तो सब ऐसे रहता था.
राइट.
सुमित फिर से साथ में काम करेंगे जल्दी.
डेफिनेटली अभी मुंबई आता हूँ मैं दोबारा, पक्का करेंगे.
आ जाओ चलो, आई एम वेटिंग.
पक्का.
मेरे को भी साथ में ले चलना यार, मैं भी कुछ कर लूंगा.
Thank you for inviting me on this. It was really nice. I hope some अपने viewers को कुछ थोड़े बहुत अच्छे tips मिले होंगे. And stay happy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And with this, we come to we come to a conclusion of this session. I now hand over to Kohi and Manya. And thank you so much, Sumit and Manisha ma'am again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.
Bye, Sumit.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Hi, Sumit sir. So thank you so much for this interactive session, and thank you so much for leading with Chandan sir and then Manisha ma'am.
थैंक यू फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी यार. अच्छा लगा यार, ऐसा कुछ करना चाहिए. काफी टाइम बाद ऐसे बैठ के लोगों के साथ बातें करना.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. Prerna?
I don't want to add anything as such. हाँ, बस करते रहना चाहिए ऐसे, कुछ ना कुछ अब शुरू किया है तो करते ही रहेंगे.
पक्का.
Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
And thank you to all the participants who have stuck with us till the last. I hope, and those who have not stuck with us also because of prior commitments. I hope that you have taken something or the other from each of the sessions, some takeaway, and I hope it has been a good experience for you up till now. And now, with the 2 days finished, we are left with our final D-Day. So some amazing sessions lined up for tomorrow as well. Today was a very information loaded and heavy day. So we discussed so many topics, so many important topics since morning, and had so many important people coming in. So Saturday was like the totally packed one. But tomorrow we're going to release some of it with some little lighter sessions and some information driven sessions, and we're going to end it with a musical evening with the mental health cafe, and we have Ankur Dobrial from Scoop Whoop you must have seen the YouTube videos of him, of Kishore Kumar songs and all the old medleys and all. So he is going to play for us and sing for us, and some members of our team will also perform for you. So, and even you can perform if time permits, even you can perform some of your pieces, poems or anything. So I hope you had a good day with us. Keep in touch and be prepared for tomorrow as well, because it's going to be a very happy go lucky and beautiful sessions tomorrow, lined up for tomorrow as well. So on behalf of Team Sci-Fi, I am signing off for today. You can leave the meeting.